Plus, a new study is out on housing in Charlotte, why it shows the city is struggling to keep up with its newest residents.
Queen City News starts now.
Good Friday morning, everyone. It is 6 o'clock. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Julian Sidori. Andy Satowski is off. Jason, Andrew saying, unlike last weekend,
Okay.
don't have to worry about the rain.
Oh, but I feel like there's a but.
There is a but coming. But the but is that the heat's coming back.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I mean, Andrew, first of all, welcome. Glad you're here with us today. And a beautiful shot right there next to you. But yeah, it's going to be hot this weekend.
Beautiful shot to kick off the bro show here. I don't know if the people at home can handle all the broness we got.
That's where the
on.
heat's coming from.
That is where the heat's coming from. More so over the debts than over here. But, you know, just love to be with you guys here this morning here. Beautiful weather. As we get things rolling, dry stretch here across the Carolinas. Might see a shower as we get to early next week on your Monday, but generally going to be dry, hot here as we go through this weekend with those rain chances not really returning until we get to early next week. 61 degrees currently, calm conditions, beautiful weather here this morning. Another great start, though. Just a couple of degrees warmer compared to where we were this time yesterday across the region. Boone camera also looking good. Quiet conditions. We get up into the mountains here. Pinpoint radar. There's nothing to talk about this morning. Pinpoint radar zoomed out shows high pressure 2 hours south, and that's the telltale sign. Temperatures are really going to start to move up here across the Carolinas as we get things moving forward here into the weekend, into early next week. Generally going to be seeing day after day of temperatures upper 80s to around the 90-degree mark. Temperatures right now, though, this morning upper 50s, low 60s, still highlighting that relatively in check humidity, even upper 40s, 48 right now in Boone. Dew points here, still feeling fairly comfortable. Talking more, though, about the heat on the way this weekend. Jason and Julian coming up with my full pinpoint forecast in just a few minutes.
All right, Andrew, thank you. Breaking this morning, an Amber Alert has been issued for 2 missing children out of Brunswick County. Police are searching for 9-year-old Chance Wilcox and 11-year-old Wyatt Wilcox, who were last seen yesterday in the Raleigh area. They're believed to be with 35-year-old Brandon Wilcox, but it's not clear his relation to the 2 children. No details yet on a vehicle description. Anyone with information is encouraged to reach out to law enforcement.
Breaking news overnight, one person has life-threatening injuries after a shooting in West Charlotte. This happened at the Exxon on the corner of West Boulevard and Remount Road. CMPD had the entire area blocked off during their investigation. We do know that the victim was taken to the hospital. However, it is still unclear exactly what led up to the shooting or if they have any suspects. We will keep you updated as we learn more throughout the morning. And this latest shooting caps off a violent week in the Queen City. Medic has responded to at least 5 shootings and 1 stabbing since Monday. One of those shootings resulted in the death of an 18-year-old. An arrest was made in that case, but no word on an arrest in any of those other cases.
And it comes as Charlotte Mecklenburg Police and representatives from other agencies will meet this morning to discuss efforts to reduce gun violence. It's part of National Gun Violence Awareness Day. In addition to CMPD, agents from the FBI, Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office, and CMS Police will be at that event.
Mecklenburg County leaders are back home after an 8-hour hearing in Raleigh on the death of a 6-year-old under social services supervision. Members of the State House Oversight Committee questioned officials from the county manager to CMPD chief about the December death of Dominique Moody. Investigators say that Dominique was the victim of months of abuse and neglect before she died. As Queen City News reporter Matt Stell shows us, lawmakers wanted to know why warning signs were missed.
Representative Carla Cunningham says too many eyes were closed as lawmakers here in Raleigh trying to get to the bottom of who failed Dominique Moody. Was it CMPD? Was it the Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office? Or was it the entire child welfare system here in the state of North Carolina?
As everybody has stated, this is a tragedy. If it could have been prevented, we should have done everything we could in our power to do that.
A tense House Oversight Committee hearing as Mecklenburg County leaders are forced to answer tough questions about the death of 6-year-old Dominique Moody in December of 2025.
I wish we had the opportunity to help this young lady, but we didn't have any knowledge. We didn't have anything about this young lady with our visits to the residents.
Lawmakers on the committee pressing leaders about the number of failures related to the case and why officers or deputies didn't do more when visiting the home in East Charlotte, where Moody was allegedly being abused by her 3 caretakers.
There seems to be a lot of willingness to shirk responsibility and to try to place the blame on someone else or circle the wagons.
CMPD Chief Estella Patterson says when officers did enter the home during one incident in March of 2023, more than 2 years before Moody's death, officers said the children inside looked to be in good health.
I think we need to have more communication, definitely with our DSS partners. I think that we could do more thorough investigations when we look at these kinds of cases.
The toughest questions were for Mecklenburg County Manager Mike Bryant, who said his office fired caseworkers who failed to do enough in the Moody case, but that the county is back on the right track and planning to hire more staff and correcting shortcomings identified in a state investigation.
We have an obligation to learn from this case and strengthen the systems entrusted with protecting all vulnerable children. That commitment remains my highest priority.
A 6-year-old girl was found dead in a dog crate in your county. That is unacceptable. And not only was she found dead in a dog crate, she was found dead in a dog crate after years of reports that went uninvestigated and unheeded.
Meanwhile, Moody's uncle believes what he heard today just shows failures of bureaucracy.
It doesn't take a sightless person to see what was going on at that residence. So somebody should have spoken up for the children.
In Raleigh, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
A body found on the campus of Catawba College has been identified as a man reported missing in Charlotte. Investigators say 38-year-old Carlos Aristoteles was found dead in a remote area of the college's ecological preserve. He was not a student at the school. Police have now launched an investigation to determine how he died. They don't believe there is a threat to the community. Pass the moratorium on data centers. That's the message from advocates as the Charlotte City Council is poised to put a halt on data center construction in the Queen City. But as industry advocates tell Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber, that plan could actually create problems.
They've gotten to the point where they have little regard towards the law and little regard towards the people who live in East Charlotte, that they're placing it on people's backyards.
Advocates with Action NC and members of City Council re-upping a call to pause the construction of new data centers as the council is set to vote on a moratorium that could last 150 days, during which time the city hopes to learn more about the impact the facilities can have on the environment, water supply, and the electric grid. District 5 Council member J.D. Masuera-Arias has already signaled he'll vote for it.
Not because we're anti-development, not because we're anti-business, and certainly not because we're anti-technology, but because we owe it to our residents to pause and ask whether our policies are keeping up with reality.
But industry officials behind data centers have long argued the facilities are needed to accommodate increased internet and artificial intelligence usage. Speaking with On the Record on Queen City News, Kara Boonder with the Data Center Coalition argued ongoing opposition could lead to negative impacts. Is there any concern that internet users, that this might be stunted or AI might be stunted by opposition to the construction of these centers?
You know, I think it's a real question right now. We are seeing a lot of different conversations, localities establishing moratoriums on data center construction. And I think that really could make the U.S. less competitive in terms of being able to build these facilities and to have our data secured here in the U.S. I think there's also the question about what that could mean for economic development impacts.
And Charlotte City Council will vote on this 150-day data center moratorium at their next meeting, set for this coming Monday, June 8th. Reporting in Uptown, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Charlotte is the fastest growing city in the country, but that does come with a price. The housing crunch is getting harder to ignore as more people arrive here. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains why finding and affording a home is such a challenge.
The U.S. Census Bureau's most recent report shows Charlotte gained more people than any other large city in the country last year. The problem now, where do people live?
I haven't really been impressed by the housing market in Charlotte, and I don't know if long term I want to stay here.
For some people, still learning the area plays a role.
I've had my eye on new developments. New developments are great. Just, am I going to stay out here in Charlotte, or where are we going to end up?
A housing study published by UNC Charlotte late last year found affordable homes in the Queen City are critically scarce. Less than 2% are under $150,000, and about 18% are sold for under $300,000. This is half of what it was 4 years ago.
I don't want to give them false hope. Unfortunately, I don't have very good news for them.
Dr. Yongkang Chu is the study's primary author. He says much has not changed since the report was published.
I just don't see that the mortgage interest rate will go down much further. So if you are waiting on mortgage interest rate to go down, I think it just won't happen.
But perhaps not all hope is lost. People are still buying.
I think going into it, we're like, oh my gosh, this is going to absolutely change our lives. We're going to have to cut back on everything. And it really hasn't been that bad. It's just you have to get someone to walk you through the steps.
Chu says it's important to find ways to create more spots to live.
We should try to solve this problem from the supply side. Is there any way we can develop more houses so that the supply side can keep up with the demand so that house price doesn't increase too fast?
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Alrighty, getting back into your forecast here this morning. It's a beautiful start out there across the Carolinas. Temperatures in the low 60s here on your Friday. Calm conditions, dew points in the middle 50s. Boone camera, not much going on as we get up into the higher elevations here as we wrap up your week. Pinpoint radar, quiet conditions here across the central Carolinas. And as we zoom out, high pressure squarely in control across the southeast, keeping things looking absolutely beautiful out there, though we are going to see southerly flow take over. That means warmer temperatures ahead for the Carolinas. Airport delays across the lower 48, all in the green right now in some of the major hubs here, as we've got tranquil conditions if you're going to be taken to the friendly skies. But as I always say, best to check ahead with your local carrier. Temperatures across the lower 48 here. It is 90 right now in Phoenix, which I think currently it is, what are they, 2 hours behind? So roughly about 4 o'clock, 4:11 in the morning. They don't do the whole roll back and spring forward here in Arizona. Anyway, temperatures across the eastern third of the country still got that residual cool air from that cold front that moved through earlier in the week, but temperatures are going to start to turn up a little bit here today. Hour-by-hour forecast as we go throughout your Friday here. If you're going to be heading down towards Uptown for the Taste of Charlotte, it will start to get toasty out there. Today is going to be the first day where it kind of feels a little bit on the hot side as we get into the middle afternoon, as we see temperatures pushing up towards the 90-degree mark. I've got more on your weekend forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Andrew Brightman, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Let's get an early look at the pinpoint traffic this morning. Look at the sun coming up over the Queen City skyline. I mean, it's mostly covered by our tidal bar, but you get the gist. It is beautiful this morning. Traffic, John Belk Freeway coming straight at us, going over I-77, courtesy of NCDOT. Traffic flowing well. A couple of incidents out there, neither one of these causing any major delays at all, which is good news. Really, the only one we want to bring up is the one on Independence Boulevard. Off-ramp restrictions there. It's right kind of near the North Wendover Road ramp. You can see you're slowed down to less than 30 miles an hour, give or take 5 miles or so. So just be aware of that if you're working your way in Independence Boulevard. From this camera, you can't see it. What you can see is the sun starting to reflect off the buildings. It's going to be a gorgeous day. Let's take you up north, coming down from Lake Norman. Sun coming up over the horizon to the top right there. Good looking shot. This is between Mooresville and Davidson on I-77 north and south. A little further down I-77 in South Charlotte near Woodlawn. Traffic moving good on all 6 lanes across. Out in Gaston County, stop and go traffic coming up 85. That's typical. Yesterday it was a parking lot. Let's hope for smoother sailing this morning coming in from the west side of the city. Coming down from Cabarrus County on 85 up near Concord. You guys are looking great. All 8 lanes across. If you're headed to the airport, now's the best time to go. As always, check with your airline. Make sure you have no delays there. But as far as road delays, you're golden. All green, under 30 minutes in either direction. So love it. Keep it safe this morning. Don't speed and get a ticket. We'll give you another update coming up around 6:30. Julian?
All right, Jason, thank you. Preventing another home collapse on the Outer Banks, how crews are trying to protect shoreline houses from being lost to the surf. You're watching Queen City News and most local news in Charlotte. 61 degrees here on your Friday morning. We'll be right back.
Time is now 6:16. Welcome back. A small Southern California city is making history over their decision surrounding data centers. Voters in Monterey Park, just 8 miles east of Los Angeles, have overwhelmingly approved a permanent citywide ban on data centers. Measure in D.C. passed with roughly 86% of the vote this past week, making Monterey Park the first U.S. city to ban data centers through a ballot initiative. The push came after a developer proposed converting a vacant office complex into a massive 250,000 square foot data center. Residents raised concerns over noise, air quality, water use, and a strain on the power grid. The ban will stay in place unless voters choose to reverse it, putting the power firmly in the hands of the community. Closer to home this week, the North Carolina State House passed a bill focusing on regulating data centers here in the state. The Ratepayer Protection Act would require operators of those centers to pay for their own infrastructure and energy. They would also be required to conduct environmental and noise studies and would not be eligible for local tax incentives. A big renourishment project is underway on the beaches of the Outer Banks. This comes after the collapse of a 20th house in the Buxton area. Ethan Kraus shows the plan to protect properties.
2 million cubic yards of sand. That's what's set to be placed along the Buxton shoreline, aimed at protecting critical infrastructure. This includes Highway 12, power lines, and homes at risk of collapsing. The project is set to begin in the next few weeks, once beach nourishment in Avon is complete. From there, crews will head south to Buxton to pump the 2 million cubic yards of sand onto the beach.
The estimated completion date is about 90 days, so the middle or end of September, but all of that's weather dependent.
This comes after another home in Buxton collapsed Tuesday night, the 20th to fall since September of last year. In addition to beach nourishment, Dare County is also moving forward with the repair of the jetty just north of Old Lighthouse Beach.
The jetty as it currently sits right now has several gaps in it of varying sizes. It should be very similar to what it once was when it was first constructed in 1970. When we repair it in connection or conjunction with finishing the Buxton Nourishment Project, our belief is that sand accretion will start to take place. So sand will build up from the groin and work its way north.
The target finish date for the jetty is December 31st. However, should the project experience delays, Peel says the county will require a significant completion milestone by December 15th.
Once they achieve that, if necessary, we'll allow them to come back and finish the remainder of the project by June 1st, 2027.
As for what's to come for the at-risk homes along the Buxton shoreline, Peel says it depends on where the houses sit after the new dune line is set.
Anything landward is still considered private property. So the burden to make those repairs and do whatever they feel is necessary to protect their structure falls on them. Anything seaward of that dune line, the land the structure sits on, is no longer private anymore. It's on a public beach or it's in state waters. The structure either needs to be relocated to another piece of property that is owned by the property owner, or it needs to be taken down because it will no longer meet the requirements to get a permit.
Peel says bids are currently being taken for the jetty repair project. They expect to present those bids to the Board of Commissioners during the June 9th meeting.
There are lots of options to choose from when it comes to finding great beaches in South Carolina. But this year, USA Today is naming Pawleys Island as the state's best. This is the third year in a row for that honor. Travel writers and industry experts narrowed the search down to 17 oceanside spots focusing on beach cleanliness and accessibility. Pawleys Island officials are celebrating the honor, but they say their work to keep it that way never stops.
We're lucky for being such a beautiful coastal state, and it is an honor to be chosen as the number one beach destination in South Carolina.
Town leaders say they are ready to uphold their reputation as the busy summer season begins. Coming up on 621, bringing in meteorologist Andrew Brightman. I mean, you got to find some place to get out of the heat. I know you're going to be at Taste of Charlotte all weekend, but I mean, if it's a pool or go to the beach, Andrew.
Yeah, that's right. Great weekend, and potentially you want to go down to the beach here and enjoy the Atlantic Ocean. We got a lot of sunshine on the way. And you were talking about, Jason, some warmer temperatures as well. Already 61 degrees, still a very comfortable start out there, but we will see those temperatures really begin to move up here across the region. Calm conditions, dew points in the middle 50s. Still feeling pretty nice out there as we get things rolling. Beach Mountain, we've got mostly clear skies as we head on up into the higher elevations. Pinpoint radar, we've got mostly calm conditions, clear skies, no major issues there. High pressure squarely in control across the southeastern portion of the country, but we will see those temperatures begin to move on up. Speaking of temperatures, low to mid 60s right now all throughout the southeast. Still cool, little residual effects of the cold front that came through earlier in the week, but it will not be sticking around that much longer. Pollen forecast here, nothing too crazy with the pollen counts. I'm going to be seeing probably in medium territory as we go throughout this weekend. Rain chances, they do move up a little bit here on your Monday and Tuesday, part of a weak cold front that's going to be pushing on through the Carolinas. The muggy meter, a little bit more of a factor this weekend. Not so much today, a little bit higher than what we saw yesterday, but it's really here Saturday and Sunday. It'll definitely feel maybe not sticky, a little soupy out there. Futurecast in motion as we go through your Friday afternoon. Just beautiful weather as we get to about lunchtime here in your Friday. Temperatures in the middle 80s, though. We do get a little bit on the hot side out there here. Mostly clear skies. That continues as we go into your Friday evening, overnight Friday, heading into your Saturday. We keep the mostly clear skies around as we keep moving forward here into your Saturday afternoon. We got the temperatures that are up into the lower 90s, partly cloudy skies, as well as we keep that beautiful weather here across the Carolinas as we go throughout the first half of your weekend. Let's go to your pinpoint 7-day forecast here. We've got generally great weather here on your Sunday, albeit a little bit on the hot side for sure, Jason. And early next week, tracking a couple of scattered showers and storms Monday and Tuesday. Definitely starting to settle into a little bit more of a summer pattern here across the Carolinas.
Summer sweat pattern. Here we come. Thank you, Brightman. Appreciate that, brother. Well, look at this. A bright start to a Friday morning in New York City. Gorgeous shot over the harbor there and all the downtown buildings. Futures are mixed this morning. Markets don't open until 9:30, but the Dow's up 67, S&P, NASDAQ in the red. We'll join Jane King live at the New York Stock Exchange coming up after the break. Time is 6:26. Welcome back. Father's Day spending is expected to be another record year, and the U.S. races to contain damage from the screw worm. Jane King's live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, we made it to Friday.
We did. Happy Friday to you, Jason. It's a jobs report Friday, so beating those job numbers in about 2 hours. Futures lower ahead of that. Huge gains for the Dow yesterday, up nearly 900 points. So what happened was people took profits on those chip stocks and put it into healthcare and banks, and that sent the Dow up yesterday. Well, the U.S. has its first screwworm case in 60 years, and this case was confirmed in Texas near the Mexican border in a cattle herd. The USDA is implementing an emergency response team in the area to quarantine and contain it, and sterile flies are being released to disrupt the pest life cycle. Well, Father's Day spending in the U.S. this year projected to hold strong at or near record high, right around $24 billion. The National Retail Federation says individual shoppers will spend an average of about $199 to honor the father figures in their lives. The highest spending groups, shoppers ages 35 to 44, they will shell out an average of like $278. Father's Day is Sunday, June 21st this year, a little bit later than normal. Jason, back to you.
Well, there we go. I was telling Julian and Annie yesterday, my lawnmower broke just in time. I think they make them to break the week before Father's Day. So, yes.
Lawnmowers and lazy boys, yeah.
Oh, my gosh, you're so right. All right, Jane, listen, thank you so much. We'll join you coming up at our 8 o'clock hour. Thanks. You're watching Queen City News on this Friday morning, and just a beautiful start to the day. It's going to be hot, though, a lot of sunshine. We'll be back after this.
We are tracking a beautiful end of the week here across the Carolinas. We're going to be getting a little bit on the toasty side. I've got my full forecast coming up at 6:30.
President Trump names his former personal lawyer to be his nominee for Attorney General, while many senators say they won't vote to confirm Todd Blanche.
Lawmakers in Raleigh are pushing proposals to address mental health issues in the criminal justice system. What the latest plans are calling for.
With that, welcome in to Queen City News now at 6:30 here on your Friday morning. Thanks for being with us. I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us. Andy Satowski is off today, as is Ted Phaeton. We got meteorologist Andrew Brightman. As Andrew said a while ago, it's the Bro Show.
That's right.
The Man Show.
Can they handle this?
Oh, man. Good luck.
So.
Warning. We should put a warning at the bottom of the screen from now till 10 o'clock. But hope you guys are having a great day. Man, it's going to be beautiful.
It's going to be beautiful out there for sure. It's going to be, though, a little bit on the toasty side. Temperatures heading up to around the 90-degree mark or so. Close to it this afternoon.
Come on.
The heat wave starting here across the Carolinas. Mostly clear skies. Looking towards uptown right now from West Charlotte. Beautiful weather here. A dry stretch of weather that continues into the weekend. We are going to be heating up. Humidity, though, staying at least for the most part tame across the Carolinas, though definitely gets higher as we go into this weekend. The rain chances return early next week. Could see a couple of scattered showers and storms here on your Monday. Drought monitor, latest one, came in yesterday here. Seeing still some continued improvement across the Carolinas. We got Charlotte, Lincoln, Gastonia here, the severe drought conditions upstate of South Carolina, all the way down to moderate drought. So definitely some major improvement here. Still, though, across northern portions of the Central Carolinas, still seeing some extreme drought conditions, but this is still an improvement from what we saw last week. Still need a lot more rainfall, but certainly making a little bit of progress here across the Carolinas in terms of the drought. Charlotte live cam right now, 61 degrees, calm conditions, beautiful morning out there as you're stepping on out the door. Boone camera also got the mostly clear skies here as we head up into the higher elevations. Pinpoint radar, quiet conditions across the Central Carolinas. We got the great weather as you're stepping on out the door. High pressure off to our south and going to be bringing in a southerly flow across the Carolinas, going to push our temperatures a little bit higher out there. Airport delays, not much going on here in terms of you're going to be taken to the friendly skies. Always, though, best to check ahead with your local carrier, but for the most part, we are in good shape here across the lower 48. Temperatures, also notice the warm weather here across portions of the south central U.S. That is the warm weather that's going to be pushing in for us as we go throughout this weekend. Talking more about that coming up on the Pinpoint Forecast in just a few minutes.
All right, Andrew, thank you, sir. 6:33. Let's get back outside, take a look at our traffic. This morning, we're at the point where we have such a beautiful and bright sunrise that some of these shots that we love watching through the morning are about to be so dark just because we're going to be backlit here. So this is a shot of the John Belk Freeway, courtesy of NCDOT. A little frozen there. Let's skip on past that. As far as a couple of incidents out there, nothing causing any major delays. One up near Mount Holly, Huntersville Road. Again, the volume is so light, it's not causing any problems. The other one we do want to point out is on Independence Boulevard. So many people use that to work their way into Uptown, which is why we want to point it out. This is right near North Windover ramp, not too far from Eastway. Couple of backups moving at about 25 miles an hour, but really not causing major delays as we take a look at the inbound camera here. The 3 lanes on the right going underneath Sharon Amity Road. That stretch is looking good, so you should be fine getting to where you're going. Coming down from Lake Norman this morning as that sun is coming up. Beautiful shot between Mooresville and Davidson. That stretch is looking good coming down from Iredell County. Here is just south of Charlotte, I-77 at Woodlawn. In both directions on I-77 looking good. Let's take you out in Gaston County. Hickory Grove, that's right between Cox Road and McAdenville and Lowell, and that stretch of 85 in all directions. Looking really nice. Further up 85, coming down from Concord. Here's near Poplar Tent Road. On the way, making your way down towards Concord Mills Mall. That stretch also looking good. Don't be distracted with the cell phone. Put it away till you get to where you're going. We'll give you another update coming up at the top of the hour. Julian?
All right, Jason, thank you. Breaking this morning, an Amber Alert has been issued for 2 missing children out of Brunswick County. Police are searching for 9-year-old Chance Wilcox and 11-year-old Wyatt Wilcox, who were last seen yesterday in the Raleigh area. They're believed to be with 35-year-old Brandon Wilcox. It's not clear his relation to the 2 children. No details yet on a vehicle description. Anyone with information is encouraged to reach out to law enforcement. Also breaking overnight, one person has life-threatening injuries after a shooting in West Charlotte. It happened at the Exxon on the corner of West Boulevard and Remount Road. CMPD had the entire area blocked off during their investigation. We know the victim was taken to the hospital. However, it's still unclear exactly what led up to the shooting or if any suspects are in custody. We'll keep you updated as soon as we learn more. Now, this latest shooting caps off at what has been a violent week in the Queen City. Medic has responded to at least 5 shootings and 1 stabbing since Monday. One of those shootings resulted in the death of an 18-year-old. An arrest was made in that case, but no word on arrests in any of the other cases.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg police and representatives from other agencies will be meeting this morning to discuss efforts to reduce gun violence. It's all part of National Gun Violence Awareness Day. In addition to CMPD, agents from the FBI, Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office, and CMS Police will be at that event. North Carolina lawmakers from both parties say that there needs to be a solution for people with mental illness in the criminal justice system. Some Democrats say that those problems can't be solved without making big investments. Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh explains.
House Democrats are proposing a pair of bills they say would invest more than $1 billion into mental health and public safety.
Detention centers and prisons have become de facto mental health institutions, yet without the necessary resources.
The Justice and Mental Health Act would invest more than $800 million to expand behavioral health treatment, add more staffing and beds at psychiatric hospitals, and reduce bottlenecks for people waiting to receive treatment.
That mental illness is a real and present crisis, a crisis on the rise as circumstances in this modern world cause hardship and anxiety. It is a crisis that requires accountability, investment, and urgency from the North Carolina General Assembly.
A companion public safety bill would invest more than $400 million in courts, corrections, and juvenile justice.
Law enforcement is being tasked with responding to behavioral crises. Courts are challenged with determining the disposition of persons with mental illness.
The push comes as the House just passed a bipartisan bill to expand and strengthen the state's involuntary commitment system on a 100-10 vote.
It's taken us 20 years to get the broken mental health system that we have. We're not going to solve it in 6 months. This is a step forward that will be really focused on people who are criminally involved.
Democrats say that step is important, but they argue lasting change will also require significant new investments in treatment, hospitals, courts, and corrections.
These aren't radical proposals. They're practical investments in the basic machinery of public safety.
In Raleigh, I'm State Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh.
Well, the search continues this morning for 2 escaped inmates out of the Vance County Detention Center in Henderson. Michael Miles and LaShawn Knott got out around 2 Wednesday afternoon. Investigators believe the men now have weapons and pose a threat. Police arrested Miles last month after a drug raid. Knott, meanwhile, is facing charges related to a March shootout. Officers have been going door to door in Henderson asking if anyone's seen or heard about the suspects.
Well, the sheriffs came by here. One of the Sheriff Terry, I think he said his name was. And the FBI guy came by, and they asked my mom, did she see anything or whatever? But she was happily here, but they was already gone.
Police are offering a $20,000 reward for information leading to the capture of each man.
President Trump says that he will nominate the man who defended him in the Stormy Daniels and classified documents cases to be his next attorney general. But Todd Blanche's nod is getting criticism from Democrats and even some Republicans. Washington correspondent Rashad Hudson has the latest.
The big question is, can Todd Blanche convince enough Republican senators he's the right person for the job after his most controversial proposal sparked bipartisan backlash? President Trump says he plans to formally nominate Todd Blanche, his former personal lawyer, to lead the Justice Department.
Obviously, I'm honored and humbled.
Blanche was elevated from deputy AG after Pam Bondi was fired in April.
I think the work that this department has been doing since President Trump took office, if you look at any stat across the board, it's much better.
Here's how Democrats reacted to the nomination.
Yuck. I can't see a world based upon Mr. Blanche's performance to date that would ever get me to vote for him.
Blanche's biggest political headache may be bipartisan. Senators from both parties expressed concern the nearly $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund could be used to pay people connected to January 6.
Trump picked Blanche because he's loyal to the president alone, not the Constitution.
Pennsylvania Democratic Senator John Fetterman has voted for President Trump's nominees in the past. While no Democrats are expected to support Blanche, Missouri Republican Senator Josh Hawley says he's qualified for the job.
I can't imagine he wouldn't have my support.
And it's likely Blanche will only receive Republican votes when it comes to his confirmation. Rashad Hudson, News Nation, Washington.
Former National Security Advisor John Bolton has agreed to plead guilty to one count of retained classified information. Bolton served in President Trump's first administration under a deal with the Justice Department. Bolton will avoid prison time and pay a more than $2 million fine. Bolton had been facing 18 counts of retaining or spreading classified information. A rearraignment is scheduled for June 26th in Maryland. Well, an incredible comeback for the Hurricanes to turn the Stanley Cup final around. How the team beat the odds in what turned out to be an instant classic. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. The Carolina Hurricanes have tied up the series after a wild win against the Golden Knights.
Carolina Sports Live's Mike Lissette breaks down last night's game in our morning sports.
The pressure is on for the Carolina Hurricanes after they lost Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals to Las Vegas. They did not want to go to Vegas down 0-2 in the series. Game 2 was a must-win situation. Back to Raleigh. The crowd trying to will Carolina on to beat Las Vegas, but things did not get off to a good start at all. First period, check out this dime from Mitch Martiner. Down ice, and it's on the money to Brett Howden. It's his 13th of the playoffs, 1-0 Knights. Second period now, it's Howden again. This time he scores just as Carolina was getting back to full strength. We're talking major trouble here. Canes down 2-0 going into the third. Things getting desperate. Under 10 to go in the game. Canes need something. They need anything. Logan Stanko answering the call. Big steal and then the goal. Number 10 for him this postseason. Carolina within one. Suddenly momentum was on their side, and they would take advantage. Just over 2 minutes later, William Carrier, a beauty of a drop pass right there. Mark Jankowski with the goal. His first of the playoffs. Couldn't come at a better time. We're tied up. Under 5 to play. Carolina on the power play. They worked for the shot. Shane Gostisbehere would take it. Jordan Stahl, right place, right time there to put it into the rebound. 3 straight from Carolina. They lead 3-2. Canes closing in on a victory, but with a minute and a half left, the air gets sucked out of the building. Mark Stone silences the crowd with the equalizer. 3-3, we're going to overtime. But the Canes just did not want to lose this one. In OT, they're on the power play. Seth Jarvis sends everyone home happy. His 4th of the postseason, 4-3, that was it. Canes even the series. It's got to be one of the greatest games in team history. And, of course, Game 3 of the Stanley Cup coming up on Saturday. Carolina looking to take a 2-1 series lead. They got the momentum now. They might be able to do it.
Well, switching gears to the black and blue, the second set of OTAs wrapped up this week. Head coach Dave Canales says he's used it as an opportunity to start building the championship mindset. The Panthers entered a long playoff drought last season by winning the NFC South for the first time since 2015. But now that the Panthers have had a taste of the playoff football, Canales says OTAs are the perfect place to see what went wrong last season.
Being in a playoff environment, being in those last couple of games, playing for the division, and to feel the stakes of it, to feel the weight of it. We look at all those things, and it allows me to really push urgency at this time of year. We had missed opportunities in whatever phase it was, coaching as well, to say these were some critical moments. We're going to emphasize those things once we get on the grass. Having that relationship, having the communication, having the system in place. Now we can look at specific things to say this is how we improve. This is how we take our next step to find the consistency of football that we're looking for.
Mandatory minicamp begins this coming Tuesday.
The New York Yankees will be without their captain until at least July. Aaron Judge has been diagnosed with a stress fracture on the first rib on his right side. He's going to get re-imaged in about 4 to 6 weeks to determine how the healing is going and then the next steps. He's expected back sometime this season.
Well, NASCAR is making a trip to the Irish Hills. This is a live look at the Michigan International Speedway, where stock car racing will take place this weekend. The fun kicks off tonight with the Arkham Series in the Henry Ford Health 200. Then the Truck Series will race in the DQS Solution and Staffing 250. And then the main event, the Firekeepers Casino 400, will kick off on Sunday as the Cup Series takes on NASCAR's fastest racetrack. You can catch all the latest NASCAR action on CSL.
Well, there you go. Just when you think Michigan and up north would be a lot cooler than it is in the Carolinas, I heard this morning, Andrew, that Philly, they're having to shut down some schools today because it's so hot.
That's shocking, honestly.
Yeah.
Temperatures, it's not crazy hot out there. It's just a little above average here as we get things started here this summer. Come on, everyone. 61 degrees, calm conditions right now. Dew points in the middle 50s. Beach Mountain, beautiful weather as we head on up into the higher elevations here. Pinpoint radar, quiet across the central Carolinas. We zoom out, we go while high pressure still squarely in control, but a lot more southwesterly flow going to be starting to move in here across the Carolinas over the next few days. Still comfortable, though, across the southeast. Temperature's only 55 right now, actually, in Virginia Beach. Temperature outlook, though, we get towards the middle part of the month. Going to be trending above average here across the central Carolinas. Still going to be staying very much on the toasty side out there. The muggy meter, as we make our way into the weekend, creeps a little bit higher, a little bit higher, a little bit higher here across the Carolinas. Now, if you want to go down to the beach, you got beautiful weather here this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. If you maybe want to head out towards the Outer Banks, temperature is going to be in the low to mid 80s. Futurecast, as we get things rolling on your Friday. Beautiful weather here this afternoon, though a little bit on the toasty side, as we've been talking about. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, temperatures heading up towards the 90-degree marker, so maybe not quite getting there. Certainly going to be close. Overnight into your Saturday, partly cloudy skies to start. Great weather out there as we end to the afternoon. We see a couple of isolated clouds, but otherwise you're more sunshine across the region. Though as we end to your Sunday, a small chance of a showerstorm. Not so much during the morning. This is 11 o'clock. We're going to be staying dry. But as we head into the afternoon, you see a couple of those showers and storms popping up, especially to our north, kind of the leading edge of a frontal boundary trying to push in across the Carolinas here. And then on your Monday, might see a couple more scattered showers and storms as well. Maybe a little bit more than what Futurecast is indicating here. Mountain forecast, beautiful weather until we get to your Monday, and then we're tracking some scattered showers and storms on the way, a little bit of wet weather on the way for you. And your pinpoint 7-day forecast, temperatures do head up into the low 90s this weekend. It's going to be toasty out there. Rain chances come early next week for your Monday and Tuesday, then kind of settling into a little bit more of a typical summer pattern on the way for the Carolinas.
Well, as we count down to America's 250th birthday, Queen City News is highlighting the people and places across the Charlotte region that helped to shape our independence. The oldest surviving structure in Mecklenburg County, the Rock House, was built in 1774. Now, historians believe enslaved people did most of the construction. It was home to Revolutionary leader Hezekiah Alexander and his family. You can visit the Rock House today on the grounds of the Charlotte Museum of History on Shamrock Drive. Are you watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte? We'll be right back.
This is a check? No, this is going to show you what they raised for you. Oh my goodness gracious, that's a lot. That's a lot of money. How much? $144,990.
A woman in Tennessee launched an online fundraiser to help an 85-year-old woman retire from her job at the movie theater. And this week, what you're seeing right there, 21-year-old Brooklyn Green able to share that big news with Mary. Nearly $145,000 in donations came in. The story went viral after this video was posted of Mary with the cleaning cart. After seeing a movie over the weekend, Mary was thankful for all the donations. She says she plans to use some of the money to help other people.
I'm literally watching this and I'm speechless, which we know is rare. But one, just that you got. Thanks for backing that up, Andrew.
Always got you, Jason.
I love that you have a young person here that's first of all caring about the older generations.
Yeah.
Not many do anymore.
That's how we feel about you, Jason.
You know what? Let's do a GoFundMe so I can retire. That would be great.
We got you, buddy.
But yeah, I had not seen the viral video.
Yeah.
Look, right here of her. Like, that is hard work, no matter what age, to be in your
100%.
80s. Oh, this is such a sweet story.
I just, to your point, Jason, the amount of youth that are using social media for something good. We always hear about all the negative things from TikTok and Instagram.
Yeah.
But to see this is, okay, I have a great following. Let me do some good.
Yeah.
That's what the beauty of social media is.
No, absolutely, and it really was great. And I was telling Julian this a little bit earlier. At Charlotte Country Club, where I caddy sometimes a little bit on the side, they have one of the caddies there. His name is Mac. He still loves what he does. He is 90 years old, and he's still working on the club.
He's still going?
He looks good for 90. I'll give him credit. I did not realize how old he was one time. I thought he was in his 70s. Like, no. And this was like, a couple of years ago. He's like, I'm 89.
Okay, but how does he read the greens?
That's true.
Greens well. For the most part, he just drives the golf cart down, helps people move their bags. But it's really, he's truly unbelievable. He's an institution. He's been working there since, I think, maybe the late 50s.
No, if you keep working like you're young and you're young up here, you know, upstairs in the brain, it'll keep you young.
Yeah.
They won't know you're 90. They won't see you coming. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back 7 o'clock hour coming up.
Well, if you're scared to talk about money with your partner, researchers say the conversations usually go smoother than expected. Finances can be a tricky topic for many people to navigate, especially couples. But business experts say money talk could ultimately inspire better financial decisions and bring couples closer. Researchers say in reality, couples are more nervous about their partner's reaction to the conversation rather than the finances themselves.
We find that those who were asked to have that financial conversation with their spouse underestimated how enjoyable that experience would be, but that was not the case for those who were asked to review their finances alone, suggesting that it's not that people dread any financial task, but rather the uncertainty around the social interaction with one's spouse is what leads to this misprediction.
Researchers say you can start the conversation by simply acknowledging and addressing the fact that it might feel uncomfortable, but that it'll be beneficial in the long run. Our time is 6:59. Stay with us as we head straight into our 7 o'clock hour.
I'm proud to say all employees who are presently employed with the city, minus the 3 SRO officers that are going to work for the county, those positions are funded in this budget.
Lincolnton leaders are learning city jobs won't be on the chopping block, how they're able to keep the fire and police jobs they thought were set to be cut.
You do regret selling?
Oh yeah, every day. I do, every single day.
And a case of seller's remorse in Kings Mountain, why a couple wishes they still had the land that they sold for a controversial project.
And a violent week in the Queen City with yet another overnight shooting. What we know about the latest incident and a look at the busy week for police and medic.
Queen City News starts now.
A great weekend on tap. Good morning, everyone. Happy Friday, 7 o'clock. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Julian Zadori. Andy Satowski is out. Meteorologist Ted Faden is out. But we've been gifted with meteorologist Andrew Brightman.
What a gift it is.
A great gift, man. He's got a long day ahead of him. Not only is he working with us, he's got the noon. But then you need to put your judge's hat on. You're going to Taste of Charlotte.
Working overtime here on Friday.
And your judge's pants.
Yeah, I'm just,
For sure.
It's going to be shorts today, buddy. It's gonna be
It is going to be hot.
Yeah.
Jason, we were saying, I can't remember a Taste of Charlotte where it hasn't been hot.
Oh man!
For the 3-day stretch, it's almost like tradition.
Yeah, there's something about it. I mean, it's never been cool being out there. I mean, it's cool to be out there, but it's never been cool to be out there. You know what I'm saying?
I saw what you did there.
Every year we're out there in flip-flops, tennis shoes, walking. I feel like miles from one end of Tryon to the other, sweating your buns off.
It's true, but it really is a great day out there, and going to be great weather out there as well. And temperatures this morning, it's very comfortable. You walk out the door, it still feels fabulous across the Carolinas. But Jason and Julian were talking about things are going to get much toastier here as we go into the afternoon. Each day is getting a little bit warmer here across the Carolinas, heating up. Humidity, though, still not a major factor, though. Certainly going to be a little bit more noticeable tomorrow as well as your Sunday. And then the rain chances return as we head into early next week for your Monday and Tuesday. Charlotte live cam right now, 60 degrees. Wind out of the north-northwest about 3 to 5 miles an hour. Dew points currently in the upper 50s, so feels still fairly comfortable out there. Pinpoint radar quiet here across central Carolinas. Nothing going on. High pressure squarely in control, though we're going to start seeing more southerly flow make its way through the region. That's going to start to push our temperatures higher. Speaking of temperatures, a lot of middle 50s out there, like 55 in Concord, 55 in Albemarle, 55 in Wadesboro. Charlotte, one of the warmer spots, actually the warm spots here on the map. Upper 40s as we head on up into the mountains. Everyone a few degrees warmer than this time yesterday. You might notice a teeny bit as you step on out the door. I've got more in your forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
Breaking this morning, an Amber Alert has been issued for 2 missing children out of Brunswick County. Police are searching for 9-year-old Chance Wilcox and 11-year-old Wyatt Wilcox, who were last seen yesterday in the Raleigh area. They're believed to be with 35-year-old Brandon Wilcox. It's not clear his relation to the children. No details on a vehicle description. Anyone with information is encouraged to reach out to law enforcement.
Also breaking overnight, one person has life-threatening injuries after a shooting in West Charlotte. This happened at the Exxon on the corner of West Boulevard and Remount Road. CMPD had that entire area blocked off earlier during that investigation. We do know that the victim was taken to the hospital. We don't know, though, exactly what led up to the shooting, or if they've got any suspects right now. We will update you as soon as we learn more. And this latest shooting caps off a violent week here in the Queen City. Medic has responded to at least 5 shootings and 1 stabbing, all that since Monday. One of those shootings resulted in the death of an 18-year-old. An arrest was made in that case, but no word on arrests in any of the other cases.
Charlotte Mecklenburg Police and representatives from other agencies will meet this morning to discuss efforts to reduce gun violence. It's part of National Gun Violence Awareness Day. In addition to CMPD, agents from the FBI, Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office, and CMS Police will be at that event. Lincolnton City Police and fire employees will not be losing their jobs. Just a month ago, Lincolnton City Manager told council members 21 positions would have to be cut for the fiscal year that starts on July 1st. But at last night's City Council meeting, leaders learned that those cuts won't need to happen. Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks details how the city is now avoiding those layoffs.
I'm proud to say all employees who are presently employed with the city, minus the 3 SRO officers that are going to work for the county, those positions are funded in this budget.
Lincolnton officials were happy to hear that Thursday. They were prepared to possibly cut city positions, including police and fire employees, after learning they were to lose $2.3 million in revenue. After some digging, the city manager shared the relief that they have extra time before that money's actually gone.
The state statute does not allow the formula be changed the next fiscal year. It has to be the fiscal year after.
Lincoln County Commissioners adopted a resolution in April modifying how to distribute the net proceeds of the sales tax countywide to Lincolnton. It would have cost the city $2.3 million, but City Manager Richie Haynes says state law means the tax change begins the summer of 2027, not next month.
We've got a year that we have the money, the full amount of money.
Haynes says his aides added back capital projects that were previously cut to balance the budget. But other than that, it's the same budget he presented during their April meeting. The manager says that gives the city extra time to prepare for their 2028 fiscal budget. They plan to vote on the 2027 proposal on June 25th.
It allows council more time to look at it, and it allows the citizens more time to look at it.
Thanks to you and John for digging into that and finding that we even had that.
Things happen for a reason.
Well, it gives us an opportunity to get ahead of it.
Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
7:06 the time now. Former Newton police officer is facing prison time after pleading guilty to second-degree murder in a shooting. Carlos Uribe appeared before a Catawba County judge yesterday. Investigators say the former police lieutenant killed 21-year-old Camden Childers after a motorcycle chase back in June. State investigators say his patrol vehicle made contact with Childers' bike, knocking him to the ground, but they also determined Uribe kicked and shot Childers after he had already surrendered. Uribe's sentencing is set for September 8th.
Mecklenburg County's district attorney says that a Mint Hill police officer was justified in his use of force in a deadly shooting. The incident happened at a Matthews Mint Hill Road shopping center back on December 26th. Officers got into a struggle with 36-year-old Jamel Ali Hamlin II during a child custody dispute. Investigators say that Hamlin shot Lieutenant Jacob Smith in the jaw and grazed Officer Nicholas Rosario's forehead. Smith returned fire, killing Hamlin. Both officers were treated and released from the hospital. Several Charlotte and Mecklenburg County officials are under the microscope over the death of a 6-year-old girl under social services supervision. They were questioned in the state capitol yesterday during a hearing with North Carolina lawmakers. Investigators say that Dominique Moody died last December after months of neglect and abuse at the hands of her caretakers who were arrested. A state investigation found failures within the county's child welfare system in the case of Dominique and others. Lawmakers asked CMPD Chief Estella Patterson about what her department is doing in the wake of Dominique's case.
Do we hold, or what's the responsibility that we have? I think moving forward, this is where we have to communicate more and make sure that we're doing thorough investigations.
We'll have more from yesterday's hearing and what lawmakers want changed in social services cases involving children coming up in our next half hour.
Kings Mountain already has a data center serving major companies including AT&T and Disney, but a developer wants to build another on land purchased from a family in the community. As Queen City News reporter David Schuman shows us, that family now has seller's remorse.
Tony Wright climbs onto this mower here every couple weeks.
I'm cutting the grass.
This small cemetery in Kings Mountain is all he and his family have left of what used to be dozens of acres of their land.
I got my father-in-law, I got 2 nephews down here.
3 years ago, Tony and his wife Roxanne sold most of their property to an out-of-state developer after Roxanne's mother had done the same. The land belonged to the family for more than 40 years.
I thought they were building houses now. I never asked and they never told us.
My mother-in-law sold, and I thought we was going to have condominiums or houses.
Now they know the developer's plan is to build a data center campus, and their feelings on their decision have changed.
You do regret selling?
Oh, yeah, every day. I do, every single day.
Part of their seller's remorse has to do with having less space at their new home. But Roxanne Wright is no fan of data centers.
I wish I was still down there just putting gardens in.
The developer has a Miami mailing address and is called HB2K. Company officials didn't return messages from Queen City News Thursday, but a lawsuit HB2K filed against the city of Kings Mountain this year over utilities says the property is fully entitled as an AI data center campus with approved zoning and power pathway. Tony Wright says it looks to him like there's been no development progress since they sold the property in 2023. Whatever happens, he says they won't be selling the cemetery and he'll continue to maintain it.
Is it kind of about, we don't have most of this anymore, but this is still ours and I still want this to represent us?
Yes.
In Kings Mountain, David Schuman, Queen City News.
Now, Kings Mountain Council members passed a data center moratorium in February. A city spokesperson did not get back to us about whether that applies to this project.
Charlotte area transit system officials will be holding an overnight emergency training exercise in Uptown this weekend involving sounds of explosions and gunfire. They're working with local, state, and federal first responders on the drill Sunday morning at the Charlotte Transportation Center on East Trade Street. The simulation will see how they would respond to a terrorist situation. That exercise will begin around 1:30 a.m. There will be street closures beginning Saturday night around the transportation center.
New this morning, within the last 2 hours, the Senate has passed legislation to fund President Donald Trump's immigration enforcement agencies.
And this comes after weeks of delays and fierce backlash to an unrelated $1.7 billion settlement fund that threatened to derail the bill.
Yeah, senators voted 52 to 47 for the $70 billion legislation to fund immigration and customs enforcement and border patrol for the next 3 years through the end of Trump's term.
The final vote came after Republicans narrowly defeated multiple attempts by Democrats and Republicans to make amendments to the bill. They wanted to add a language that would permanently ban Trump's settlement fund for political allies who believe they might have been politically persecuted.
Enactment of the bill would end the blockade by Democrats who demanded policy changes after the fatal shootings of 2 protesters by federal agents back in January. Well, early voting for the highly contested South Carolina primaries ends today. Polling sites will be open from 8:30 to 5. Voters are expected to decide the party's nominees for positions ranging from the U.S. House and Senate to the governor's office and state attorney general. 7:11 the time. Let's check in with meteorologist Andrew Brightman. 60 degrees right now, and we're going to warm up on this Friday.
Yeah, we are, Julian. Going to be a toasty one out there across the Carolinas here as we wrap up your week. Still, though, fairly comfortable. Humidity, not a major deal breaker out there across the region. 60 degrees, winds out of the north-northwest, about 3 to 5 miles an hour. 2 points in the upper 50s here as we get things rolling. Boone Cameron looks beautiful across the higher elevations. Pinpoint radar. Quiet conditions, mostly clear skies, as you would expect with high pressure in control and helping to turn our temperatures up close to the 90-degree mark. Going to be taken to the friendly skies. No major issues with some of the major hubs here across the lower 48, though. Always best to check ahead with your local carrier. Temperatures here across the Central Carolinas this morning: 56 in Lincoln to 55 in Wadesboro, 57 in Lancaster. To get towards the mountains here, temperatures in the upper 40s still. Everyone a little bit warmer than this time yesterday here, and you're going to notice that even more so as we head into the afternoon hours. Over the next couple of days, upper 80s today. Saturday, more sunshine here, but likely pushing up, I think, probably towards the lower 90s here across the region as we settle into this toasty pattern ahead for the Carolinas. I've got your full pinpoint forecast and what's ahead as we go throughout this weekend and next week coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Andrew Brightman, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. 7 o'clock is when we kick off rush hour. We are 12 minutes after that, but because it's Friday, volume's lighter than normal. Great looking start here. This is courtesy of our NCDOT camera system network. This is right at the state line near Carowinds. I-77 north and south traffic, 8 lanes across. Northbound's on the right-hand side. Look at the top of the screen. Great looking shot of the Queen City skyline silhouetted there. It's just beautiful. As we look here, the issue we had on inbound Independence near Wendover has cleared. We are golden this morning. A little slowdown right at the interchange of 77 and 85. That is no big deal this morning, which, again, we're grateful for. Inbound Independence, look at that. Great looking shot. If you're headed into Uptown, coming down from Lake Norman, Iredell County, Morrisville, Davidson, you're in good shape, whether you're headed up towards Statesville or coming down to the Queen City. Just south of Uptown, 77 at Woodlawn, all 6 lanes there looking really good. Out in Gaston County, 85 north and south at Hickory Grove. That's between Gastonia and McAdenville. That stretch is good. Coming down from Concord, you're also in good shape near Poplar Tent. This is I-85 traffic north and south. If you're headed out to the airport, you should be fine to get there. Just make sure you don't have any airline delays. Check with your app as always, but you're 30 minutes or less no matter what direction you're going in. Put the phone away. Don't be distracted. Don't kick off your weekend with a speeding ticket either. That would be the worst. We'll give you another update coming up at 7:30. Good morning, May Kay.
Good morning, Jason. Question for you. Did the pilots of that United Airlines jet that hit a light pole while landing at Newark last month, did they know they were flying too low? I'm May Kay Beeler. Coming up, the NTSB early report was just released. What investigators revealed. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte.
7:17, welcome back. We're learning more about what happened after a plane flying low over the New Jersey Turnpike, hit a light pole, and then the van driving on that road. The NTSB says that the pilot of that United flight took a shallow approach to the runway at Newark that was below the established flight path.
All right, we want to bring in our Chief Transportation Correspondent, Maykay Beeler. Maykay, as you kind of said before the break there, NTSB out with their initial report. What do we know so far?
So, just from observing the video when it first came out, we all knew the airplane was low.
Yeah.
Right, you're not supposed to hit a light pole. We knew that. So the biggest takeaway, this is the early report, and this can change, right? Early report. The biggest takeaway is what the CVR, the cockpit voice recorder, revealed. And it does reveal that, the pilots knew they were too low. They even talked about it. So let me explain something. Pilots have all sorts of instrumentation that can tell you if you're right on the glide path. So we have instruments that tell us, are we lined up with the runway? Are we coming in on a perfect glide path so we don't hit anything? We're above obstacles. It's going to land you on the 1,000-foot marker, which is an aiming point, which is nice and safe. We have lights next to the runway called a PAPI, Precision Approach Path Indicator. If they're all red, it means you're too low. If they're all white, you're too high. Red over white, you're good. Well, the captain mentioned and verbalized on the cockpit voice recorder that he wanted to come in with 3 red lights and a white light. In other words, he knew he was low. The first officer was the monitoring pilot. The captain was flying, looking outside, flying a visual approach to this runway that was pretty short. It was just under 7,000 feet. There were 2 other longer runways they could have taken, but they were not lined up with the wind. Very gusty that day. The wind's 29 or 0 at 19, gusting to 30. So the captain, they decided at the last minute to switch runways into the wind. That would slow them down. But the captain verbalized he wanted to come in a little low. I don't think they knew they were that low. So they hit the pole. Now that approach comes in right over the turnpike, freaks people out. They don't normally use that runway. Drivers are like, what the, but they were too low, obviously. So preliminary report, they knew they were too low. What's going to come of this already? United Airlines is updating their guidance. Don't duck under the glide path. Come in on the glide path. Again, the lights, the PAPI next to the runway shows them. Are you too high, too low, or on glide path? On glide path means you're not going to hit anything.
I have a quick question for you, Maykay. I know you can't put yourself in the mind of this pilot because we don't know exactly what they were thinking, but you just said the pilot knew they were coming in lower than normal and said, basically, why do you think they were doing that? Was it to adjust to the wind?
Well, first of all, the first officer said you're low and you're slow, and then said again, you're still low. But things happened so quickly, they didn't have time to go around or adjust. I can't speculate.
Sure.
I think they came in low because a short runway. He didn't want to land 1,000 feet down the runway on the aiming point where we normally land. I think he wanted to land a little sooner so that he could not go off the end of the runway. I don't know. NDSB is going to tell us. And that report, final report, will come out in about a year.
Wow. Long time to have to wait for those answers, Maykay.
Yeah, I thank God that nobody on the plane was hurt.
Right.
And one of the tires. And one of the tires was slashed, and there was damage from the light pole to the plane, had substantial damage.
Got to be a very bizarre feeling as a pilot to be like, oh my gosh, what did we hit?
Right, because they heard a thump.
Yeah. And you're going so fast, you can't really turn around. You don't have rear view mirrors where you can see what you just hit.
Imagine the driver of the bakery truck. That was the light pole that hit him, not the airplane. The light pole hit him.
Yeah, no.
He could have been killed.
Could have been.
And another Jeep was hit too.
Yeah.
Anyway, NTSB is on it. That's what we know so far. More to come.
Okay. All right, Maykay, thank you. 7:22 the time. Let's get over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman here on your Friday morning. Andrew, a pretty shot behind you. We're going to have a pretty nice Friday.
Gonna have a great Friday. Just gotta always admire Maykay, the human soundboard here, adding the sound effects. Just absolutely love it. 60 degrees here this morning. Beautiful weather as we get things started here. Temperature's gonna be moving up fairly quickly towards the 90-degree mark. Enjoy the comfortable conditions that we have right now across the Carolinas. Beach Mountain, beautiful weather up in the mountains right now. Mountains also beautiful. Radar is quiet, nothing going on here. Zooming out, high pressure in control. Temperatures, though, they will be getting toasty here, not just this weekend or through next week, but beyond as well, kind of settling into a bit of a above average temperature pattern here across the Carolinas. Quick check in on those pollen levels. Going to be staying kind of right around medium here as we go through this weekend. Poplar and willow pollen are some of the big allergens we're going to be dealing with for all my allergy sufferers out there. Rain chances as we go into early next week. We're going to be seeing some of those scattered showers here and maybe an isolated thunderstorm or so for your Monday and Tuesday here across the region. Taste of Charlotte forecast. We've been talking about it. It's going to be getting hot out there. A little bit on the humid side too, especially starting a little bit tomorrow. Today will be the lowest humidity we'll see across the Carolinas as we go through this weekend. Slightest chance of a shower or storm on Sunday, but I think increasingly likely we should be able to stay completely dry out there. Futurecast as we go into the afternoon hours, mostly clear skies across the region. Temperatures going to be right around close to the 90-degree mark, maybe not quite there here across the Carolinas. Heading into your Friday night, mostly clear skies here across the region. I'm just so excited about this beautiful Friday forecast here across the region. Saturday morning, temperatures quickly heat back up, and it's going to be one of those days where you'll notice more of the humidity out there across the Carolinas. But like today, a whole lot of sunshine ahead for the region. Pinpoint 7-day forecast. Watching a couple of those hit and miss showers and storms here early next week on your Monday and Tuesday. They're kind of settling into a summer pattern across the region. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Taking a look at markets right now. They are mixed as we give you a look there at New York City. Now, markets ended a bit mixed yesterday as well, but there were some major gains as we take a look here at the numbers. The Dow Jones up almost 2 percentage points, the Nasdaq down slightly, the S&P up almost a half a percentage point. We're going to talk with business correspondent Jane King coming up in about an hour. She'll join us live from the New York Stock Exchange. Well, it's officially the first weekend of summer break for many kiddos around the region, and that means there's tons of things to do for the whole family all around the QC.
which includes one of our favorites and now making me hungry, the Taste of Charlotte Festival, which kicks off today and runs through Sunday night. You got local food and vendors lined up all up and down Tryon Street. All the fun kicks off this morning at 11 a.m. Members of the Queen City News team, including Andrew Brightman, will be at the festival later today to kickstart the event. Road closures are underway. They will continue to happen throughout the morning. We're talking Tryon Street's going to be closed from Brooklyn Village Avenue all the way up to Trade Street. So drivers, make sure that you know these closures are going to start along surrounding roads like Church and College Streets.
Also, the Battle of the Waxhaws American Revolution weekend taking place this weekend, starting today through Sunday in Waxhaw. This immersive living history weekend will feature Revolutionary War reenactments, cavalry, musket, and even cannon demonstrations. That event kicks off tonight at 6:45 at the Museum of Waxhaw, where a march will then go into downtown. Also, June is Pride Month, and the city of Pineville is holding their Pride Prom tonight from 5 to 9. Organizers say it's a family-friendly night filled with music, dancing, creativity, self-expression, and community celebration. There will be a Pride royalty crowning, food vendors, and a live DJ. The event will be held on the Town Hall lawn in Pineville. Well, NASCAR is making a trip to the Irish Hills. A live look there at Michigan International Speedway, where stock car racing is going to take place this weekend. All the fun kicks off tonight with the ARCA Menard Series in the Henry Ford Health 200. Then the Truck Series will race in the DQS Solution and Staffing 250. And then the main event, the Firekeepers Casino 400, will kick off on Sunday as the Cup Series takes on NASCAR's fastest racetrack. You can catch all the latest action on CSL. You're watching Queen City News. We'll be right back. Tense testimony in Raleigh as Mecklenburg County leaders are forced to answer questions about the tragic death of a 6-year-old child, what lawmakers are seeking to accomplish.
The debate over data centers in Charlotte continues as community members and city leaders call for a moratorium. Why industry officials say that could actually create problems.
Plus, a new study is out on housing in Charlotte, why it shows the city is struggling to keep up with its newest residents. With that, welcome into our 7:30 half hour of Queen City News Now on your Friday morning. Thanks for starting your day with us. I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Happy Friday, everyone. Annie Satowski is off today, so is Ted Phaeton. We've got meteorologist Andrew Brightman here joining us for the Bro Show.
Hey-o.
On this Friday.
People handle it.
That's it. I mean, you've been sending out like weather warnings, right? A little extra dose of heat, temperature. We're going to ratchet it up today.
Over at the desk with you two? Little heat. Sorry.
Oh, Lord.
I was going to get
nailed it, Andrew. Nailed it.
Excessive heat warning over at the desk here with the two gentlemen. We've got beautiful weather here as we wrap up our week here across the Carolinas. Lots of sunshine here across the region. Got a beautiful day on tap here across the Carolinas. Low humidity, staying comfortable out there as well. And though we'll be getting a little bit closer to the 90-degree mark, though the humidity won't be a major factor today. Heating up, low humidity. Rain chances, though, return early next week. We are tracking a very weak frontal boundary here. It'll give us a chance for a couple of scattered showers and storms, but for the most part, going to be staying dry. Most recent drought monitor shows severe drought conditions here across the central Carolinas for the most part. Those we get into the upstate of South Carolina, noticeable improvement here compared to last week. They also saw the most amount of rainfall, still seeing some extreme drought, though, across places like Statesville and Salisbury. 60 degrees right now, winds out of the north-northwest at 3 miles an hour. I do anticipate those winds, though, starting to shift out of the south as we go into the afternoon hours as those temperatures start to get a little bit hotter here across the region. Boone camera also outside in King Street, seeing a few more cars out there. Beautiful weather as well as we get up into the higher elevations. Pinpoint radar, no issues here. Mostly clear skies out there across the Carolinas. Zooming out a little bit farther here, high pressure in control across the southeast, and for the most part going to be staying that way with that, even with that southerly flow taking over. Airport delays, we are in the green right now for just about everyone, though always best to check ahead with your local carrier. Temperatures here, mid to upper 50s across the central Carolinas into the low to mid 60s, low 50s as we head on up into the mountains. I've got more in your forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Andrew, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Let's get outside and take a look at our 7:30 half-hour pinpoint traffic. It's looking good this morning. Volume is increasing around the crown, but it's always lighter than normal on a Friday. And today, for a lot of kids, is the last day of final exams in schools. So we're going to see, hopefully, lighter volume from here on out. The great-looking shot here, courtesy of NCDOT, down near the state line near Carowinds, headed into Uptown. That stretch is looking good. Overall, we're not having any major incidents. I mean, just a couple of blips out here on the map, but again, not causing any big slowdowns. 85 north and south near Sugar Creek. Okay, we do have a little bit of slowdowns if you're working your way into Uptown. This is inside the 485 loop, 85 at Sugar Creek, trying to make it to I-77. Left 2 lanes, a little bit slow. Coming out from Lake Norman, that stretch looking nice this morning up in Iredell County. Just below, just south of Uptown is 77 north and south at Woodlawn. That stretch zooming along. Out in Gaston County, this is 85 at Hickory Grove. Beautiful shot, high up in the trees, looking down there, coming out of Gastonia, making its way up around the bend to McAdenville. Independence Boulevard on the east side of the city. Inbound and outbound, that stretch is looking good. Want to remind everyone in the heart of Uptown, we've been talking about it, Taste of Charlotte. Kicks off this morning at 11 o'clock. You can see the road closures that we have going on right there. It's going to have parts of North Tryon closed there, up and down Tryon. So just be aware of that if you're working your way into Uptown this weekend. We'll have more on that coming up at 8 o'clock.
Well, breaking this morning, an Amber Alert has been issued for 2 missing children out of Brunswick County. Police are searching for 9-year-old Chance Wilcox and 11-year-old Wyatt Wilcox, who were last seen yesterday in the Raleigh area. They're believed to be with 35-year-old Brandon Wilcox. It's not clear his relation to the 2 children. No details yet on a vehicle description. Anyone with information is encouraged to reach out to local law enforcement.
Also breaking news overnight, one person has life-threatening injuries after a shooting in West Charlotte. This happened at the Exxon on the corner of West Boulevard and Remount Road. CMPD had that entire area blocked off earlier during their investigation. We do know that the victim was taken to the hospital. We don't know exactly what led up to the shooting or if they've got any suspects in custody. We will update you as we get more information. This latest shooting caps off a violent week here in the Queen City. Medic has responded to at least 5 shootings and 1 stabbing since Monday. One of those shootings resulted in the death of an 18-year-old. An arrest was made in that case, but no word on arrests in any of the other cases. Mecklenburg County leaders are back home after an 8-hour hearing in Raleigh on the death of a 6-year-old under social services supervision. Members of the State House Oversight Committee questioned officials from the county manager to the CMPD chief about the December death of Dominique Moody. Investigators say that Dominique was the victim of months of abuse and neglect before she died. As Queen City News reporter Matt Stell shows us, lawmakers wanted to know why warning signs were missed.
Representative Carla Cunningham says too many eyes were closed as lawmakers here in Raleigh trying to get to the bottom of who failed Dominique Moody. Was it CMPD? Was it the Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office? Or was it the entire child welfare system here in the state of North Carolina?
As everybody has stated, this is a tragedy. If it could have been prevented, we should have done everything we could in our power to do that.
A tense House Oversight Committee hearing as Mecklenburg County leaders are forced to answer tough questions about the death of 6-year-old Dominique Moody in December of 2025.
I wish we had the opportunity to help this young lady, but we didn't have any knowledge. We didn't have anything about this young lady with our visits to the residents.
Lawmakers on the committee pressing leaders about the number of failures related to the case and why officers or deputies didn't do more when visiting the home in East Charlotte, where Moody was allegedly being abused by her 3 caretakers.
There seems to be a lot of willingness to shirk responsibility and to try to place the blame on someone else or circle the wagons.
CMPD Chief Estella Patterson says when officers did enter the home during one incident in March of 2023, more than 2 years before Moody's death, officers said the children inside looked to be in good health.
I think we need to have more communication, definitely with our DSS partners. I think that we could do more thorough investigations when we look at these kinds of cases.
The toughest questions were for Mecklenburg County Manager Mike Bryant, who said his office fired caseworkers who failed to do enough in the Moody case, but that the county is back on the right track and planning to hire more staff and correcting shortcomings identified in a state investigation.
We have an obligation to learn from this case and strengthen the systems entrusted with protecting all vulnerable children. That commitment remains my highest priority.
A 6-year-old girl was found dead in a dog crate in your county. That is unacceptable. And not only was she found dead in a dog crate, she was found dead in a dog crate after years of reports that went uninvestigated and unheeded.
Meanwhile, Moody's uncle believes what he heard today just shows failures of bureaucracy.
It doesn't take a sightless person to see what was going on at that residence. So somebody should have spoken up for the children.
In Raleigh, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
Pass the moratorium on data centers. That's the message from advocates as Charlotte City Council is poised to put a hold on data center construction in the Queen City. But as industry advocates tell Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber, that plan could actually create problems.
They've gotten to the point where they have little regard towards the law and little regard towards the people who live in East Charlotte, that they're placing it on people's backyards.
Advocates with Action NC and members of City Council re-upping a call to pause the construction of new data centers as the council is set to vote on a moratorium that could last 150 days, during which time the city hopes to learn more about the impact the facilities can have on the environment, water supply, and the electric grid. District 5 Council member J.D. Masuera-Arias has already signaled he'll vote for it.
Not because we're anti-development, not because we're anti-business, and certainly not because we're anti-technology, but because we owe it to our residents to pause and ask whether our policies are keeping up with reality.
But industry officials behind data centers have long argued the facilities are needed to accommodate increased internet and artificial intelligence usage. Speaking with On the Record on Queen City News, Kara Boonder with the Data Center Coalition argued ongoing opposition could lead to negative impacts. Is there any concern that internet users, that this might be stunted or AI might be stunted by opposition to the construction of these centers?
You know, I think it's a real question right now. We are seeing a lot of different conversations, localities establishing moratoriums on data center construction. And I think that really could make the U.S. less competitive in terms of being able to build these facilities and to have our data secured here in the U.S. I think there's also the question about what that could mean for economic development impacts.
And Charlotte City Council will vote on this 150-day data center moratorium at their next meeting set for this coming Monday, June 8th. Reporting in Uptown, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Charlotte is the fastest growing city in the country, but that does come with a price. The housing crunch is getting harder to ignore as more and more people arrive. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone explains why finding and affording a home is such a challenge.
The U.S. Census Bureau's most recent report shows Charlotte gained more people than any other large city in the country last year. The problem now, where do people live?
I haven't really been impressed by the housing market in Charlotte, and I don't know if long term I want to stay here.
For some people, still learning the area plays a role.
I've had my eye on new developments. New developments are great. Just, am I going to stay out here in Charlotte, or where are we going to end up?
A housing study published by UNC Charlotte late last year found affordable homes in the Queen City are critically scarce. Less than 2% are under $150,000, and about 18% are sold for under $300,000. This is half of what it was 4 years ago.
I don't want to give them false hope. Unfortunately, I don't have very good news for them.
Dr. Yongkang Chu is the study's primary author. He says much has not changed since the report was published.
I just don't see that mortgage interest rate will go down much further. So if you are waiting on mortgage interest rate to go down, I think it just won't happen.
But perhaps not all hope is lost. People are still buying.
I think going into it, we're like, oh my gosh, this is gonna absolutely change our lives. We're gonna have to cut back on everything. And it really hasn't been that bad. It's just, you have to get someone to walk you through the steps.
Chu says it's important to find ways to create more spots to live.
We should try to solve this problem from the supply side. Is there any way we can develop more houses so that the supply side can keep up with the demand so that house price doesn't increase too fast?
Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
A Florida family is taking a major food brand to court over claims they found bugs in their food. We're speaking with Chief Legal Analyst Kali Frodes on what the family could get if they win. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Time is 7:46. Welcome back. A new lawsuit filed against the food company Campbell's and Walmart claims the businesses were negligent after bugs were found in their food. after purchasing a can of SpaghettiOs at Walmart. Mary Hubbard says she noticed something odd in the pasta after they began eating. Now, if you're eating breakfast this morning, just know that I'm going to get some details for you here. According to the court documents, she saw worm-like organisms moving in the food. Hubbard and her daughter reportedly got seriously ill after eating the food. The lawsuit claims the product was unfit for human consumption.
Okay, joining us now, our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes. Khalif, it's not just like she's making the claim, doesn't have any evidence. She apparently was able to get the evidence from there, has pictures, documentation of the worm-like organisms in the SpaghettiOs.
Yeah.
What do you think of this case?
Preserved physical evidence and recorded video of it, and so she has at least something to present when she goes to court. Let's go through a number of things. I think this case, like most of these types of negligence-based cases, at least have legs to make it to court. Defense will prove it and shoot out their defenses, some to try to get removed from this, because you have two different defendants with Campbell's and Walmart, and both of them will have a different avenue in terms of where they go with their defenses. But you got negligence. They failed to use reasonable care when manufacturing, inspecting, and selling the product, right? But you also have strict product liability. That's going to be, they allege the food was defective and unreasonably dangerous when it left the manufacturer. It's going to be all Campbell's, not Walmart. Breach of implied warranty, going to be Campbell's again. Failure to warn, that's going to be Campbell's or Walmart. So I think this case has legs to continue to get past a motion for summary disposition, which would be what Walmart and Campbell's would be trying to do. Folks file the claim, defense files these motion to dismiss, case disappears. I don't think it goes away that quick.
I mean, if you're the Hubbard family, like Julian said, they've got what seems like concrete evidence, right? Okay, whether it's health records, pictures, videos, whatever you. If you're on the defense team as a defense attorney, would you rather be sitting with the big dogs with Walmart or the big dogs with Campbell's? Because it looks like Walmart's just going to point fingers and go, we can't open every can that comes onto our shelf. How am I supposed to know?
Yeah, that is a great argument, and this would definitely be like the Spider-Man meme. The folks in Florida are pointing to Campbell's and Walmart. Walmart's going to be pointing to Campbell's saying, hey, it's not us, it's them. And then the folks there are saying, hey, we just want to get paid and compensated. Remember, with these tort claims, the person wants to be made whole, so you show what type of damages you have, and then you're trying to connect it to the causal connection, that proximate cause to your injury based on their failure to do something. Walmart does have a strong argument to saying, listen, we didn't manufacture, we didn't package, we didn't sell canned food, we had no knowledge of any contamination. If any defect started, it's back to the meme. It's going to be Campbell's. It's not going to be us. I think that's going to be their strongest argument. But remember, a consumer, an end user, can get any company, any person that's in the line, in the chain of distribution, they can get any one of them on the hook. So that's how you get Walmart in this case. Walmart now has to come back and say, well, hey, you had the ability to bring us here, but we need to be removed. Versus Campbell, I think it's going to be different. You talk about the evidence being hard, fast, being concrete. While I agree videos and photos are helpful, having the products there and they can get it tested, even great. They still have to prove that contamination occurred before it got to her and happened at the facility. If the can was open and those things were added later, that's what the Campbell's is going to be attempting to prove.
Jason, I think Khalif's looking at my notes here, because that's where I was going next to. April of 2025, right? The Department of Agriculture, Food and Safety Inspection Service issues an alert saying, okay, there may have been some extraneous material contamination in there, right? Does that help their case, saying, well, you guys have a track record actually of letting some external contaminants get in there to kind of prove to the point that, well, this was you guys, this didn't get contaminated once I got it?
It depends on what the type of contaminants were that was listed by the agency. And remember, there's going to be a level of different contaminants as well anyway. There are specific levels that will be acceptable and specific levels that will not be acceptable, that will be able to pass through. So they'll have experts, if this goes to trial, to talk about the level that's acceptable based on the standards. But I can say that most of these cases where you see folks that say, hey, there was a foreign object in my fast food when I got it, but then ultimately it gets dismissed because the foreign object was found to be added after it left the restaurant. That would be the defense that Campbell's could say, hey, this is a contaminant. We see it's in the product, but it wasn't in the product when it left our facility. It got in there when it got to your house, and they can trace that. Hey, is there anything that shows that this was a worm that was picked up from your dirt in your backyard as opposed to somewhere where we packaged this? And that would be the defense.
They're seeking $75,000 in damages. That's chump change for Walmart and Campbell. That is a drop in the bucket. So we'll see where this case goes. All right, Khalif, thanks. Appreciate it. 7:51 right now. Let's go over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman. A beautiful day. Taste of Charlotte starts later today.
Yeah. Going to be a fabulous day out there across the Carolinas. Getting a little bit hotter, though, as we wrap up the week here. 60 degrees right now. Winds out of the north-northwest about 3 to 5 miles an hour. Dew points in the upper 50s here across the region. It's just been really another nice morning. Mostly clear skies. Also just a beautiful shot up here as we get towards Beach Mountain here on your Friday. Pinpoint radar quiet as you're going to be stepping on out the door. High pressure still squarely in control right now. They'll start getting a little bit more southerly flow throughout the Carolinas, and that's going to be pushing our temperatures up as we make our way throughout the day. Temperatures here across the southeast in the middle 60s. The muggy meter, not a huge factor today, but becomes a little bit more noticeable both Saturday and Sunday here across the region. Speaking of Saturday and Sunday, Taste of Charlotte forecast. Going to be hot, a little bit steamy out there across the region. Make sure you're rocking the sunscreen, maybe a hat too, as it's going to be definitely a bit on the toasty side. Heading to the beach though, certainly going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable down near the coast here with the sea breeze going and temperatures in the low to mid 80s. Futurecast. As we go throughout your Friday, mostly clear skies, looking great here across the Carolinas. Temperatures pushing up towards the 90-degree mark or so, mostly clear. Overnight Friday heading into your Saturday here across the region. We'll see those temperatures dipping down into the middle 60s, mostly clear skies, and then heading into the afternoon, temperatures up towards the 90-degree mark. Your pinpoint 7-day forecast here, temperatures in the low 90s this weekend, and then heading into early next week, could see a couple of isolated showers and storms. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning. We still have 2 more hours to go. Here's a preview of what you can expect in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. Today is National Gun Violence Awareness Day, and the timing could not be better. As Charlotte has had a string of shootings this week, we'll show you what multiple law enforcement agencies are doing this morning as they search for ways to prevent violent crime in and around the Queen City. Plus, what seemed like an innocent tray of brownies turned out to be a not-so-sweet treat for school board members. We're checking back in with Chief Legal Analyst Colleen Frodes in our 8 o'clock hour to look into the potential legal action an activist could be facing over a laxative stunt. Yeah, and this weekend's events are going to be so epic you can almost taste it. We're going live to the streets in Uptown to join Positively Charlotte's Liza Mahacek as she helps kick off one of the biggest events in the QC. We've got your weekend calendar coming up. You don't want to miss that. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. 60 degrees here, 7:56 on your Friday morning. We'll be right back.
Queen City News starts now.
Straight up 8 o'clock. Hello, everyone. TGIF. Happy Friday. Welcome into Queen City News at 8 o'clock. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Julian Sador, Andy Satowski, and Ted Payton. They ditched us, but you know who's loyal?
Fine.
I'm loyal.
Andrew Brightman.
This guy.
He's here.
Right.
Thank you, Andrew.
So blessed to hang out.
So loyal, in fact, that he's sticking around for the noon show to lend his talents to that show as well, and then taking his talents in shorts and a t-shirt out to Uptown for Taste of Charlotte, which kicks off today for the next 3 days.
You know, nothing better than having a long day on a short night of sleep here. So, you know,
we know all about that.
Right? Yeah, true. So it's always a little tough getting used to that. First night's always the toughest, but you know, when I'm doing the one-day stint here, there's just no way to really avoid it. But beautiful weather here this morning.
Good.
Going to be heating up. Temperatures pushing towards the 90-degree mark.
Ooh,
so
toasty.
Getting a little toasty. Almost as toasty as this desk with these two fine gentlemen.
Hey, yo.
Oh, boy.
Mostly clear skies here around the crown here. Beautiful weather here as we get things rolling. Dry stretch of weather. Still going to keep the humidity in check, though, across the Carolinas. That becomes more of a factor tomorrow here as we start to feel a little bit more humid, more muggy across the region as we make our way into your weekend. Temperatures up into the low 90s. Really, we're kind of starting to settle into that summer pattern here across the Carolinas for the foreseeable future. 68 degrees right now, calm conditions, dew points in the mid to upper 50s. Really just kind of beautiful weather out there here this morning. Boone camera got tranquil conditions as we head on up into the mountains right now as well. Lots of sunshine to be had. Pinpoint radar, mostly clear skies, no issues there. And as we zoom out, high pressure in control off to our south, driving in eventually what's going to be some of those hotter temperatures ahead this afternoon. Airport delays, so if you're going to be taken to the friendly skies, no major issues here, but we are going to be seeing, again, maybe a couple of scattered showers and storms later on this weekend. Temperatures low to mid 60s in and around Charlotte, up across the mountains now into the low to kind of middle 50s right now, and temperatures a little bit warmer compared to this time yesterday. I've got more in your forecast on what you can expect coming up in the Pinpoint 7-Day in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you very much, Andrew. Appreciate that. Now on our 8 o'clock hour, volume still about the same as it has been the last half hour. Volume typically lighter on a Friday, which we will take. And for a lot of schools, today might be the last day. A lot of final exams going on. So we look forward to lighter volume for the next few months. Beautiful shot here right at the North-South Carolina state line near Carowinds, I-77 northbound and southbound traffic headed into Uptown. As we look around the crown, a couple of incidents. None of these are causing any major delays. Just a couple of ramp traffic issues. Here's I-85 north and south in the northeast part of the city, right near Sugar Creek. Watching people get off the exit there to get off on Sugar Creek. Look at this beautiful shot. Let's take you up to Lake Norman, shall we? Sun coming up over I-77 near Mooresville between Davidson there and Iredell County. Just a gorgeous shot of the lake up there. Just in South Charlotte, we got I-77 north and south near Woodlawn. Northbound traffic's on the left-hand side of the road. Out in Gaston County, here's 85 near Hickory Grove. That's between Gastonia and McAdenville. The stretch looking good, as is inbound Independence. That's the right hand of the 3 lanes there to the right, looking really good. Hey, listen, don't forget Taste of Charlotte. We were just talking about kicks off in a couple of hours at 11 this morning. Just don't forget it's South Tryon Street. It's going to be closed through Sunday night. So all the uptown streets, some of the side streets will be open, Church and some of the others, but just know most of Tryon is going to be closed. So just give yourself plenty of time as you think about that throughout the weekend. Julian?
All right, thank you, Jason. Breaking this morning, an Amber Alert has been issued for 2 missing children out of Brunswick County. Police are searching for 9-year-old Chance Wilcox and 11-year-old Wyatt Wilcox, who were last seen yesterday in the Raleigh area. They're believed to be with 35-year-old Brandon Wilcox. It's not clear his relation to the 2 children. No details yet on a vehicle description, but anyone with information is encouraged to reach out to law enforcement. Meanwhile, one person has life-threatening injuries after a shooting in West Charlotte. It happened at the Exxon on the corner of West Boulevard and Remount Road. CMPD had the entire area blocked off during their investigation. We do know the victim was taken to the hospital. However, it's still unclear exactly what led up to the shooting or if there are any suspects in custody. Of course, we'll give you an update as soon as we get one. Now, this latest shooting caps off what has been a violent week in the Queen City. Medic has responded to at least 5 shootings and 1 stabbing since Monday. One of those shootings resulted in the death of an 18-year-old. An arrest was made in that case, but no word on arrests in any of the other ones.
Charlotte-Mecklenburg police and representatives from other agencies will be meeting this morning to discuss efforts to reduce gun violence. This is all part of National Gun Violence Awareness Day. In addition to CMPD, agents from the FBI, Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office, and CMS Police will all be at that event.
New video released this morning shows a moment when 2 inmates currently on the loose escaped from the Vance County Detention Center in Henderson. Michael Miles and LaShawn Knott got out around 2 Wednesday afternoon. Investigators believe the men now have weapons and pose a threat. Police arrested Miles last month after a drug raid. Knott is facing charges related to a March shootout. Officers have been going door to door in Henderson asking if anyone's seen or heard about the suspects.
Well, the sheriffs came by here. One of the Sheriff Terry, I think he said his name was, and the FBI guy came by, and they asked my mom, did she see anything or whatever? But she was happily here, but they was already gone.
Police are offering a $20,000 reward for information leading to the capture of each man. Well, early this morning, the Senate agreed to spend roughly $70 billion on immigration enforcement. If the reconciliation bill passes the House, it would fund ICE and CBP through the end of President Donald Trump's term. News Nation Washington correspondent Vinay Simlot joins us live to explain the very latest. Vinay, good morning.
Julian, good morning to you. It was your Senator, Tom Tillis, who was behind a lot of the disagreement that was happening between the Trump administration and Senate Republicans. Overnight, the Senate passed a bill to fund ICE and CBP, but it got delayed because of some disagreements.
This bill, as amended, is passed.
At 4:53 on Friday morning, the Senate passed a bill to spend roughly $70 billion on immigration enforcement. No Democrats voted for it. It passed the Senate 4 days after the president's June 1st deadline to sign it into law because of a series of disagreements with Senate Republicans.
Does anyone here believe this slush fund is a good idea?
First, the so-called anti-weaponization fund, $1.7 billion for people who believed they were politically prosecuted. Republicans disagreed on a measure to block the administration from paying through that fund.
This administration has said they're not moving forward with it. This is an opportunity for us to put it to bed.
There is no such fund. It is a false flag. It is a windmill. It doesn't exist.
That measure failed. Another point of disagreement, the White House ballroom. 6 Republicans voted with Democrats to try to block construction of the ballroom, but ultimately it failed without 60 votes.
Well, we think it's a terrible idea to overshadow the White House with a monument appropriate to Louis XIV.
There's no money in this bill for a ballroom.
Again, that bill passed without any restrictions on the ballroom or this anti-weaponization fund. But earlier this week, the Department of Justice said that the anti-weaponization fund would be abandoned.
Now, Vinay, what's the makeup of Republican senators who are breaking with President Trump?
Yeah, some of them are senators who are running for re-election in tough races, like Susan Collins from Maine, or Senator Dan Sullivan from Alaska. And then there are some, like Senator Tom Tillis, who are not running for re-election. Bill Cassidy, another one of those. But overnight, the largest group of Republican senators who voted against the president was 6. It was a group of senators that never got any larger. For the most part, the senators are still publicly supporting President Trump.
All right, again, Vinay Simlot live in our nation's capital for us this morning. Vinay, thank you. Enjoy your weekend.
All right, coming up on 8:09 right now, North Carolina lawmakers from both parties say there needs to be a solution for people with mental illness in the criminal justice system. Some Democrats say those problems can't be solved without making big investments. Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh explains.
House Democrats are proposing a pair of bills they say would invest more than $1 billion into mental health and public safety.
Detention centers and prisons have become de facto mental health institutions, yet without the necessary resources.
The Justice and Mental Health Act would invest more than $800 million to expand behavioral health treatment, add more staffing and beds at psychiatric hospitals, and reduce bottlenecks for people waiting to receive treatment.
That mental illness is a real and present crisis, a crisis on the rise as circumstances in this modern world cause hardship and anxiety. It is a crisis that requires accountability, investment, and urgency from the North Carolina General Assembly.
A companion public safety bill would invest more than $400 million in courts, corrections, and juvenile justice.
Law enforcement is being tasked with responding to behavioral crises. Courts are challenged with determining the disposition of persons with mental illness.
The push comes as the House just passed a bipartisan bill to expand and strengthen the state's involuntary commitment system on a 100-10 vote.
It's taken us 20 years to get the broken mental health system that we have. We're not going to solve it in 6 months. This is a step forward that will be really focused on people who are criminally involved.
Democrats say that step is important, but they argue lasting change will also require significant new investments in treatment, hospitals, courts, and corrections.
These aren't radical proposals. They're practical investments in the basic machinery of public safety.
In Raleigh, I'm State Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh.
Coming up after the break, talking more about a beautiful end to your week, but toasty weekend forecast ahead for the Carolinas, all that and more. My Pinpoint Forecast next. And you're watching Queen City News, the most on air and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
For you guys. I was gonna say they're brownies. I know this time of day for me is like totally draining.
That is very sweet of you.
So
thank you.
Brought them in. It's my understanding they do have a non-detect level of X-lax in them. But I figured since we're okay with a non-detect level of PFAS, it would probably be okay.
A Massachusetts woman is facing possible legal action after she allegedly gave members of her local school board a plate of laxative-laced brownies. Megan Perry offered the not-so-sweet treat to the Nantucket School Board committee members. Perry is an environmental activist and used the brownies to protest against the spread of so-called forever chemicals in the region. A member of the school board then filed a police report over the stunt. Jason, it reminds me of The Color Purple, if people ever seen the movie or read the book.
Yeah, okay, I like that. Good comparison, Julian. We're bringing in our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes, on this, and I'm glad we're all smiles. Khalif, this was clearly no laxative. So here we go. Even if this was meant as some stunt, protest, whatever it is, I'm guessing if you cross the line, or is this crossing the line, is this illegal when you tamper with someone's food?
Short answer is yes. Let's go to a couple things. Movie references, I'm all over that. I'm a fan of that. The Help, it brought me to the Help as well. But then Aaron Brockovich, hey, we brought this water in specifically for you. She's about to drink it. Oh yeah, from the well in Hinckley. Puts it right back down. This is a lady that's saying it's a non-detect level of laxative, just like you're about to approve a non-detect level of PFAS being okay in our water. Good comeback. Only problem is it potentially could be criminal. Food tampering, attempted poisoning, assault, disorderly conduct, criminal harassment. Those are probably the way that they could charge her. Massachusetts, where this took place, has a specific statute for attempted poisoning. I think that could be it. And so then the question is, well, did anybody eat them? I mean, I watched the video a couple times. I saw them passing around. The main person was the woman in the middle that was frustrated. That's who took out the chart or the complaint on her. She was chewing something at some point. Not sure if she actually was chewing the brownie. Right. But that could lead to it or not. And it really goes to intent. Did she have intent to harm the individuals, or did she have intent to make a stunt? And if it's a stunt, then now we probably shift down to the disorderly conduct and not the attempted poisoning.
What's your read on that, given that she very quickly said there is a detectable amount, but the same amount is trying to draw the comparison to PFAS there. So her intent wasn't to poison them. Otherwise, she would have waited until after the meeting. Yep. But can you make that case just from watching the video?
Yeah, I think that her words are going to be on twofold. They would help in a defense standpoint by saying, hey, I didn't let them get to it before anybody even opened it. I let them know it's poison the second that, I got to the microphone. On the other hand, her words could be used to say, you poisoned this, attempted poisoning right there. And so, first of all, you'd have to test it, because the other curveball will be, well, actually, if they test this out and there was no laxative at all, now you've just made a statement. And that's why I'd say I'd probably defer back to the disorderly conduct. Yeah. You did something that you knew would cause some hysteria to get, a reaction, and now you've caused a disruption to public, and that's now is disorderly conduct, I think would be the easiest attempt to prove. But those other ones, attempted poisoning, looking at the statute, it's looking like it fits in there right now.
Now, I know we're splitting hairs here, Khalif, because we're talking about this on TV, but poison and laxative, those are, to me, two very different things. Poisoning, you can injure someone. Laxative, I mean, we kind of know what that could potentially do. That's not poisoning. It's not really hurting anyone.
It depends if it's a non-detective amount, like she said. Yeah. But what if in her non-scientific level she put too much in there and then it caused some type of
reaction,
diarrhea, or uncontrollable amount. So the potential, or the person may have had an allergy to it. There are a number of things that could have come from her doing this. And so yes, you hit it right on the head. It has to be with intent to cause an injury. And so it's not like she put rat poisoning in there.
Right.
She put laxative. But if you can cause an injury, which it probably could, she could be looking at attempted poisoning as a charge.
Okay, so the stunt, we'll see what happens from it. Khalif, thank you for waiting on that.
I'll say this, I'm glad we're splitting hairs and not brownies.
Or toilet paper. 8:18 the time. Let's get over to meteorologist
Andrew
Brightman. Andrew,
let's do weather. Save us.
How are we looking?
Looking beautiful here across the Carolinas as we wrap up your week here. Going to be just another sunny day. Temperatures right now 68 degrees. Stepping on out the door. Dew point's still kind of low here. Still feeling kind of nice as you're stepping out. Across the Carolinas, Beach Mountain. Got mostly clear skies out there as you get things rolling here on your Friday. Pinpoint radar, quiet conditions here across the Central Carolinas, looking really, really good. High pressure in control off to our south, trying to get some of that southerly flow into the Carolinas right now. Temperature 68 in Atlanta, 70 in Columbia, middle 60s here as we head on up across portions of Tennessee. Temperature outlook as we get towards the middle part of June, still trending warmer and warmer out there across the region. Going to be a bit on the toasty side for the foreseeable future. Pollen forecast kind of medium as we go throughout this weekend. Nothing too crazy in terms of my allergy sufferers out there. Rain chances, they do start to move up a little bit here. Monday and Tuesday might see a couple of isolated showers and storms, though for the most part won't be a huge deal. This weekend for the Taste of Charlotte, it's going to be a little bit on the steamy side. It's kind of been the case basically the past 4 years. Temperatures moving up into the low 90s, a little bit of humidity out there across the region. Futurecast as we go throughout your Friday, we'll see temperatures close to the 90-degree mark later on this afternoon. A lot of sunshine out there, though, for sure. Beautiful weather, though. Heading into the evening hours on your Friday overnight into your Saturday, more clear skies here across the region. And as we roll throughout your Saturday morning, we see a lot of sunshine, a little bit of cloud cover here as we head into the middle afternoon hours, but generally going to be staying quiet, partly cloudy skies. And then overnight, Saturday into your Sunday, we've got those partly cloudy skies. And then heading into the afternoon, we'll see those temperatures heading up into the lower 90s here as we stay very much on the toasty side. Could see an isolated shower storm. Really watching, I think, as we get to your Monday. If we do see any wet weather, so layers update with Futurecast showing a few more showers on Monday. I think this is a much better grasp of what we could see as we get to early next week to kick off the new week. Pinpoint 7-day forecast. Temperatures get a little steamy this weekend. Slightly cooler early next week, but still staying, for the most part, slightly above average. Julian?
All right, thank you, Andrew. Taking up now to New York City, we're talking stock futures. They're mixed. We're checking in with business correspondent Jane Kings, who will join us live from the stock exchange on the other side of this break. Well, Father's Day spending is expected to stay near a record high this year, and the monthly job numbers are just minutes away. Jane King live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good Friday morning, my friend.
Hi, Julian. Happy Friday to you. Yes, about 5 minutes we'll get those numbers, so that could determine how we open today, but so far we are looking negative. Yesterday, though, the Dow up nearly 900 points. It was quite a day. Investors took profits on those chip companies and put it into healthcare, banks. That really gave the Dow a big boost. Now, we do expect, by the way, 80,000 jobs added when we get that number here shortly. Well, Microsoft accidentally leaked plans to get people hooked on their new AI assistant named Scout. That's according to this memo that was procured by the tech watchdog 404 Media. Formerly known as Claw Pilot, the bot is an internal tool for employees that was introduced as part of Project Lobster. Now, the New York Post says that Microsoft wanted to get users addicted to the AI by sitting alongside the human and managing a calendar, editing emails, even preparing meetings. And Father's Day spending in the U.S. projected to hold strong at a record high of $24 billion. The National Retail Federation says shoppers will spend an average of $199, but the highest spending age group are those 35 to 44, where they're expected to shell out like $278. Now, Father's Day is Sunday, June 21st. Julian?
All right, Jane, how much do you put in terms of Gene's fatherly duties, and what do you get for him for Father's Day? Is it in the 278 range, or is it?
You know, I don't think it's quite that much. He said this year he just wanted to cook some steaks at home and have everybody there. So I may be able to get by with, 100 or so.
Okay, Gene's cheap then.
We'll see.
Happy early Father's Day to Gene. Okay, almost $300 the average budget for Father's Day. Jane, thank you. We'll catch up with you coming up in an hour right after the markets open.
Okay.
All right, let's give you a look here at Independence Boulevard. Not too many people out there on this Friday. We're giving you a look at your pinpoint traffic and another look at your pinpoint forecast for this weekend. We have that coming up on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Queen City News Now. Welcome back into Queen City News. Now almost 8:30 here on your Friday morning. Thanks for starting your day off with us. I'm Julian Sador.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you along here on this Friday. Annie Satowski, Ted Payton both off. Andrew Brightman is here to give us the news of lots of sun and a little bit more temperatures.
Yeah, a little bit warmer temperatures here on the way this afternoon. Probably pushing up to around the 90-degree mark or so. Going to get a little bit on the toasty side, but still just a beautiful way to wrap up the week here across the Carolinas for sure.
Andrew, I feel like we've been so up and down in terms of temperatures. Where are we actually supposed to be?
Middle 80s, right around 84 or so,
Okay.
85 this time of year. So moving back above average a little bit starting today, and that's going to really be the case as we go through the weekend here. Kind of going to be settling into a little bit more of a summer pattern out there, Julian. Beautiful weather, though, right now here across the Carolinas. A wonderful start to your Friday morning, mostly clear skies. Looking towards uptown from West Charlotte, we got the beautiful weather here this morning, looking tranquil, comfortable, humidity still a little bit on the lower side here across the Carolinas. That'll start to change, though, this weekend. We got that dry stretch of weather starting to heat up, but especially today, still keeping the humidity low. And our chances for showers and storms really return early next week here, watching Monday and maybe Tuesday as well for a little bit of wet weather across the Carolinas. Right now, as you step on out the door, temperatures starting to move up now. 68 degrees here, calm conditions in the QC. Dew points in the upper 50s right now, and yeah, just a wonderful morning out there. Boone camera, as we head up into the higher elevations, also have the sunshine here throughout the region as we get things rolling on your Friday here. King Street, lots of free flowing traffic there. Pinpoint radar quiet, going to be staying quiet all day long across the Carolinas. High pressure squarely in control right now, but as that high pressure makes its way off the eastern seaboard, going to be turning our winds out of the south and starting to move our temperatures up here across the region. Drought monitor dealing with still some severe drought conditions, but this is an improvement compared to what we saw last week here. Some of the rainfall has continued to be beneficial across the Carolinas over the past couple of weeks here, especially watching the upstate South Carolina all the way down to moderate drought conditions. As we get up a little bit farther to the north here, Salisbury, Jefferson, Boone, still dealing with some of those extreme drought conditions. Temperatures here, mid to upper 60s, upper 50s here as we head on up into the mountains. I've got more in your forecast coming up in a few minutes. Jason?
All right, Andrew, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. 8:30 half hour. Not really seeing volume pick up as we typically would Monday through Friday. Fridays are always a little bit lighter than normal, which we'll take. Here's a great shot from NCDOT, I-77 down at the state line. Traffic on the right, northbound, headed up into the city. You can see it. Looks like the Emerald City at the top of the hill there, waiting to go into uptown traffic, moving well down near South Carolina. All in all, things are pretty good. 3 or 4 incidents on the board, none of those causing major delays. A little bit of slowdowns on 85 coming out of Gaston County. That is typical. It's going to take you about 15 minutes just to get from 321 in Gastonia over to Belmont. Let's show you a live image. This is Cox Road. This is 85 at Cox Road. Yesterday, it was a parking lot for about 2.5 hours. So if you're coming in from that part of town, you know what 85 North is like on a weekday morning. So stop and go traffic. Hopefully you got a good audiobook or a great playlist that you're listening to. The other side of 85 coming down from Concord, this stretch is looking good near Poplar Tent. All lanes across, about 8 lanes across, coming down from Lake Norman. Both sides of I-77, whether you're headed up to Statesville or down to Huntersville. Either way, you're looking good. Just south of Uptown, 77 at Woodlawn. Both directions looking good. On the east side of town, let's go to Independence Boulevard. You're also looking good. Further into, if you take Independence all the way into the heart of Uptown, you'll drop right into Center City. Uptown, we've got Taste of Charlotte, kicks off today at 11 through Sunday night. South Tryon, it's going to be closed from Brooklet Village, all the way up near Trade and Tryon. The whole stretch is going to be closed up through there. So just be aware of that. It's going to affect some drive times. Speaking of drive times, we will give you your airport drive times and wrap up your traffic coming up at 9.
Breaking this morning, an Amber Alert has been issued for 2 missing children out of Brunswick County. Police are searching for 9-year-old Chance Wilcox and 11-year-old Wyatt Wilcox. Both were seen yesterday in the Raleigh area. They are believed to be with 35-year-old Brandon Wilcox. It's still not clear his relation to the 2 children. Also, no details on a possible vehicle description. Anyone with information is encouraged to reach out to law enforcement.
One person has life-threatening injuries after a shooting in West Charlotte. This happened at the Exxon station at the corner of West Boulevard and Remount Road. CMPD had that entire area blocked off earlier during their investigation this morning. We do know that victim was taken to the hospital. We don't know exactly, though, what led up to the shooting or if CMPD has any suspects. We will keep you updated as we learn more. This latest shooting caps off a violent week in the Queen City. Medic has responded to at least 5 shootings and 1 stabbing since Monday. One of those shootings resulted in the death of an 18-year-old. An arrest was made in that case, but no word on arrests in any of those other cases.
Charlotte Mecklenburg Police and representatives from other agencies will meet this morning to discuss efforts to reduce gun violence. It's part of National Gun Violence Awareness Day. In addition to CMPD, agents from the FBI, Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office, and CMS will all be at the event. Lincolnton City Police and fire employees will not be losing their jobs. Just a month ago, Lincolnton City Manager told council members 21 positions would have to be cut for the fiscal year that starts on July 1st. But last night, city leaders learned that those cuts won't need to happen. Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks details how the city's now avoiding those layoffs.
Proud to say all employees who are presently employed with the city, minus the 3 SRO officers that are going to work for the county, those positions are funded in this budget.
Lincolnton officials were happy to hear that Thursday. They were prepared to possibly cut city positions, including police and fire employees, after learning they were to lose $2.3 million in revenue. After some digging, the city manager shared the relief that they have extra time before that money's actually gone.
The state statute does not allow the formula be changed the next fiscal year. It has to be the fiscal year after.
Lincoln County Commissioners adopted a resolution in April modifying how to distribute the net proceeds of the sales tax countywide to Lincolnton. It would have cost the city $2.3 million. But City Manager Richie Haynes says state law means the tax change begins the summer of 2027, not next month.
We've got a year that we have the money, the full amount of money.
Haynes says his aides added back capital projects that were previously cut to balance the budget. But other than that, it's the same budget he presented during their April meeting. The manager says that gives the city extra time to prepare for their 2028 fiscal budget. They plan to vote on the 2027 proposal on June 25th.
It allows council more time to look at it, and it allows the citizens more time to look at it.
Thanks to you and John for digging into that and finding that we even had that.
Things happen for a reason.
Well, it gives us an opportunity to get ahead of it.
Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
New this morning, within the last 3 hours, the Senate has passed legislation to fund President Donald Trump's immigration enforcement agencies.
And this comes after weeks of delays and fierce backlash to an unrelated $1.7 billion settlement fund that threatened to derail the bill.
The senators voted 52 to 47 for the $70 billion legislation to fund immigration and customs enforcement and border patrol for the next 3 years through the end of President Trump's term.
The final vote came after Republicans narrowly defeated multiple attempts by Democrats and Republicans to make amendments to the bill. They wanted to add language that would permanently ban Trump's settlement fund for political allies who believe they might have been politically persecuted.
Enactment of the bill would end the blockade by Democrats who demanded policy changes after the fatal shootings of 2 protesters by federal agents back in January. Early voting for the highly contested South Carolina primaries ends today. Polling sites are open until 5 p.m. Voters are expected to decide the party nominees for positions ranging from the U.S. House and Senate to the governor's office and state attorney general. Coming up on 8:37, more young adults are turning to prediction markets to not just place bets, but to figure out what's likely to happen next. Whether it's inflation, elections, or even the jobs report, many say they're using these platforms as a forecasting tool.
Joining us this morning, our chief business correspondent, Taylor Young. Now, Taylor, people, using platforms like this to place a bet, that's one thing, but using it to predict the future, is that like a crystal ball or what?
It's wild. So a growing number of young adults aren't just using these platforms anymore to wage money. They're using it to kind of help figure out what is likely to happen next. And the numbers do not lie. So a recent study found that 32% of Gen Z and 24% of millennials are using these prediction markets in trading volume. Just in April alone, topped $24 billion compared to last year, it was just $5 billion. So yeah, I mean, these platforms are taking off. You hear the ads everywhere. You hear people talking about placing bets on them. But for some users, I mean, checking the odds is really becoming a part of their normal day, just as it was to maybe check the news or read an article in headlines.
Yeah, well, something that's trendy and become popular doesn't always mean it's accurate.
Yeah.
Are these markets accurate?
Surprisingly, sometimes they really are, and researchers find that prediction markets can be effective in forecasting certain events, because if you think about it, you are taking the collective opinion of thousands of people, and what these prediction platforms really do is put a hard number to that opinion, right? So, I mean, in the odds, I mean, people are going to be correct, especially if you have people swaying a certain way. That's just kind of how it works, right? Sometimes people are going to be right. So I think because of that, people aren't just looking at these kind of odds anymore just to predict maybe an election. They're looking at it for interest rates, recession odds, and even interest rates. I just said that, and all. Inflation expectations. And I actually want to show, this is a screenshot of Kelshi. So this was a bet that people were placing bets all morning, just within the last 5 minutes. And this is actually a live look. This is people placing bets on how many jobs would be added in this outcoming jobs report that just dropped at 8:30. More than $700,000 were bet on how many jobs would be added. People were placing bets on over 90K, 100K, 110K. The majority said that they expected more than 90,000 jobs to be added. Economists were expecting more than 80,000. Well, we did just get the numbers. It is 172,000 jobs were added according to this jobs report. So those people who bet over 110K are probably cashing out right now. Yeah. But they predicted that
better than the analysts are doing.
Than the economists who were anticipating around 80K. And of course, we are going to be going over all of those numbers coming up at 9:30, because 172,000 is way more than what economists were predicting. So yeah, I think instead of kind of waiting for reports to come out, people are looking at these odds and saying, oh, well, a lot of people are thinking it's going to be more. Maybe it will. It's fascinating.
That is really fascinating, and it's not a bet. You're just placing wages on what the future may happen. Okay, so the crowd may get it right, as we just saw there, but how often do people actually make money off the platforms?
So not as common as social media or even these ads kind of claim or make it seem like, right? So with every winning bet, of course, there is a loser, and the math is pretty unforgiving. So a recent analysis by the Wall Street Journal found nearly 70% of all profits made on these platforms are just going to 0.1% of users.
Whoa.
So the majority, your casual user, you're most likely bleeding money, especially if you're betting a lot. So I think that maybe these platforms may be better at forecasting kind of what may happen, rather than actually making money off of them.
All right. You know, you host Side Hustle. Maybe this is...
Maybe it is.
Maybe this for some is becoming a side hustle. So we'll have to see. All right. Thanks, Taylor. Appreciate that. May-Kay, what's coming up?
All right, well, it's something you don't see every day. You don't hear about it. An aircraft emergency blamed on man's best friend. What? I'm May-Kay Bueller. Coming up, I'll tell you about an in-flight accident so extreme it sickened passengers, requiring a medical response. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Stick around.
That emergency right in front of us, was that medical?
A sick dog causing sick passengers.
How rude. That's a new one.
Yep.
That was not on my bingo card.
Say again?
That was not on my bingo card. Sure smells wonderful on there.
Sure.
All right.
You just heard from a few pilots joking about a not so funny situation for a plane full of passengers.
Air traffic controllers got a text from a flight crew describing an in-flight emergency reading, quote, service dogs all over cabin. Passengers getting sick. ATC and ops requested hazmat. Wow, what exactly happened? Our chief transportation correspondent and pilot, May-Kay Beeler, has more on this. May-Kay, what in the world?
Well, look, dog lovers can't help but feel compassion now for the canine that fell ill. Okay, so I know it's a joke to some people, but the canine got sick. PSA Airlines Flight 5085 had departed Nashville International Airport on Tuesday, headed to its destination at Washington, D.C.'s Reagan National Airport. Well, during the flight, reports say a service dog made what is described as such a disgusting mess. Passengers became sick. That's when the pilots radioed ahead for hazmat support to meet the plane. Upon landing, medics checked on the passengers. Thankfully, none required treatment. According to an airport spokesperson, after the news broke, social media lit up with people wondering if that dog really was a legit working service animal, or if a passenger maybe forged the papers to allow the dog to pose as one. That way it gets to fly for free in the cabin. Some folks insisted a real service dog would be trained well enough so as not to get sick? What? What do you think? What do you feel about that?
I mean, you can train a dog, but I mean, just like humans, you can train for something, but you can't always control when you're going to get sick or when you're not going to get sick. There are sometimes elements out of your control.
Right. Doesn't mean it wasn't a service dog. Everyone gets sick. Unfortunately, at some point, animals do too. So I'm sure it smelled horrible, but have some compassion.
What, is there a policy for animals like service animals, at least with PSA?
Of course. So PSA is part of American Airlines, and they have the same policy as American Airlines. So yeah, a service dog policy, you have to be a trained service dog, and he or she can travel in the main cabin free of charge if they meet certain requirements. The animal must be trained to do work or perform tasks, quote, for the benefit of a qualified individual with a disability, including a physical, sensory, psychiatric, intellectual, or other mental disability, end quote. So they have to be vetted.
Okay.
Okay?
What about the emotional support animals, May-Kay? Is the standard lower for them?
So many people have abused this.
Yeah.
They say, I need that, I need it, and so they could fly free. You can take your emotional support animal, but they fly like a pet. What that means is you pay for them. And only a certain number of pets are allowed in the cabin on certain planes. And there are rules for the service dogs. They can sit at your feet. They can even sit on your lap if they're really small. Can fit maybe even under the seat. They don't have to be in a little case like you do with your pet animal. Can't block the aisles. Now, disruptive behavior, barking, growling, lunging, jumping, is prohibited and can deny boarding. And the animal must be at least 4 months old. But they have to have the paperwork done.
Right.
So they have to go online to get their paperwork done with the Department of Transportation. So they have to be vetted.
Yeah.
But there are people who think that some service animals really aren't, that the owner just somehow fudged their way so the animal can fly for free.
How would you be able to spot an animal that is not a true certified service animal?
So this is what I read.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert on this, but it says if the owner talks baby talk to it or takes selfies with it in a window seat.
What? Whoa, really?
You can't take selfies with the service dog?
I mean, you can, but I guess that's more of almost like a professional relationship.
Right.
Yes.
And you wouldn't be all kind of ooey gooey.
Who's a good little service dog?
Yeah,
That's a good
come
dog.
on, Roxy.
Good boy.
That's probably a red flag.
Let's get a selfie.
Okay.
I know.
Wow.
Anyway, God bless the service animals and the poor thing. You know, don't feed your animal before you get on board, right? Or give them a little tiny treat.
Right.
You know, because, you know, with people, you eat, then you got to go.
Yeah.
You know, and changing altitude sometimes, you don't know when you're going to
Right.
encounter turbulence.
Right,
That gets
exactly.
everyone's stomach a little
Yes.
kind of queasy. every now
Yeah,
then,
and
so.
apparently it upset a lot of passengers. But they felt better once they landed, and all's well that ends well.
I mean, you're trapped inside of that airplane. There's not a lot of fresh air
I
going.
know,
So
and it
if
was
something were to happen.
It was a regional jet, a small plane.
It was a rough jet is what it was. Rough. Okay. Oh, there we go. There are the sound effects again from May K. Beeler, who's also a voiceover artist on the side. All right, 8:49. May K, thanks. I appreciate it.
I need an imitation of the making the baby noises to the dog from May K. That was the one thing I really missed. Anyway, 68 degrees right now. Beautiful weather here outside. Calm conditions, dew points in the mid to upper 50s. Right now, a beautiful start here to your Friday. More sunshine, great weather as we get up into the higher elevations. Pinpoint radar, it's quiet here across the Central Carolinas. Going to be staying dry all day long. High pressure in control as we get towards portions of the deep south here. But once we get on the backside of this area of high pressure, that's when we're going to see those warmer temperatures start to really take over here. And speaking of temperatures, across North and South Carolina, a little bit warmer actually as we get towards the coast. Up near Charlotte, though, temperatures currently in the upper 60s here. Just a comfortable start out there. Rain chances to get a little bit higher as we go throughout the early next week for your Monday and Tuesday. The muggy meter, a little bit more of a factor here once we get to your Saturday and Sunday across the Carolinas. Though you want to head to the beach and have great weather for a great beach weekend shaping up down along the coast. Futurecast this afternoon, heading to the Taste of Charlotte. We got sunny weather, toasty, but at least not terribly humid out there across the Carolinas. Friday night heading into your Saturday morning here. We'll have partly cloudy skies, really mostly clear overnight tonight. Heading through your Saturday, though, it's warmer again. It's a little bit more humid as well here across the Carolinas heading into the afternoon. Temperatures likely up into the lower 90s, partly cloudy skies. Saturday night into your Sunday, a little bit more cloud cover again. Might see an isolated shower here Sunday afternoon. I do think, though, for the most part, we stay dry. The heat will be the story. And then as we get to your Monday, that's when we're tracking the potential for some of those hit and miss showers and storms here. Notice trying to pop up as we go throughout the afternoon hours on your Monday. Though overall, not expecting a ton of wet weather here. Might see a 1/10 of an inch, 1/4 of an inch of rain generally as we go through the next week or so. So going to be drying out compared to what we've seen over the past couple of weeks. Pinpoint 7-day forecast. A little bit of unsettled weather to start off the new week, but generally drier and a little bit on the toastier side, Julian, as we go through the next week.
All right, Andrew, thank you. Well, as we continue to count down to America's 250th birthday, Queen City News is highlighting the people and places across the Charlotte area that have helped shape our independence. The oldest surviving structure in Mecklenburg County, the Rock House, was built in 1774. Historians believe enslaved people did most of the construction. It was home to Revolutionary leader Hezekiah Alexander and his family. You can visit the Rock House today on the grounds of the Charlotte Museum of History on Shamrock Drive. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. A few looks at the patriots of Queen City News, Amber Kent and Emily Horvath. We'll be right back.
Your favorite sodas are being sold now in smaller cans. PepsiCo officials say that they're experimenting with smaller can sizes to hit more affordable price points. The overwhelming majority of Pepsi's beverages are considered single servings in 20-ounce cans for around $3. The new proposal is to launch a 13-ounce version for about $1.50. You can buy mini cans of Pepsi, Mountain Dew, and other sodas right now. PepsiCo is also testing out a 24-ounce Gatorade bottle. Coca-Cola says that it's working to keep its drinks both affordable and appealing for customers. The company's CFO says they're seeing uneven consumer demand across income groups. With people making between $50,000 and $60,000 under strain, the company has pointed to navigating challenges of late, some of which have emerged because of the U.S.-Iran war.
Well, NASCAR is making a trip to the Irish Hills. This is a live look at Michigan International Speedway, where stock car racing will take place this weekend. The fun kicks off tonight with the ARCA Menard Series in the Henry Ford Health 200. Then the Truck Series will race in the DQS Solution and Staffing 250. And then the main event, the Firekeepers Casino 400, will kick off on Sunday as the Cup Series takes on NASCAR's fastest racetrack. You can catch all the latest NASCAR action on CSL. We'll be right back. Well, if you're scared to talk about money with your partner, researchers say the conversations usually go smoother than expected. Finances can be a tricky topic for many people to navigate, especially couples. But business experts say money talk could ultimately inspire better financial decisions and bring couples closer together. Researchers say you can start the conversation by simply acknowledging and addressing the fact that it might feel uncomfortable, but that it will be beneficial in the long run. All right, 8:59 the time. Our final hour of the week starts right now.
Queen City News starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final hour of Queen City News, otherwise known as the Power Hour.
That's right.
We welcome you in on this Friday morning. I'm Jason Harper.
I am Julian Sador, and Satowski is off. Ted Phaeton is off. You've been putting up with us for the past 3 hours.
A lot of broing out.
I mean, Andrew and I have been on since 4
You've been on since 4. You guys have been going a long time.
Man.
It's just something special every morning doing this with you guys.
That's one way to describe it.
Yeah.
It's true, but dude, it's having the Power Hour, guys. Trying to talk about a little bit of heat here. But still a beautiful day across the Carolinas. We get things started here. Looking outside, Charlotte Motor Speedway up in Concord. We got lots of sunshine. It's going to be a fabulous day out there across the region, as long as you don't mind. Temperatures get a little bit on the warmer side here across the region. Temperatures, going to be heating up here, likely into the low 90s as we get through your weekend. Humidity, not a major factor. Even over the weekend, it'll be a little bit muggier, but it's still not out of control for what we can see this time of year here across the south. Rain chances return early next week. Really watching your Monday, maybe Tuesday here of a couple of scattered showers and storms on the way across the region. 73 degrees currently, calm conditions, dew points in the upper 50s. Right now, feeling nice. King Street in Boone looking beautiful as well as we get things rolling here on your Friday. Pinpoint radar, mostly clear. It's going to be staying that way too. Spoiler alert. High pressure in control, though as this area of high pressure shifts offshore, start to get more southerly flow through the Carolinas, and that's going to be pushing our temperatures higher here across the region. Airport delays, taken to the friendly skies. No major issues out there. Always, though, best check ahead with your local carrier as you head on out. Temperatures across the country. For the most part, you know some of the warm spots here as we get towards the south central part of the country. That's what's going to be moving in for us as we go throughout this weekend, and that is what's going to be pushing our temperatures higher. Back here across the central Carolinas, upper 60s and low 70s out there. I've got more in your forecast coming up in a few minutes.
Andrew, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Here we go. All that sunshine that Andrew's talking about. We're seeing it out here on the roadways. Great looking shot down at the North-South Carolina state line. Working your way into Uptown. You can see it right at the top of the screen. Beautiful shot here, courtesy of NCDOT. All lanes of 77 looking good. About 6 accidents scattered across our viewing area. Most of these, matter of fact, all of them on secondary roads. So they're not causing any delays. Volume is lighter than normal, which is really nice. Still seeing a little bit of volume out on 85 North coming out of Gaston County. That's typical, but we're down. We were at 15 minutes. Now we're at 13. So that's good. A lot of it is back near Gastonia. You can see here 85 at Cox Road. Left lane especially. Really struggling to get going. The other side of 85 coming down from Cabarrus County and Concord, all 8 lanes there looking really good. Coming down from Lake Norman, both sides of 77 looking good. Inbound Independence. Also, just want to remind you, don't forget, today at 11 o'clock until Sunday night, a lot of roads closed. Most of South Tryon is going to be closed in the heart of Uptown. So just be aware of that because of the Taste of Charlotte, which kicks off again in just a couple of hours. So that's just going to affect some downtown commuting. Maybe take the light rail, commute anytime this weekend or carpool with someone. Quickly, if you're headed to the airport, looking good. The only thing around over half an hour is coming up from Rock Hill, but you're only at 33 minutes. Just don't be distracted. Don't get a ticket as we kick off this weekend.
Well, Mecklenburg County leaders are back home after an 8-hour hearing in Raleigh on the death of a 6-year-old under social services supervision. Members of the State House Oversight Committee questioned officials from the county manager to CMPD's chief about the December death of Dominique Moody. Investigators say Dominique was a victim of months of abuse and neglect before she died. As Queen City News reporter Matt Stell shows us, lawmakers wanted to know why warning signs were missed.
Representative Carla Cunningham says too many eyes were closed as lawmakers here in Raleigh trying to get to the bottom of who failed Dominique Moody. Was it CMPD? Was it the Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office? Or was it the entire child welfare system here in the state of North Carolina?
As everybody has stated, this is a tragedy. If it could have been prevented, we should have done everything we could in our power to do that.
A tense House Oversight Committee hearing as Mecklenburg County leaders are forced to answer tough questions about the death of 6-year-old Dominique Moody in December of 2025.
I wish we had the opportunity to help this young lady, but we didn't have any knowledge. We didn't have anything about this young lady with our visits to the residents.
Lawmakers on the committee pressing leaders about the number of failures related to the case and why officers or deputies didn't do more when visiting the home in East Charlotte, where Moody was allegedly being abused by her 3 caretakers.
There seems to be a lot of willingness to shirk responsibility and to try to place the blame on someone else or circle the wagons.
CMPD Chief Estella Patterson says when officers did enter the home during one incident in March of 2023, more than 2 years before Moody's death, officers said the children inside looked to be in good health.
I think we need to have more communication, definitely with our DSS partners. I think that we could do more thorough investigations when we look at these kinds of cases.
The toughest questions were for Mecklenburg County Manager Mike Bryant, who said his office fired caseworkers who failed to do enough in the Moody case, but that the county is back on the right track and planning to hire more staff and correcting shortcomings identified in a state investigation.
We have an obligation to learn from this case and strengthen the systems entrusted with protecting all vulnerable children. That commitment remains my highest priority.
A 6-year-old girl was found dead in a dog crate in your county. That is unacceptable. And not only was she found dead in a dog crate, she was found dead in a dog crate after years of reports that went uninvestigated and unheeded.
Meanwhile, Moody's uncle believes what he heard today just shows failures of bureaucracy.
It doesn't take a sightless person to see what was going on at that residence. So somebody should have spoken up for the children.
In Raleigh, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
All right, 9:06 the time. NBA free agent and former Charlotte Hornet Terry Rozier has been ordered to forfeit most of his $26.6 million salary from the Miami Heat, all in connection with his alleged role in a sports gambling scheme. An arbitrator has decided that the conditions of Rozier's pretrial release caused a violation of the terms of his contract. Rozier is set to be arraigned next week on new charges, including sports bribery and honest services wire fraud conspiracy.
Joining us for a final time, our chief legal analyst, Khalif Roots. Khalif, we're talking $26 million, somewhere in there. It's a lot of money here. How can an arbitrator legally take that money away when you got a contract here on the line?
It's called collective bargaining agreement. In the collective bargaining agreement, they have signed to be able to go to arbitration when there's a dispute specifically regarding a contract. This isn't the first time that Rozier went to the arbitrator. Originally, the arbitrator ruled that the NBA and the teams couldn't withhold his money because of the charges, and so they were ordered to pay. Instantly, Miami decided to not go ahead and pay him and to take it to arbitration again, and they cited what Julian mentioned in the intro, that his inability to play for or against the Hornets, because that was two teams. It was the Heat and the Hornets that they had said that he could have no communication with. His inability to play against the Hornets would be viewed as a failure to perform services. This is all a contract dispute. This is nothing more than that. Regardless of the charges, even though his charges are still pending and could ultimately be done with him not being convicted, you got to look at this, that if you can't perform the job duties right now, then you can't play. And his attorneys are trying to do what they're supposed to do. They argue to remove the requirement that he can't contact the Heat personnel. So they removed that. Now they're requesting that the judge remove the requirement that he can't communicate with or contact the Hornets. So those are things that you want your attorney to do to ensure that they put you in a position to be successful while you're still fighting on the criminal side.
I mean, Khalif, you've talked about the success rate when the feds have you in the crosshairs, so it doesn't look good for Terry Rozier, but let's say that he's somehow able to get off of these charges. Retroactively, could you ask for your funds back and said, you guys brought charges against me, they were wrong, and I lost money?
You wouldn't be able to get your funds potentially back, but you could bring a suit if it's found to be some malicious prosecution.
Yeah.
You know that there was evidence proving that he had nothing to do with this, and you still move forward anyway. Yeah, the civil liability could be there, but then you have to jump over a number of hurdles going after federal agencies and attempting to do their official capacity. They're kind of covered and shrouded in a lot of immunity to break through there, but it would have to be some egregious prosecutorial misconduct, some malicious prosecution for him to even be successful in doing something like that. But again, that's the third hurdle. He's got to deal with the first one, which is getting through this criminal case. The second one is finding out how do you fund this if they've just now taken not just 26 but 26.6. That portion is now going to be held up and waiting to see how this rolls out. But even if he's not convicted, I still think this arbitrator's ruling means that money's just going to be sitting there until he can get those restrictions removed from the two teams.
All right, Khalif, let's dial it back. Let's talk a little legal 101 here. You talk about prosecutors and defense attorneys all the time. An arbitrator, why do sports teams use arbitration? What's the benefit of that? Or what does that even mean? Is that a third player?
It is. It's a third person in the middle calling balls and strikes. And most of the time, this arbitration is going to be binding. And so you can go to a mediator that's non-binding, meaning they can give us a recommendation. They can tell us some things, and then we can walk away and say, nope, mediation didn't work. I want to still go to court. If it's part of your collective bargaining agreement, part of your contract that you must go to mandatory arbitration, what the arbitrator says is final, unless you appeal to a separate arbitrator, which they did in this point because there was another newfound issue. But if you're taking it back to the legal aspect, the pretrial release, those conditions are normal. If a person is charged with a crime, a judge may say no contact with the victim, or no contact with the co-defendants, right? Or it may say don't threaten or harass individuals that are connected. So this condition saying you can't talk to the Heat, you can't talk with the Hornets, that's normal, because if they're saying you were involved in some conspiracy, we don't want you talking to co-conspirators while you're awaiting your trial. And so, but the ultimate issue, you go to arbitration and mediation, is that it's faster. I don't want to have to wait for a trial schedule that may take a year, may take 2 years. I can go to arbitrator next week, next month, and then this can be resolved.
All right, again, our chief legal analyst, Khalif Rhodes, weighing in on that for us. Khalif, thank you.
Let's get back over to a meteorologist, Andrew Brightman. We are, already in 70s. How high do you think we're going to go today?
Probably close to the 90-degree mark, maybe not quite there, but definitely going to be kind of in the neighborhood here. 73 degrees right now. Temperatures starting to move up here across the region. Dew points in the mid to upper 50s right now. Still feeling fairly comfortable. Boone camera, we've got mostly clear skies as well. Beautiful weather up across the higher elevations. Radar staying quiet, high pressure. Going to be really in control here until probably at least later in the day on Sunday. A little bit of drought relief here compared to our last drought monitor across the Carolinas. Some good news there. Temperatures low to mid 70s right now as you're stepping on out the door. And as we go throughout today, going to be, again, close to the 90-degree mark. I've got more on the rest of your weekend coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Andrew, thank you. Well, coming up, your next trip to the pump may cost a little less. We have the exact prices ahead of the busy summer weekend.
And if you plan on taking a trip to the skies, there are a couple of flights that are no longer available to those of us living in Charlotte. Which airline made the cuts and why?
And here's a big one. We are just almost a little less than 2 hours away from the Taste of Charlotte kicking off. We're going to go live to the streets of Uptown. Can you smell it?
Oh, I smell it.
You smell it? Okay, there we go. Look at that bite. That's a bite right there. Go ahead, big dog. We're going to talk to Positively Charlotte's Liza Mahacek as she helps kick off one of the biggest events in the QC. Welcome back. It is finally the weekend, and what better way to celebrate than with a good meal?
All you have to do is take part, right? Make a little trip down Tryon Street as the Taste of Charlotte kicks off.
We have a special guest joining us today, positively Charlotte's very own Liza Mahacek. She has a tough duty of being down there at Taste of Charlotte.
Oh, yeah.
Liza, I know that people haven't started cooking yet there, but you've already started circling where you want to go.
I certainly have, guys, and I know somebody had to do it. Woe is me that I have to be out here at Taste of Charlotte trying the foods. It's so hard. But so they've got a map, and I've already circled some of the options because I know I'm going to try a lot of food, maybe too much food. But I started off with I want to do some lobster mac and cheese from Cuzzo's Cuisine. Then they've also got these banana pudding beignets. Are you kidding me? I didn't even know that you could put banana pudding in a beignet. They have so many different foods. There's a bacon wrapped steak. The options are endless. So there's over 40 different restaurants that are going to be showing up and showing out this weekend. Of course, it starts in a little under 2 hours, T-minus 2 hours until the 27th annual Taste of Charlotte. So, with 100 different menu items for this weekend, there are so many different options, but local restaurants like Renaissance Patisserie, which, we always love having Renaissance on Positively Charlotte, and then also Cuzzo's Cuisine, Oh My Ganache, the cheesecake bar, they're so good, Imperial Treasure, so many different places, and also it's great because they've got a kids zone too. So right behind us now, there's not a ton of people that are here right now, but since it kicks off at 11 a.m., I think people are about to be rolling in here very soon. But still plenty of excitement. People are all getting set up and these restaurants are getting set and ready to go. Because, when it kicks off at 11 a.m., I don't think that there's a bad time for a lobster roll. I don't think it's too early for a lobster roll. I don't think it's 11 a.m. is the perfect time for me. But, we've also got some different booths where you can go and purchase these coins. So they're called Capital One booths, the coin booths, and you go and you get these. And so the way that Taste of Charlotte works, for people who don't know, you use coins instead of cash to go and purchase these. So when you go, like let's say for the lobster mac and cheese, it's going to cost you 4 coins. So guys, I'm doing the math on how many things I can get, how many orders of lobster mac and cheese I can order successfully. So, we're going to be talking all about that. And then also with those kid zones, they have bouncy houses, they have, a bull ride. I tried to do that last year. That was not successful for me either. But they've also got shopping experiences. They've got a market where you can go and buy from local artisans. And all of this, the admission to the event is free, but you do have to buy those coins in order to get into those kids' activities and also to purchase that food. So, but I'm about to be. I wish I wore some sweatpants today because I need an elastic band for the amount of food that I'm about to eat, guys.
I agree with you on the stretchy pants, but you're going to want stretchy shorts because Andrew says it's going to be like 157 degrees. So you don't want sweatpants.
I know.
But here's the deal. Listen, I like what you're doing with your map. I think a little strategy is smart. I don't recommend the bull riding after lobster mac or the banana pudding beignets.
Right.
Like maybe do the bull riding first.
I
don't feel like that's a good combo in the heat.
No, I wouldn't say so.
You're right. I'll pregame the food with the bull ride.
You got to work up the appetite.
There you go. I like that. Work it up.
Exactly.
Burn the calories, and then you earn it with the. There we go, Liza. We're not done with it. We're
I'll burn it.
Yeah, we're going to talk with you coming up in about a half an hour.
Oh,
hopefully the food smells will get ready. And I agree with Liza. There's never a bad time for a lobster roll.
The only bad time is to not have a lobster roll.
Bingo. There it is.
All
right.
That's the truth.
Keep planning, Liza. We'll check in with you a little bit later on.
All right, speaking of planning, if you're planning to take a trip today, good news, gas prices seem to be falling slowly heading into the weekend. The national average sitting at $4.22. That's actually down from 25 cents from last week. In North Carolina, drivers are paying $3.83 on average. A gallon of regular South Carolina cost about $3.78. Diesel prices, though, sitting at an average of $5.38. Now, air travel also feeling the crunch of the high prices. American Airlines suspending 6 North American routes due to the rising cost of jet fuel. 4 of those routes include nonstop flights out of LAX and That's LA, for people who aren't familiar with the airport call code right there. 2 of them, though, are from Charlotte Douglas International Airport. American says it expects its jet fuel bill to rise by more than $4 billion this year. The suspended routes will begin taking effect in August. Travelers with flights already booked will still be serviced, but they will have to use connecting flights. All right, getting over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman. As Jason advised Liza, you want to do the shorts, not the pants today at Taste of Charlotte. It's going to be a hot one.
Yeah, it's going to be a hot one, at least not incredibly humid out there, okay, as we go throughout the afternoon. Temperature 73 right now, calm conditions across the Carolinas. Beach Mountain, beautiful clear skies. We get up into the higher elevations as well. Radar, not much to speak of across the region, and yeah, going to be staying that way through most of this weekend. High pressure sliding offshore. That is going to start to push our temperatures higher here across the region as we go through the next couple of days. Temperatures across the Carolinas, a lot of low and mid 70s. We get warmer and warmer, and this is a trend that's going to be continuing as we go through the next week to 10 days, maybe even longer here across the Carolinas. Muggy meter gets a little bit higher out there as we go throughout the weekend. Not out of control, but just something to be aware if you are going to be heading to the Taste of Charlotte. Temperatures head up into the low 90s. Sunday, might see an isolated shower storm, but for the most part, I think we're going to stay dry here. Futurecast in motion as we go into the afternoon hours. Temperatures into the low 90s. Air close to the 90-degree mark, maybe upper 80s to around 90, mostly clear skies here. Beautiful weather across the Carolinas. And as we go into the overnight hours into your Saturday, this is when we're likely going to be heading into the 90s here. It's going to be a toasty one, partly cloudy skies, a little bit more humid as well, kind of feeling the soupiness in the air for sure. Sunday, we'll see a little bit more cloud cover, but still not really expecting anything here across the region. Just dry weather, toasty weather. Overnight Sunday, heading into your Monday, that's when we're going to watch some of those potential shower and storm chances across the region. You can see this developing here as we go throughout the afternoon hours on your Monday with some of those possible showers and storms ahead for the Carolinas. Your pinpoint 7-day forecast. Got some beautiful weather today, and if you don't mind the heat, still beautiful generally this weekend. A couple of scattered showers and storms, though, early next week. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Well, it's officially the first weekend of summer break for many kids in the region. That means tons of events for the whole family, which are in and around the Queen City.
Let's start in my hometown of Waxhaw. The Battle of the Waxhaw's American Revolution weekend taking place starting today. It runs through Sunday in Waxhaw. This immersive living history weekend is going to feature Revolutionary War reenactments, cavalry, musket, and cannon demonstrations. The event kicks off tonight at 6:45 at the Museum of Waxhaw, where a march will go into downtown.
They call that the hall, right?
Down the hall.
Down in the hall.
Cannons going off in the hall.
Cannons in the hall. All right. June is also Pride Month. The city of Pineville is holding their Pride Prom tonight from 5 to 9. Organizers say it's a family-friendly night filled with music, dancing, creativity, self-expression, and community celebration. There will be a Pride royalty crowning, food vendors, and a live DJ. The event will be held on the Town Hall lawn in Pineville.
Tomorrow, American Liver Foundation is hosting their annual Liver Life Walk. That's in Charlotte at McAlpine Creek Park. Registration kicks off at 9 a.m. for this accessible 1-mile walk that officially kicks off at 10 until noon. ALF's Liver Life Walk in Charlotte helps raise funds and awareness regarding liver disease. It also provides opportunities for lifelong connections and networks of support between patients, families, and all of those who might be affected by liver disease. Also tomorrow, creativity takes center stage at Art in the Park. That's going to return to Martin Luther King Jr. Park up in Statesville. This event is from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. It brings together artists, musicians, food vendors, families for one of Iredell County's most vibrant community arts celebrations.
You hear that? That is the sound of success. That's 13-year-old Bryson Blanton ringing the bell and checking out of Atrium Main Hospital in Charlotte this week. Bryson suffered cardiac arrest on a baseball field during a game 3 weeks ago. Fortunately for him, an off-duty CMPD officer and a firefighter were both there to perform CPR, and they literally saved his life. He's been in the hospital recovering since then until yesterday. Now he's back in his home in Rockwell, where he and his family are thankful to all who supported him during this scary time. If you want to see more on his story, you can head to our website. That's qcnews.com. Congrats to Bryson making it back home.
Man, what a miracle. All right, 9:27. Got about a half hour left in our show this morning. Look at this beautiful shot of New York City this morning. I mean, that never gets old, does it? We're about 3 minutes before markets open. Futures still mixed. The Dow's up, S&P, NASDAQ down. We'll join Jane King live at the stock exchange right after this.
Welcome into our final half hour of the day here on Queen City News Now. I'm Julian Sedor. Thanks for being here.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us. Andy Satowski, Ted Phaeton, both off today. Andrew Brightman. I mean, he had the jacket on for about 30 minutes this morning at 6 o'clock. Took it off. Took it off. It's going to be one of those warm days. You don't need to be outside, wearing jeans and long sleeve shirts, unless you're in some kind of construction field where you wear it for safety.
There you go.
That was true. I mean, actually, funny story. Julie and I, we did a golf trip last summer out to southwestern Utah. Got up over 100 degrees. I was still wearing pants, Jason.
He wanted to respect the course.
Yes.
Really?
A little etiquette, man. I got a little bit of taste. I know it's hard to believe.
You can be completely professional and still show some skin, Andrew.
Nah, these were nice courses, man. Got to respect the golf course.
You know what? I do appreciate
They were breathable, though.
They were
highly breathable.
I do appreciate that.
Actually, it's like his first thing there. They were dry stretch.
Oh, man. I don't know about dry.
You're right. They were just stretching. They got a little wet.
Stretch.
That's absolutely right, man. We're going to be heating up here across the Carolinas, though the good news is, like what we saw in southwestern Utah, is that the humidity still stays pretty low here. Not going to be terribly humid across the Carolinas. The rain chances, though, return early next week here. Watching some possible scattered showers and storms here for your Monday and Tuesday. Part of a weak cold front. 73 degrees right now, calm conditions. Looking pretty good here across the Carolinas. We get things started up on King Street in Boone. More of the same, tranquil, beautiful weather out there. Pinpoint radar, not much going on. We've got amazing conditions. High pressure basically directly over South Carolina, but that's going to start to really push our temperatures up as we go throughout this weekend. Quick check-in on the airport hubs. Always best to check ahead with the local carrier, but no major issues here if you're going to be taken to the friendly skies on your Friday. Temperatures east of the Rockies, a lot of 70s, but of course you want the cooler temperatures. You got to head towards the northwest this time of year. Temperatures middle 70s out there, 72 in Monroe, 75 in Gastonia, low to mid 60s as we get on up into the mountains. And temperatures compared to 24 hours ago, about 5 to 10 degrees warmer compared to this time yesterday. That warming trend I keep talking about, seeing more and more of those effects. Hour by hour, temperatures here. Quickly, we're up into the mid-70s here by 10 o'clock, into the 80s by lunchtime, and by the middle part of the afternoon, we're going to be knocking on the door right around the 90-degree mark or so, as it will be a toasty day out there for sure. Just keep that in mind. Thankfully, though, not going to be all that humid. I've got more in your forecast on what's ahead this weekend coming up with my Pinpoint 7-Day.
Andrew, thank you very much. Nice stretch ahead. A new AI-created vaccine is said to be able to protect against pandemics.
Yeah, and monthly jobs numbers were just released.
Jane King's live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories as we're wrapping up another trading week. 3 minutes into the day, Jane, how are we looking?
Well, there's still some selling going on, especially in tech. So kind of a follow through of what we saw yesterday when people took profits on those high-flying chip companies and put them into banks and healthcare and some of the things that haven't done much so far this year. So the Dow's still positive, but only by 37 points, with the Nasdaq's down more than 200. Now, we did, as you mentioned, have the jobs numbers out. Much better number for May than what we had expected. 172,000 jobs added. Economists expected 80,000, so more than double expectations. Unemployment rate came in at 4.3%.
All right, a big boom. We'll have our Taylor Young talk about that in just a minute. Jane, we do want to talk about this. Excitement is building for SpaceX's IPO next week, but one country will not be able to participate.
Well, Bloomberg reports that Chinese and Hong Kong investors will be banned from the SpaceX IPO on security grounds. Now, this decision was driven by internal guidance related to the U.S. International Traffic in Arms Regulations, which governs exports of defense-related technologies and technical data. The report says that SpaceX's website was inaccessible in Hong Kong and Shanghai today, with attempts to try to access it resulting in an error message.
Jane, we know AI is in the news all over the place, but now we're hearing it was used to create a vaccine.
So it has been used to develop this fundamentally new type of vaccine that they say could protect against large swaths of viruses and prevent pandemics even. So the team that did this was at the University of Cambridge, and they say that this is the first time a vaccine's key component has been designed entirely by AI and then trialed in people. Now, the vaccine was engineered to work on all coronaviruses, so that could include variants and viruses, and they're already trying to develop another vaccine, a couple of them, that could tackle flu as well as Ebola.
All right, Jane King live at the New York Stock Exchange. Jane, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
Thanks.
All right, coming up on 9:35 now, with the May jobs report dropping a little over an hour ago, We're going to also bring in our chief business correspondent, Taylor Young, to talk about this. Taylor, what are your biggest takeaways from that? We already know it did way better than what was originally forecasted.
Yeah, so whenever a jobs report drops, Jobs Report Friday, my eyes go to three things. Are employers hiring? What does the unemployment rate look like? And are wages keeping up with inflation? And let's start off at the top. Jane just mentioned it, the jobs added. 172,000 jobs added in the month of May. My mouth literally dropped when that came out. Far exceeding expectations. As Jane mentioned, economists were anticipating 80 to 85,000 jobs being added. The reality more than doubled that, but it is concentrated in some specific industries. We're looking at leisure and hospitality, local government, and healthcare. The healthcare one does not necessarily surprise me at all. Really, healthcare job gains last year really kind of ran the economy. The majority of jobs added in 2025 were healthcare jobs, so that's not too much of a surprise for me. But the leisure and hospitality and local government, that kind of stands out. The next one is the unemployment rates. As Jane mentioned, 4.3%, same as last month. That is considered relatively healthy. But as for job growth, a little bit of a moderate increase there, just 0.3%, which shows that, job hourly pay is increasing, not necessarily keeping up with inflation, but two back-to-back increases, I do think is a good sign. I think what all of this shows us is that, the economy and companies, they're still hiring despite uncertainty overseas, uncertainty with tariffs. So I think the big three were relatively positive.
All right, so if we're talking 172,000, that's great. If you're looking for a job, is this a green light? Are you guaranteed to get one?
I don't think anything is guaranteed in this economy anymore, but I do think this is good news because I think that there has been kind of this idea that no one is hiring. Clearly 172,000 jobs, companies are hiring. I do think that companies today are being a lot more selective with who they are hiring, so it may take longer to land a job. And of course, we know it's really some specific fields that are really kind of taking the burden of who's hiring, right? Healthcare, hospitality, and local government. So it might still be not easy to land a job, but there are still job opportunities out there.
Okay, so we know that the Fed always eyes the heartbeat of the economy.
Yeah.
What does this mean for interest rates? The job market may be doing better than we expected.
Yeah, so because the economy is growing, a strong jobs report likely will make it less likely for an actual cut to happen. Researchers, forecasters say there's a better chance of a rate hike rather than cuts this year. I will say the Fed is meeting on June 17th, so we will have to see. But I do overall think that this is a very strong jobs report.
All right, there we go. Good news, shocking news sounds like. Taylor, thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, an update to breaking news that we've been telling you about all this morning. An Amber Alert has now been canceled for those two children out of Brunswick County. Both children involved in that alert have been found. The suspect, 35-year-old Brandon Wilcox, now in custody. The Brunswick County Sheriff's Office says more information on charges will be released. Of course, as soon as we get them, we'll update you either here on air or online, QCnews.com.
One person has life-threatening injuries after an early morning shooting. This was in West Charlotte. It happened at the Exxon station at the corner of West Boulevard and Remount Road. CMPD had the entire area blocked off earlier during this investigation. We do know that the victim was taken to the hospital. We still don't know exactly what led up to the shooting or if CMPD has any suspects. As soon as we get that information, we'll pass it on to you. And this latest shooting caps off a violent week in the Queen City. Medics responded to at least 5 shootings and 1 stabbing since Monday. One of those shootings resulted in the death of an 18-year-old. An arrest was made in that case, but no word on arrests in any of those other cases.
Charlotte Mecklenburg Police and representatives from other agencies will meet this morning at 10 to discuss efforts to reduce gun violence as part of National Gun Violence Awareness Day. In addition to CMPD, agents from the FBI, Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office, and CMS Police will also be at that event. 9:39 the time now. Pass the moratorium on data centers. That's the message from advocates as Charlotte City Council is poised to put a hold on data center construction in the Queen City. But as industry advocates tell Chief Political Correspondent Andy Weber, that plan could actually create issues.
They've gotten to the point where they have little regard towards the law and little regard towards the people who live in East Charlotte, that they're placing it on people's backyards.
Advocates with Action NC and members of City Council re-upping a call to pause the construction of new data centers as the council is set to vote on a moratorium that could last 150 days. during which time the city hopes to learn more about the impact the facilities can have on the environment, water supply, and the electric grid. District 5 Council member J.D. Masuera-Arias has already signaled he'll vote for it.
Not because we're anti-development, not because we're anti-business, and certainly not because we're anti-technology, but because we owe it to our residents to pause and ask whether our policies are keeping up with reality.
But industry officials behind data centers have long argued the facilities are needed to accommodate increased internet and artificial intelligence usage. Speaking with On the Record on Queen City News, Kara Boonder with the Data Center Coalition argued ongoing opposition could lead to negative impacts. Is there any concern that internet users, that this might be stunted or AI might be stunted by opposition to the construction of these centers?
You know, I think it's a real question right now. We are seeing a lot of different conversations, localities establishing moratoriums on data center construction. And I think that really could make the U.S. less competitive in terms of being able to build these facilities and to have our data secured here in the U.S. I think there's also the question about what that could mean for economic development impacts.
And Charlotte City Council will vote on this 150-day data center moratorium at their next meeting, set for this coming Monday, June 8th. Reporting in Uptown, I'm Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Oh, can you smell it, Julian?
I can.
Taste of Charlotte starts today. Liza, my hot check, is out there. What's up, Liza?
Hi guys, I have this whole entire plate of croissants just for me. So we're going to be kicking off the 27th annual Taste of Charlotte coming up in just under an hour and a half. And we'll be back with some more French pastries after the short break.
Listen, I got to keep it real with you guys, our loyal viewers. Jason and I we're jealous. We're jealous because it's positively Charlotte's Liza Mahacek at Taste of Charlotte, and Jason and we're stuck on a desk, man.
This is not good. This
Nope.
is not good. You have to physically take yourself to Uptown over the next 3 days. You don't have to go all 3 days. Right in the middle of Tryon Street, it is Taste of Charlotte going on. Liza Mahacek, I am officially unbuttoning my jacket right now because we are living vicariously through you and all of your French pastries, Liza.
Right? I mean, can you just look at these? They're beautiful, and they're all just for me. Look, I've got a whole thing of these little mini chocolate croissants. I've got some beignets as well. I've got macarons. So, there's over 40 different restaurants here at the Taste of Charlotte this weekend, and over 100 different menu items.
Man.
We talked about, they've got banana pudding filled beignets. They've got bacon wrapped steaks. There's 5 different types of mac and cheese, guys. They've got brisket mac and cheese. They've got lobster mac and cheese. They've got buffalo chicken mac and cheese. I mean, I don't know what you couldn't find here. But I'm going to invite Chef Sylvain here from Renaissance Patisserie. So tell me a little bit about what you guys are offering this weekend, because every restaurant has 3 different menu items.
You have 8 different of macarons. You have the chocolate croissant and you have the beignet. One is my favorite today, the beignet with the raspberry jam.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so you've got some little loose pieces of paper here. Are those? I thought that they were newspapers. Is that just the cute paper that you hand out?
Newspaper. It's just some sample for all of you. Okay, you can test this one, but you know what? You need to test that. That is even, I'm telling you that.
Yes.
So we are located at the booth number 523. You can see the big Tower Eiffel over there with the American flag and the French flag over there.
Oh my goodness, it's so fun. Well, you know what? You said that I have to do some taste tests, right?
Yeah.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to Jason and Julian, but to be doing this. But I mean, so of the 3, what do you recommend that people come and get from you? Because you got to use the coins. So let me show you the coins. These are the ones that you use when you come up and you see Chef Sylvain. Then you go over, you give him the coins. But of the 3, what would you pick?
I love everything, This is
all of them. Okay, what are these? Is there a stuffing in these, or?
Yes, it's stuffing with raspberry jam.
Oh yes. Oh my gosh. See, he knows. He gets it. So you guys are over in South Park, but so why is it so important to come to Uptown and also to really embrace the food culture in Charlotte?
Number 1, because every year we're doing the Taste of Charlotte. Number 2, I'm very proud to represent the French food. Okay, and number 3 is also for the ambience. I see a lot of friends here, a lot of the community is very, very fun every year.
And what do you think of the Charlotte food scene as well? Because I think that, when people come here, they think that it's not as broad as it really is.
No, it's very good for all the community. It's very good for Charlotte because you discover some new restaurant, you discover some new flavor, you discover some new item. Here is fun. It's very fun, yeah.
Very fun. Chef, thank you so much for sharing this with us. We appreciate it. Thank you. So, of course, you can get food as well, but there are those kids' activities we were talking about before as well. So they're going to be setting up throughout the next hour as well. But, we were talking about these coins. You use those coins as well for kids' activities, or you can get a play all day pass where you can get a wristband and your kids can go and play all day long because I've got my half-eaten beignet. Ignore that. I'm going to be eating that in just a moment. But also this whole entire plate of French pastries, Chef said they're all for me, but I'll see if I can bring some back for you. There's no promises. But there are so many different places that you can go to down here. I mean, Cuzzo's Cuisine, we talked about. Also, Oh My Ganache Cheesecake Bar. There are tons and tons of local spots and all types of cuisine. So, I mean, I'm really excited to try it all. But I think you might just have to come and meet me out here. I think that's the only answer.
Listen, I'm just trying to get past, that tray that we keep taking a tight shot of, Liza. Listen, Julian is very adventurous. He has always said, I will try anything one time. Last year we had some amazing spicy jerk Caribbean chicken, and we followed it up with some crazy Ethiopian food, which I've never had. Are you willing to try anything that you see out there?
100%. I am so willing to try. I think there's an Ethiopian place down here. So I think that might be the place that you guys tried last year. I remember when we were running around trying all these different places. It's just so fun to get to try all the different types of cuisine. Hawker's is down here as well. I know that last year they won for their sticky ribs. And also, a lot of these people are coming back after winning, so it's vetted. They're really good. You already know that they're good, but I'm always willing to try anything, because also anything that's here at Taste of Charlotte, almost guaranteed it's good.
I think Cuzzo's Cuisine won a few years back for their lobster mac, which was delicious. Liza named 5 different mac and cheeses. We had shawarma that was good last year. Liza, I have to ask you, since you and Alicia always find a way to fill your shows with food, is there any restaurant that you're like, okay, I've had them before, this is a must? I know all of them are good, but give people one this is one you got to hit.
Well, honestly, oh my gosh, they're over in Camp North End, and they opened recently, and we had them on our show a couple months back, and they take little slices of cheesecake and they dress them up, and you can add truly whatever you want on them. So they're a great place, and also you guys know I have a sweet tooth, so I'm always looking for something sweet. Renaissance Patisserie we love, and then also coming up in the show today, we're going to have Fifth Sin on Positively Charlotte. We're also going to be talking with Kay Fressa and NADC Burgers. So they have these Wagyu burgers.
Yes.
So many great places. We're so excited because we're going to give you even more food over the next hour.
Wagyu burgers, Jason. I had one from their show, and it was cold, and it was still delicious.
You had a cold Wagyu burger.
It was still
good.
Man, listen, you can track Liza down. She's standing in front of the Disco Chicken in Uptown Tryon. I mean, that whole area is just going to be fantastic. Liza, thank you. Good luck. Pace yourself. This is a marathon. It's not a sprint, all right?
There it is.
I know, you're right. You're right.
All right. We'll see you, girl. Thanks so much, Liza.
Andrew, as far as the weather, obviously it's nice conditions out there, but you're saying you're going to want to dress for the heat.
Yeah, I want to dress for the heat. And you're talking about that cold Wagyu burger. There's enough heat over at the desk to heat it right back up, Julian and Jason. Just want to let you guys know. Taste of Charlotte forecast. Beautiful weather ahead here across the Carolinas, though it is going to be hot. Julian was talking about it here. Temperatures getting up into the low 90s, a little bit of humidity on the way as well. Smallest chance of a shower or storm later in the day on Sunday, though really for the most part, I think we're staying completely dry here this weekend. Right now, though, temperatures starting to move up, 73 degrees, calm conditions, dew points in the upper 50s. Comfortable, but yeah, we're going to start to heat up today. Beach Mountain, beautiful weather across the higher elevations. This is the place to be. If you don't want to go to the Taste of Charlotte, the most comfortable weather, of course, up in the mountains. Pinpoint radar, beautiful conditions here across the southeast. High pressure, though, moving offshore, and that is the sign that the warming trend is really going to kick into gear here across the region. Pollen forecast, watching those pollen counts getting a little bit higher. Poplar, willow pollen, that's really kind of the big allergens out there right now as we head into sort of the summer months throughout the Carolinas. Futurecast this afternoon. It's looking good. It's looking toasty, but it's looking good here across the region. 5 o'clock on your Friday evening here. A beautiful wrap to the week. If you want to be out and about, maybe if you want to go from Taste of Charlotte to your favorite watering hole, you're going to be in good shape overnight. Tonight, heading into your Saturday morning, we've got more great weather out there, mostly clear skies. And as we make our way into the afternoon, temperatures, well, they heat up a little bit more, probably about 2 or 3 degrees warmer tomorrow versus what we'll see today, staying completely dry. Once we get to Sunday, we'll see a few more clouds out there. And you can see a little bit of low cloud cover here Sunday morning. Then watching the afternoon, isolated shower, though really just about everyone is going to be staying dry here. Let's go to your pinpoint 7-day forecast, shall we? As we go through the weekend, there's those temperatures in the lower 90s and could see some of those scattered showers and storms for Monday and Tuesday. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Alrighty, well, let's check in. Your pinpoint 7-day forecast here, heating up over the weekend. So another taste of Charlotte where it's going to be not just the food, the top of the weather as well here across the region, but staying dry. A couple of hit and miss showers and storms here early next week, but otherwise kind of a summer pattern. You guys were asking me, average highs kind of in the mid-80s, so a little bit above average here, but pretty typical.
Okay, Andrew. Well, NASCAR is making a trip to the Irish Hills. This is a live look. Michigan International Speedway, where stock car racing going to take over this weekend. The fun kicks off tonight with the ARCA Menard Series in the Henry Ford Hell 200. Then the Truck Series will race in the DQS Solution and Staffing 250. And the main event, Sunday, the Firekeepers Casino 400 as the Cup Series takes on NASCAR's fastest racetrack. You can catch all the latest NASCAR action on CSL.
Well, the main event happening here in about 4 minutes is going to be Positively Charlotte. Alicia Quarles is here in the studio with us. Alicia, we know we've already been talking to Eliza this morning, making us super jealous with the food that she's already eating.
We're going to have more Wagyu burgers.
Oh.
You know what? It's National Donut Day. We might have some donuts. So you know one thing we're going to eat. So Liza's eating her way through Taste of Charlotte this morning. We're also always introducing y'all to new terms. We're going to talk about job hugging. Do you know what that is?
No.
Job hugging.
Okay, so it's a new trend. People hanging on to jobs they don't want to be at, they don't like, but no, we like ours. They're hanging on to it because they're afraid to move on. So we're going to talk about that trend and how you can get past that. So a little food, a little job hugging, a little something for everybody.
I feel like job hunting is like dating. If it's not good for you, you gotta leave.
Gotta leave.
That's facts.
Gotta leave.
That's what it is, Julian. That's
don't
right.
cling on for life.
That's right.
As they say, you don't put on the cake, we don't save them, Harp.
She don't want to be saved, Julian.
You hear that? Yep. Here we go. Listen, go to Taste of Charlotte. Enjoy the weekend. Try to stay cool. Be safe. We'll see you back here Monday morning at 4 a.m.
You don't want to miss what we've got coming up today on Positively Charlotte. We are talking the 27th annual Taste of Charlotte, 40 different local restaurants, over 100 different menu items, and you're not going to want to miss it. We've got all that coming up.
And it's time to celebrate because Buc-ee's is coming to North Carolina. We talk timeline and what you can expect from their new location. And the voice and likeness of Disney's Pocahontas is here. Find out where you can meet her, plus see some amazing art. Happy Friday, y'all. Happy start to your weekend. Welcome to Positively Charlotte. I'm Alicia Quarles, and thank you for starting your day with us. And North Carolina's largest food festival is back uptown on this beautiful weekend. Taste of Charlotte is taking over Tryon. It showcases the flavors of our Queen City. And our very own Liza Mahachek is over there at the main stage to give us a look. Liza, good morning. I see the chicken behind you, the disco chicken.
Oh my gosh, yes. Well, we've got the disco chicken behind us, and we've also got some chicken in front of us as well. So there's so much food to be had here this weekend, and it's kicking off in just about an hour. It all starts at 11 a.m., and I've got Carrie Griffin here with me to talk to us a little bit about Taste of Charlotte. So there is so much fun happening this weekend. Of course, there's family fun and different kids' activities, live music, but the food is the main focus, right?
Yes, the food. Over 100 different samples.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay, so what's the sample that we've got in front of us right now? Because it smells amazing.
This is from Coco's Jamaican Jerk, and they are grilling chicken, pork, and shrimp. It's all authentic jerk food. Delicious.
Oh my goodness. So explain a little bit about how this works. So you got some coins right here. So you can't be coming up just handing money over to the vendors. You actually have to have these coins, right?
Yes. Yeah, so admission is free. We're 6 blocks along Tryon Street from Brooklyn Village to Trade. You can stop at any of our coin booths at every single intersection and purchase coins, or you can go onto tasteofcharlotte.com and get digital coins.
That's so nice, too, so you don't even have to go to one of the booths. Also, for kids' activities as well, I know that you've got the bouncy houses, you've got the bull riding, all that jazz. You need coins for those as well, right?
Yes, you do need coins for the kids area, or you can get a wristband, and you can play all day. So you can purchase a wristband at any of our coin booths. We have one for inflatables, and we have one for all of the rides, including the bull ride and the gyro.
Girl, and I tried that bull ride last year. That was not good for me. But so there's a ton of different restaurants that are showing up. How do you select who is going to be here at Taste of Charlotte? Because there are so many great restaurants in Charlotte.
There really are, and we try to have a mix of different types of food. Of course, we don't want to have 7 restaurants that are all doing a barbecue wing. So we try to mix it up. We have a lot of restaurants that reach out to us throughout the year, and they want to get involved. So they're on our wait list, and when we have an opening, we reach out to them.
Just in terms of impact, what do you see for both local economy, but also how this is really uplifting our restaurant scene in the Queen City?
Yes. I had somebody tell me the other day that they're new to Charlotte and they're so excited to come to this because they can try a few different restaurants. And, maybe you live in Matthews and you don't get to a restaurant that's in Concord, but you can when you're here.
So, you've also got a artist marketplace. Mm-hmm. I think that this is so fun, too, because you're not only able to come and try these different things, but you're also able to support local shops, local artisans, right?
Yes, yeah. So we have paintings, we have hats, we have candles, body lotions, we have all sorts of things. So that there is a whole marketplace down at 4th Street.
Now, for folks who are coming here for the first time, are there specific pieces or menu items? Alicia, let me tell you, girl, I already started circling things on my menu, or excuse me, not the menu, on the map, but essentially it is the menu. Are there specific things that you're looking out for?
I love everything. I don't even know where I'm going to start here in 45 minutes. I'm so excited to eat today.
I mean, it's insane. They've got, Cuzzo's Cuisine has the lobster mac and cheese. There's like so many different kinds of mac and cheese, which, I mean, you could just do a mac and cheese bar all on your own because there's like 5 different kinds. They've got banana pudding beignets we were talking about this morning. Also, we saw a beef short rib. I mean, and also like there's never a bad time to get some of this food. So talk to me about logistics. How should people be parking, getting up here, and also buying those coins and tickets and all that jazz?
Right, absolutely. So I would suggest Uber or park at one of the many parking garages that are around us. Like I said, the event is on South Tryon, Brooklyn Village to Trade. We do have our map on our website, tasteofcharlotte.com, and we also have some information about how you can take the light rail and get close by.
That's great too. So, on that map, you can also see how many coins each little menu item costs. So I know that I've got 15 in this little cup right here. So I've already started plotting out how many different menu items I can get with my 15 coins. But so if people want to come and head out here, you guys are going to be, it's 11 to 11 today, tomorrow. And then what are the hours for Sunday?
On Sunday, we're 11 to 6.
Okay, amazing. Thank you so much for sharing this with us today. We are so excited. I cannot wait to be eating all the way down Tryon. We're so excited. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you. We'll send it back to you, Alicia.
Thanks, Liza. You got to get some food for me as well. Look out for your girl.
I'll bring them back for you, girl.
Thank you, Liza. All right, listen up, Buc-ee's fans, because your time has come. North Carolina is getting its first Buc-ee's gas station. So next week, Buc-ee's is breaking ground in Mebane, North Carolina, and it's about an hour and 40 minutes from Charlotte. The plans for the spot include 650 parking spaces, 120 pumps, 24 EV charging stations. I'm told it'll be about the size of a Kohl's store. So if you're looking to become a company man or woman for Buc-ee's, they're creating at least 200 full-time jobs, and those jobs are all above minimum wage. They have matching 401k plans and paid vacations. And Buc-ee's really out here doing the Lord's work, y'all, so let us know when you're up and running, because we'll be the first in line for some brisket sandwiches. I gotta say, I went to Buc-ee's for the first time this winter, and I was not disappointed. It was a little hectic for me, okay? I got a little overwhelmed, but I will say their bathrooms are super nice, and the brisket was bomb. Well, the face and voice of Pocahontas is right here in the Queen City for an amazing art expo. She gives us all the details and all the fun. Stick around. And after the break, we see what it took for General Washington to see in the Carolinas. That's coming up next. You're taking a live look at West Charlotte. We'll be right back after this short break. Welcome back. Well, Irene Bedard is the voice and likeness of Disney's Pocahontas, and she's joined with John Mack from the Amazing Art Expo. Y'all are cooking up something very special in the Queen City this weekend, right? Yes. So first of all, welcome to Charlotte, and tell me about what's happening.
Oh, we're so excited to be here, aren't we? Well, it's the Amazing Art Expo. John, would you like?
Yeah, we're a pop-up art expo that features pop culture artwork. So it's mostly Disney, Alice in Wonderland, Star Wars, Marvel, anime, you name all those big pop themes. And we bring in some real special guests sometimes. And for this weekend, we're bringing Irene. It's our first time here to Charlotte. So we're really excited to be here.
Well, when Irene walked on set, I was like, you are Pocahontas. You looked like it. You came in. It's pretty incredible. So for you, what does it mean to be involved in something like this?
Well, what I love about this, too, is that it's celebrating artists.
Yes.
And that it's celebrating families. It's a free event. which is different than some of the other sort of popular events that happen like this. And it's no AI art. There's a cosplay contest, other autograph merchandise that you have, and collectibles.
Yeah, what's this you're holding in your hand?
This is my little tiny, I love tiny things. A tiny little Funko Pop that I want to make earrings out of.
Oh, that's so cute. Oh my goodness. Well, talk to me about the art, because obviously this is inspired by you. You've got this little tiny miniature, but talk to me about
Well, like Irene said, we have no AI art whatsoever. These two pieces in particular were original oil paintings by one of our featured artists, Christopher Clark, who is actually Lucasfilm's #1 selling artist.
Wow.
So he's Disney license and all those others, but he is phenomenal. We represent about 7 artists over all the years. We're really particular. We want the best of. So we really go after uniqueness, and like Irene said, what makes our show special is it's free. You go to Comic-Con and you got to pay $100 to stand in line, and ours it's smaller, but it's more intimate. And Irene's going to be the main focal point for the guests that we have there, which is nice, so people can come and meet her and they don't have to wait in super long lines. It's child friendly, and cosplay contests on Saturday, and it's just overall a fun experience, and it's very positively Charlotte.
We like that. It's positively, it's the good things. Irene taught me that 30 hugs a month, or is it better health?
For better health.
Yeah, I'm a hugger, so that's
good.
For you, what is it like, has it been like to play Pocahontas, and what it's meant for you and for people? People love you.
Well, it's definitely a legacy, something that for me, it's kind of like getting to be Santa Claus your whole life.
Yes.
To be part of the whole Disney princess. For Ralph Breaks the Internet, we all got to go and be a part of that, and the princesses saved the day.
Yes.
But it's been a lot of fun doing. It's what I love about animation and this whole thing is that we all get to be little kids and big kids together, and we get to enjoy each other's company, celebrate and celebrate joy.
Yes.
And in this time, I think it's really important that we come together and celebrate each other.
1000%.
yeah.
Do you have a collection of your artwork? Because I don't know, my vain side, if people were painting pictures of me, I might have like a little room in my house with my own artwork.
There is definitely a lot of fan art out there, and it is really incredible. I do have some pieces that people have given me, and it's really amazing. I mean, it's everything from, because I've had a long career of both animation and on screen. So from Last Airbender to it comes from all over the place.
Because you direct, produce, you do it all. Well, I want to thank you both so much. And as you said, the event is free, so we've got some information up on the screen. If you guys want to go, make sure that you go to the website and register, and go meet Irene. It's pretty cool.
President Washington wanted to visit the 13 states when he took office.
He wanted that sort of political theater to let everybody know that he was in charge and happy to be there.
Of course, he knew a fair amount about Virginia, but he'd never been to the Carolinas and Georgia. And so that was all new. So this is how he put the route together, by talking to other people and getting advice and counsel. So he came down along the coastal plain, got to Savannah, and then he cut up north to Augusta, which was the capital of Georgia at that time, and came back through the Piedmont, the central part of all the state. His mindset was, man, I'm really ready to go, and he was getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning, and preferably only staying one night in places as he went north. George Washington was nearly 60 as he made this trip, and so this was tough. And he left March 21, and he didn't get back to Philadelphia till early July. When they got to Salem in late May of 1791, they were getting near the end of the trip, and they were tired. He was really kind of happy with, I think, the simpler pleasures that he found here in Salem, the small community, small dinners. He loved the Moravian music.
When they knew he was close, they sent out trumpets and trombones. A lot of places he was met with multiple gun salutes. They welcomed him with great fanfare, just not the same kind. He toured the major buildings in town. He was particularly impressed with the waterworks. There was a gravity-fed water system.
Well, he was fascinated, I think, by the Moravian community. You know, Washington, being the soldier that he was, liked order and unity. He liked that very much throughout his life, and so he found that here.
He invited certain Moravian dignitaries to dine with him, and when he decided to spend another night, he specifically requested more music.
He left early once again and wound up heading to Dobson's Tavern in present-day Kernersville. And Dobson's was thought to be one of the better taverns on the road. So many taverns and inns were not good. Washington often used the term indifferent, which we think of meaning so-so, but I think he meant bad in his era, indifferent. And he did not say that was an indifferent meal at Dobson.
His next stop was Guilford Courthouse, and of course, we were defeated at Guilford Courthouse, but it was a huge loss for Cornwallis, even though they technically won.
He also was very fond of Nathaniel Greene. It just meant a lot to him just to, I think, see the places. It was almost a thing of reverence.
Just like today, when a politician visits a place, it makes you feel good about the fact that they consider your place important enough to see.
If you look back at Washington's Southern tour, you have to be impressed that he did it, because the tour itself was, he had an odometer on his carriage. So it was right at 1,900 miles round trip, over awful roads, unsure where you're staying some nights. There's an expression that I refer to in my book, to see and be seen. And so Washington saw, and then he was seen, and I think both were important.
We're giving you another taste of the Taste of Charlotte. It's the 27th annual, and it never gets old. We're giving you 3 of some of the 100 menu items that you can catch this weekend. Stick with us.
And here's a live look at beautiful Uptown. You're watching Positively Charlotte. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. we are bringing you another taste of the Taste of Charlotte. Liza's in Uptown with all kinds of food. Liza, what are you munching on?
Oh, girl, what am I not munching on right now? First of all, we've got so much food in front of us right now. We've got 6 of the 100 menu items that are on par for this weekend. But first up, I want to introduce you to Chef Juan Romero from Que Fresa. So there are so many fantastic restaurants showing up and showing out this weekend. But tell me a little bit about the menu items that you guys have.
Yes, so this time around we're offering a corn on the cob, which has a smoky chipotle aioli. It has cotija cheese, which is a Mexican Parmesan cheese. And then we top it up with tahini for acidity, a little spice, and it's just a perfect bite. Easy to eat, easy to carry around. So I think it's going to be super popular this year.
So I'm looking at this, and I know people know tres leches, but you guys have got cuatro leches?
Yes, so we have a cuatro leches cake, grandmother's recipe. We add cocoa powder. We make it a cuatro leches with chocolate, a sponge cake. Then we do a spiced whipped cream and a little bit of blueberry for freshness.
I'm getting into this. I can't not try this. Okay, so tell me, thank you so much. Then tell me a little bit about these rolls that you've got right here.
Okay, so this is a dish that is influenced by a little bit of Asian influence. We have a birria stuffed egg roll skin. We fry it, we cut it, it's cheesy, it's meaty, and we put it with a consomme that is cooked in. So you dip it, you go, you dip it, you go.
So birria, that's what it is that it's you get both the sauce that it's steeped in, and you also get all the flavors from it, right?
So instead of using a tortilla, cheese and beef, we use an egg roll skin, wrap it, fry it, cut it, consomme. It's delicious. Also very convenient. You eat as you go. You dip it, you come back, you get another one.
I love it, man. I'm going to be spending all my coins on you guys. So also, Andre, owner of Fitzen, we've got both the owners here. So tell me a little bit about what you guys have going on this weekend, because you've got bacon wrapped everything.
Bacon wrapped everything, exactly. We have a scallops wrapped bacon, chicken wrapped bacon, and a beef steak wrapped bacon. All comes with a chimichurri sauce aioli. It's very delicious.
Okay, so Fitzen, you guys are named after the fifth of the deadly sins, which is gluttony, and I feel like bacon wrapped everything. That is the name of the game. So, with your food truck, how does Taste of Charlotte, being a food truck, how does that really help you guys with business?
Yeah, it helps a lot. Spread the brand all over the city, and helps when you go to certain locations, people know us from here, or I taste your food and Taste of Charlotte, so it's pretty good. I want to repeat it.
So how did you decide to do bacon wrapped everything? What was the thought there? What were you guys thinking?
It's the easiest decision of all time. What are you talking about? Yeah, everything's better with bacon. Bacon wrapped scallops. I'm from New England. That's like classic dish. And then bacon wrapped steak, when he was telling me that we were doing that, I was like, brother, that's perfect. No, I think that it's great with the aioli. Literally everything's perfect. It's very indulgent. It's also very clean, even though we're gluttony. Everything we do in-house. We hand-cut everything. All of our burgers on the regular truck. We grind our own meat. We take the extra effort with absolutely everything. Andre, amazing chef. We put in the extra effort, even though it's very indulgent, gluttonous food.
Well, for people who are walking around and getting to try some of this stuff, I mean, bacon wrapped steak, that's a selling point. So, if people are wanting to come see you, of course, you've got these on your menu for this weekend, but what else do you guys typically offer on your food truck?
On the food truck, we offer pretty much burgers and sandwiches. We have our Cuban signature is one of the top sales. We do a little bit different than the regular one. And we have the burgers, too, is very popular.
Yeah. So if people want to come and find you, I know that you guys will have a booth here this weekend, but if they want to come and find your food truck, where can they find you?
They can access the www.fifthsing.com and roll up and have all the schedule over there.
Oh man, it sounds like it's going to be amazing. So always you can check out the map on Taste of Charlotte's website. So they're going to have all of the different booths that you can head on over to and check out as well. So they've got everything there, but of course there are so many different options. And Que Fresa, of course, they've got their booth here, but they've got 2 locations. One is in Uptown. You can go and try their soft serve margaritas as well if you go to their restaurant. But there are so many different places that you can try. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today, and we are so excited to come and visit you at the booths. And of course, make sure that you remember to go and get those coins. You can purchase them online as well as on site here. But if you want to get food, you got to get those coins. But Alicia, I think you need to come and help me eat all this, because bacon wrapped everything, and also some cuatro leches. How can you say no?
Liza, that might be our new tagline: bacon wrapped everything. Yes, can't say no.
Bacon wrapped everything.
All right, guys, there's gold in the hills just outside the Queen City. John Lee takes us to Cabarrus County to see how Gold Rush truly kicked off.
In Cabarrus County, there's a treasure trove of history, some of it underground.
That guy's right this way behind me.
Eureka! A school group takes a tour of Reed Gold Mine, the site of the first documented gold discovery in the United States.
Gold was found here in 1799 by a 10-year-old boy who wasn't even looking for it, was fishing here in Little Meadow Creek and found a 17-pound shiny rock that was later identified as gold.
Spoiler alert, there was no 17-pounder found on this day, but perhaps a glimmer of gold?
What are we really looking for? Bug.
Excuse me, guys.
Before any precious metal payoff,
all right, and right this way.
Guide Cole Crawford walks them through the mine.
So everything we're standing in right now used to be solid rock, or more specifically, a quartz vein.
Right away, visitors get an idea of what the dimly lit, cramped space was like in the 19th century.
But the miners had these conditions to work with. So vein number 4 is the longest vein on this property, and it is thought to be the most profitable, meaning they think they found more gold here than anywhere else. Might not look like it, but vein 4 stretches back almost 100 yards.
The mercury's like blue for the gold.
Next, Logan Stamper takes them to the 1896 stamp mill, where gold was extracted from quartz.
These shoes are going to be hitting that quartz to crush it. The water will push the broken up quartz and sometimes extra gold to the bottom of the table.
I think it's important to know that this was a big economic boost for the state of North Carolina. The first mint outside of Philadelphia was built in North Carolina in Charlotte because of the gold find here.
You'll notice the top layer of dirt slowly filter out.
See your gold? You see it?
We can only imagine what gold fever was like back in the day. A trip to Reed Gold Mine also teaches kids about something else that's valuable.
Well, history of North Carolina is also hard work and learning what that is.
Even if the field trip doesn't pan out in the form of gold, at least they come away with a few important nuggets of North Carolina and American history.
But I love to see kids coming out and learning and enjoying and realizing, whoa, this happened in our state.
Truly a golden opportunity.
Wonderful. Hi, thank you.
In Cabarrus County, John Lee, Queen City News.
Here's a question. Are you job hunting? We look into what even created the term job hugging right after the break. Find out what it means. Thanks for sticking with us. Well, the Super Bowl is looking a little more playful, and the ESPYs, they're getting a whole lot funnier. Melvin Robert has the details in today's Entertainment Report.
ESPN is channeling the spirit of Toy Story 5 with the new Super Bowl campaign. Pretty cool. Big names like Troy Aikman, Jason Kelce, and the Manning brothers appear in it, but smaller. Take a look.
Hey, you're not packing your toys for the Super Bowl?
Nah, they gotta hold down the fort while we're in LA.
Like Toy Story?
Toy Story.
The whole company's going. Let's roll. Let's go! We're never gonna make it! It would take some kind of unbelievable, miraculous Super Bowl Hail Mary! That's not funny, Eli!
The spot will air during Game 1 of the NBA Finals, and ESPN is promising more to come leading up to the 2027 Super Bowl in Los Angeles. And in more sports news this morning, this SNL comedian has been tapped to host the ESPYs.
Hey Matt, came all this way, had to explain, direct from Domingo. I get to the salon, Colin, and the lady's like, where have you been?
Marcelo Hernandez will host this year's ESPY Awards, celebrating achievements in sports. This year's ESPYs will return to New York City's Lincoln Center, and it's all going down July 15th at 5 p.m. on ABC. And it's also streaming on ESPN Plus and on the ESPN app, and the next day on Hulu. And speaking of hosts, in April we learned that Grammy-winning artist Pink will be hosting the 79th Annual Tony Awards, one of my favorite nights of the year. Well, Pink stopped by Late Night with Seth Meyers to share how she feels leading up to the weekend show.
You are, I would say, appropriately, because you're taking it seriously, appropriately nervous about this big night.
Terracited.
Terracited. Great word.
Terracite. I mean, I'll probably fall.
Yeah.
But that's good. I tell my own audience, if I fall, please laugh. So we can move on. I'm excited. It's going to be ridiculous. My one rule was that I have to make fun of myself as soon as I hit the stage, however I hit the stage. And that's what I'm doing. It's going to be so much fun.
The 79th Annual Tony Awards are this Sunday, June 7th at 5 p.m. on CBS. They're also streaming on Paramount Plus. Cannot wait. In Hollywood with your entertainment report, I'm Melvin Robert.
Well, for most of us, the Komodo dragon is considered a pretty dangerous animal, but Australians treat them like this.
Have a go at the size of this park. This is Kraken. He's just been out for his morning walk, and he gets out every single morning here in the Reptile Park for a stroll around our main park area. Have a go at the size of him. And look, he's harness trained. So now he's back in the enclosure. We take his harness off. We started conditioning him to wear a harness when he was literally a year old. He used to sit on my shoulders. That big. He used to literally just sit across there. Now he's like over 2.5 meters long and over 70 kilo weight. He is an absolute unit and we love him.
Okay, that looks like a big old alligator to me. Well, that's Kraken, the Komodo. The Australian Reptile Park in Somersby shared this video on Instagram, calling Kraken an absolute legend. I just heard one of our camera people, Chris, say that those dragons can run 30 miles per hour. And Chris, do they bite you? I think he said they can bite you. So I let the Aussies have those ones. I'm good on it. Okay, so here, listen up, guys, because you might be dating a man-child, but chances are, hey, you already know it. But just in case you don't, Relationship experts say there are signs. Does he make impulsive purchases? Is he not much of a saver? Does he hold a series of random jobs but has no real career ambition? Does he pretend he doesn't know how to do something instead of just trying to learn how to do it? Will he purposefully load the dishwasher wrong just so you have to step in and do it for him? Does he prioritize his hobbies over your comfort? This list is long. Does he pout? Does he whine? Yep, you've got a man child. All right, do what you will with that information. We're just here to drop some knowledge. You know what's so funny? I'm listening to half of this. Does he whine? Does he cry? Does he load the dishwasher wrong? I'm like, that's what my toddler does. So why would you date somebody that does that? Just saying. Well, a new study compares people who sleep in to morning people, and the results may convince you to roll out of bed a bit sooner. So researchers at Brigham Young University found that people with later sleep schedules reported significantly higher levels of anxiety. They say it could be happening because night owls have the tendency to feel lonely when they stay up late, of course, because nobody else is up to talk to you. So researchers say the findings suggest both daytime and nighttime social experiences appear to be relevant when examining mental health among those with irregular sleep patterns. I will say I was a night owl for years. That was like my jam. I think I got stuff done better. But getting up early, there is something to be said for it. Does it suck? Yes. Are you more productive? Yeah, you are. All right, guys, it's really literally almost summertime. So what better way to enjoy the warmer weather than with a scary movie, or at least a parody of one? Jasmine Simpkins is headed to Scary Movie red carpet for all the details.
That's right, the hilarious horror squad is back for Scary Movie, and we had to find out, is this one funnier than the first? Is this the funniest in the franchise, and how happy are you guys to be back with your name on it?
You know, I don't know. I think Scary Movie 1 and 2 was so powerfully hilarious that as long as it stands in tandem with 1 and 2, and it makes you feel good, I just want it to be as funny. I don't care about funnier. I want it to be as funnier. 7 will be funnier than all of them.
It feels wonderful. It feels right. It feels like this is where it belongs with its creators. Yeah.
Sink into the chair. I'm highest. Me too, cuz. Me 3 months.
I know it's hard to say, but I think this one is really good.
I'm gonna go out there on a limb and say it's definitely up there with 1. I mean, I think it's very close.
Ghostface is still killing folks.
You know what they say about the crazy ones? They got the best.
I got the call that they were going to do this again. Of course, I said yes right away. And then the first day on the set, it just felt like, you know, old times.
I was like, whoa, we're kind of hitting a new level of Scary Movie. So I will say I think it might be the audience's favorite. I will say it's hard to beat the first. It's hard to beat the original. But I think we'll come pretty close to it.
Scary Movie.
Scary Movie is in theaters June 5th. With your entertainment report, I'm Jasmine Simpkins.
All right, here's a question. Are you a job hugger? What is that? Well, you might be. According to employment analysts, job huggers are people who hang on to jobs out of fear. They have no actual desire to be there, but if you're terrified to try anything new or different. So here's how you can tell if you're a job hugger. Have you stopped participating, really, getting involved in meetings, giving ideas? Has your light gone out as soon as you get to work? Do you no longer speak up for yourself because you just don't care? Do you feel anxious or nervous all the time when you're at work or going to work? If this is you, experts say it's essential to your mental and physical health. Find a new job. I think at some point, if you've lived long enough, you've all been there where you're at a job where you just don't like, but you also have to pay your bills. So that's the conundrum, but apparently there's a term for it, job hugging. Well, lots of people plan on traveling this summer, but make sure it's a trip you want to take. According to a new survey, 97% of people said they regret at least one trip they've taken in their lifetime. About 2/3 of those surveyed said they'd do a do-over if they could. Their top travel issues: not planning properly, not setting a realistic budget, and choosing the wrong companions and letting anxiety get the best of them. I think that choosing the wrong travel partner, that is absolutely essential. I've definitely been there where I was like, why am I on this trip with this person? But hey, you live and you learn, and apparently 97% of us, we've all done it. Well, we still haven't gotten our fill of Taste of Charlotte, so don't you go anywhere. Liza will be back with all the delicious details That's coming up right after the break.
We've got another taste of Charlotte for you here on your Friday. We are giving you one of the 40 different restaurants that you have got a chance to see this weekend, all weekend long. NADC Burger is here, and I've got Ariana De La Cruz, who is the general manager, here with me. So talk to me about your menu, because we've got all the options up right here.
Yeah, so we're like one of the only places in Charlotte where you can get a really good Wagyu burger under 20 bucks. Beef tallow fries, so no seed oils there, kind of makes it a little umami. And then we have a brown butter chocolate chip cookie that's thanks to the owner of the business. Her name is Jess. She's one of the marketing directors as well.
So I feel like it's Wagyu out the wazoo now. Like, I feel like it is Wagyu everywhere. What is it, and why is it taking over the world?
Honestly, it's just a better cut of meat. It just tastes better. It's better for you. We get ours from ranch out in Texas, so it's really, really cool, RC Ranch. So
it has the fat marbled in it, right?
It's literally so fatty, super, super good, indulgent. So it's just a way better cut of meat than your regular average burger that you can get.
Man, and also the backstory of NADC Burger is really cool. Tell me about your founders.
Yeah, of course. So Philip Franken Lee, he's a Michelin star chef out of LA. And then we have Neen Williams, he's a pro skateboarder, over 15 plus years in the skateboarding business. They're best buds, we're skating every day, and they fell in love over their love of burgers. So, and then they developed NADC. So now we have over 70 locations. Charlotte's up and coming. So
very exciting. Thank you so much for sharing this with us today. We're going to head down the block here because, even though it's kicking off at 11, there's already people who are starting to roll up here. Now, like I mentioned before, there's over 40 different local restaurants. There are over 100 menu items. And we've been telling you a little bit about the coins that you need to go and purchase. But let me tell you, I've already started plotting out along the map where I need to go, because the majority of these things, they're going to cost 3 or 4 coins. So when you buy that, keep that in mind with however many menu items that you want to buy. Make sure that you get enough coins for that, because you know what? I think that I need more than the 15 coins that I got, because we're heading over to Oh My Ganache, the cheesecake bar here, and I've got Brittany here with us. So you might recognize Brittany. She's been on the show with us before, but you've got some delicious things here for us. Can you show us what you've got?
Absolutely. Okay. So we kind of did some of the same. Of course, we have our famous sweet potato pie cheesecake with bourbon pecans, some cheesecake with strawberry sauce. Now this year, we brought in cinnamon rolls. Oh, girl. We do have cream cheese icing, but again, you can top it however you please.
But that's what's so great about Oh My Ganache is that you can really decide what you want to go on top of it, right?
Absolutely.
And that still goes for Taste of Charlotte too, right? So what are the toppings that people can add?
So this year we have our bourbon pecan pie topping, which of course is loaded with pecans, right? We have our homemade chocolate ganache. We have caramel sauce and strawberry sauce. And then of course the full spread is at our brick and mortar.
And your brick and mortar is in Camp North End, correct?
It is.
Okay, so also talk to me a little bit about, in terms of the food scene, it's so important to support small local businesses, but why is Taste of Charlotte so beneficial for those smaller restaurants?
So I can speak for myself. I've been doing this 4 years. Taste of Charlotte played a pivotal part in our going into a brick and mortar. Wow. So we found a lot of success, great marketing, great PR out here. It's been amazing to really get our name and our brand out to everybody.
So if people are coming here and they want to find you, where is your booth located?
Oh, we are directly across from Mimosa Grill. So if you go out and you have your brunch, I know you know where this is at.
That is right. So thank you so much, Brittany. We so appreciate it. But of course, if you want to come out here, it is going to be going on until 11 p.m. tonight. This is running through Sunday, so it kicks off today in just a few minutes at 11 a.m. So people are already starting to roll in, but it is about to be jam-packed because this is the largest food festival in North Carolina. 100,000 people are expected to be here this weekend, so you will not want to miss out on this. Alicia, I'll be bringing back some samples for you, too.
Thank you, Liza. I appreciate you. I know you got my back. Here's a question. Are you looking for tech on the cheap? Rich DeMuro may have found the solution for you in today's Rich on Tech.
Selling used stuff online used to take a lot of work. You had to take photos, write descriptions, and figure out what something was worth. Well, now AI tools are making the process much easier. And for some people, selling used tech has become a full-time business. You might call Angie and her husband Joe accidental entrepreneurs.
We started 1 year after the original iPhone came out.
For the past 18 years, they've been flipping electronics on eBay.
We have anywhere between 1,200 and 2,000 items listed at any given time.
They run eWaste Direct, an electronics recycling business just outside San Francisco, collecting old laptops, phones, tablets, and other gadgets from companies that don't need them anymore.
They better put the ones from the boxes then already?
Then they refurbish the devices that still have value or break them down and sell the parts on eBay through their store, Angie's Green Go Surplus.
You just never know what you're finding, and that's the most exciting, accelerating part of our job.
Thanks to the AI boom, hard drives and memory are in high demand, and Apple products are always popular.
80% of our buyers are looking for a good deal on a fully working laptop.
They sell a lot of refurbished laptops too.
Once diagnostics are done, they pass our standards, then in the same system, we could actually go and wipe the hard drives, and the standards are within all the government regulations to make sure that they're sanitized properly and stuff.
eBay says it has the tools to make selling easy, whether you're one person cleaning out a closet or a small business building an entire operation.
What we see, number one, is value. So the dollars that you're either saving or that you're making because you are the seller. And then second is sustainability, that understanding that you're not sending something to the landfills.
Tech getting a second chance. Good for business, good for the environment, and a good deal for buyers.
I think at one time, used items was like, it's broken, retire, not trustworthy. But that mentality is really shifting, especially with the millennials and the Gen Z generation.
eBay says more people are buying used and refurbished tech than ever before, so there's a good chance someone out there is looking for exactly what you have. And if you're shopping for a deal on a used laptop, I'll put a link to their storefront on my website, richontech.tv. I'm Rich DeMuro. That's Rich on Tech.
And it's a not-so-sunny day on Sesame Street. See why Elmo is getting dragged. Say it ain't so. That's after the break.
Hello there. Welcome to Epic Discounts by BestReviews.com. I'm Ashley Howard.
And I'm Melissa Bergamini. Scan that QR code on your screen to get ready to save big. First up, wake up on the right side of the bed with the Keurig K Elite single-serve coffee maker. This is your fast, fresh cafe-style coffee right at home. With strong brew settings, custom temperature control, and even iced coffee options, so you can start your day exactly how you like it.
One touch and you've got a hot bold cup or a refreshing iced drink in under a minute. Perfect for busy mornings when you need quality, consistency, and speed without sacrificing great taste or control.
And once you're up and moving, let's talk about staying on track with the Garmin Vivo Active 5. Now, this smartwatch, it is your daily wellness companion, tracking heart rate, sleep stress, and activity, all from your wrist. So you can see your progress in real time and stay motivated all day long.
Plus, it offers built-in workouts, smart notifications, and easy-to-read health insights, so you can stay connected and on track.
Next up, the Bissell Little Green Pet Portable Carpet Cleaner. Now, this compact powerhouse, it is perfect for deep cleaning carpets, upholstery, and even your car's interior.
It's designed for pet owners, but it's just as great for families, busy homes, or anyone dealing with spills and stains. With powerful suction and spot cleaning tool set, it lifts embedded dirt and messes with ease.
Now, let's bring it home literally with this LaVoie Tower fan. Now, this is a quiet, powerful cooling fan that blends into any room while delivering customizable airflow, so you can stay comfortable without the distraction of a loud traditional fan.
Multiple speed oscillation and a sleek modern design means you can direct cool air exactly where you need it to go. Whether you're relaxing, sleeping, working, or just needing a consistent, comfortable breeze throughout your space.
All right, let's take one last look at today's products helping save you money. This is your all-in-one everyday lifestyle upgrade that brings it all together in one simple, smart routine.
Head to epicdiscounts.com or just scan the QR code on your screen to scan, shop, and save with Epic Discounts by Best Reviews.
Well, Valentino is facing backlash from fashionistas all over the internet over these pair of pumps. So people say the brand's $1,100 open-toed suede pumps you're seeing made the feet look like pig's hooves. One person said it looked like an ugly foot taco. The heels went viral after Hailey Bieber were seen wearing them, and the shoes come in that color you're seeing there, also black and green. I have to say these are so ugly. When you see them on somebody, they're absolutely terrible. Look up the pictures with Hailey Bieber in them, and they like viscerally make me want to throw up. Like, they're pretty right there, but on the feet, it's a no. All right, guys, here's one way to cap off the week. Elmo, little baby Elmo, he's getting backlash for making a post on X ahead of Game 1 of the NBA Finals. So Elmo posted he hopes both teams have fun, but people online, especially Knicks fans, they were quick to point out, Elmo, you're from New York, and he should be rooting for the Knicks. One user wrote, this isn't a time for sportsmanship, Elmo. Now, as a former New Yorker, I agree with them. Elmo, stand on business. The Knicks are finally in the finals, and you want to talk about rooting for both teams? No, you root for the Knicks like a true New Yorker. All right, guys, as always, before we go, I want to share my closing thoughts. If you find you're stressed out during the week, then it's even more important that you focus on what you want to do for the weekend. Don't bring work home. That's Kate Summers. Leave the work at home this weekend, y'all. Relax, enjoy your family. Just let your mind disengage. Work will be waiting for you on Monday. All right, guys, we'll see you here on Positively Charlotte on Monday. Have a wonderful weekend.
Prison is so sad. You have guys in there 40 and 50 years old can't spell cat. Thanks for joining us on Local Roots. I'm Alicia Barnes here on Queens City News Plus. This episode is called From Street Legend to Community Leader. With summer starting in a matter of days, juvenile crime remains top of mind for law enforcement all across the Queen City. And a local community outreach program is now working to guide young people toward making positive life decisions. Prison is not a playground. Officially launched in April, organizers say the program offers teens a safe space to learn life skills and hear firsthand about the consequences of crime. I want to welcome in our guests, Antonio and Tara Barnes. Thank you so much for being here. I mean, this is a heavy conversation, and you bring so much to this conversation for young kids to really understand. So first, let's talk about your personal background, your personal history. You started early in a life of crime.
Yes. Yes. Well, yes, I was in the street actually when I was about 11, 12 years old, dealing with selling little marijuana and selling little volumes at the time. But I want to actually help these young people and deter them from going to prison because I knew right from wrong. I disregard all the rules and values that I was taught. It's no excuse. I had a great set of parents. And so I did go to prison for 37 years. And I like to tell these young people that it's nothing wrong with doing the right thing because it's the right thing to do. And prison is definitely not a playground. If you're looking for depression, anxiety, mental health, this is what you're actually going to get.
Before we talk about how much help you're giving the Charlotte community and youth here, I think it's important for people to really understand. Let that sink in just for a minute for people. 37 years. That's not a year, that's not 2 years. 37 years is a lot of your life that you're kind of making up for. And I think it's important for young people, especially if they're watching this, listening to this, or even their parents, for them to understand these choices that they're making when that jail cell closes and kids are sentenced to time. What is your message that you want to let people know? We know it's terrible and miserable, but is there anything that you could have said before these actions when they know they're doing something wrong? Is there any message you have for young people?
The message that I have for young people, and I tell them all the time, soon as we get in trouble, first thing we say when we lay in themselves, listen to my. And it sounds corny when I tell them that. Education and listen to your parents. First of all, it's nothing that a friend or a partner can tell you that's going to overrule what your parent told you. Because our parents are our teachers for our first 4 or 5 years of our life. I don't know no parent that teaches their child how to be the best drug dealer, how to be the best robber. And we will take these values that we're taught and get out in the street and just do the opposite. When we leave these doors, we do have a choice to make, and we have to make the right choices because you're going to get rewarded for everything you do in life. If it's bad, you might not like it.
Right.
Because it might be the choice that I had. You might not get that second chance like I got. If it's good, you're going to be successful, and things going to move right along for you, and you'll get a chance to build your life.
You talk about second chances. So, Antonio, you had an article that came out in the New York Times, and I'm going to hold this up so people can be able to see if you want to be able to check out and have more information on Antonio. But this is impressive. I mean, it talks all about your world, your life, and very interesting is the character Bird in the TV show The Wire, loosely based on your life, and how that happened. You grew up in Baltimore, so a lot of these things, I was a fan of The Wire. I know you haven't watched it because you said I've lived it, but in terms of The Wire, a lot of this is glorified, to be able to make quick money, to be able to have a hot girlfriend or, have like all this lifestyle that kids see. When you talk to youth here in Charlotte, this is a different time where you can really listen to what they have to say. What are kids telling you?
The same thing that I just mentioned. They're glorified about, I'm going to put it like this. It was this commercial that I used to watch. It was an insurance commercial. When I was locked up, it was 4 windows. And you got 4 people hanging out these windows saying, I want my money and I want it now. Life don't work like that. You have to work for what you need. You have to put your due diligence into your life because it take 1 second to make the wrong choice. Take a lifetime to get out of.
When you remember what it was like when you were 20, and I read in the article too, you're a little cocky. And in fact, the person who was responsible for putting you away was one of the co-writers of the series, The Wire. 20 years old, kind of cocky, thinking that you're on top of the world. That's the kind of kids that a lot of people see now. You know, they think this isn't going to happen to me. They're going to go and get some help. They're going to have their parents. They know right from wrong, but they feel like that's never going to happen to me.
I'm glad you mentioned that. And one thing I think is good for a person like me that has been there is you get a chance to talk to these people and it's authentic. This is not something somebody told me. This is what I lived. I don't cuss at children. I don't argue with them. I don't beat them down about nothing. I show them the choices I made and the results, and you definitely don't want that.
Yeah.
I worked the suicide companion team for 23 years. I watched these young people for 4 hours. And you'll get a guy you talking to today, and he might have seen something that's totally took him to a place he never thought he would be. Don't know his, I mean, he in a cell, he's putting feces on himself, he's eating feces, he's drinking urine, he just went out of his mind. And this is something that will break the average person down. If you see something like that, it will crush you. And they don't know these things. You think you're tough and ready, but when that pressure hit, it's just like pressure bust a pipe. These kids literally go out their mind. And this is the saddest thing you ever want to see.
It's so commendable that you want to help. It really is. I think that's what really, for me personally, when I read your story, that here it is, you gave up so many years of your life. And I also want to add too, you've never killed anybody.
No, I never killed nobody.
And what's important is, in your case, you weren't even there when the crime happened. So I think that's another thing for kids to realize. It's who you are around.
I'm glad you mentioned that. I did a segment for Charlotte Mecklenburg police camp for the youngsters. And I explained to them what conspiracy is. Conspiracy is if you got a friend, you're in him close. And he talking about, man, I'm going to kill such and such. He like, all right, then. That's all right. Just him agreeing with that.
You're connected.
And you're knowing that. You can be in California. And this kid can do this here. They can literally charge you for conspiracy. And it's just like you pulling that trigger. You are in California. That's why you have to watch your company. You are your company. You can be the nicest guy in the world, but you're dealing with these other young kids that's doing everything under the sun. You're going to be looked at and judged the same way.
Tara, you're on the board at helping with everything. So you are right there along with Antonio with all of this. When we hear about stories like your husband's, you know, you're a product of your environment. So if you're around kids who do bad things, how do you escape that? When you see these kids that are coming in, you know, you can't all of a sudden uproot somebody's life. And if this is all around them, what kind of things do you tell kids? Hey, you know, I know it's not the cool thing, but you don't want to end up like this.
So I'm from Chicago. So crime is not a new something new for me. And
crime happens everywhere too.
It happens,
but in Chicago, you're
her capital.
Right.
It was really, really bad coming up. And I'm the only girl. I have 5 brothers and I have 5 uncles who have lived in the prison system. So while I went away to the military, hired, married, and stepped away from that life, I think about the men of my family that we lost to the prison system. So when I met Tony and I seen passion, drive, my number one thing was like, if more people like them could have saved my brothers, could have saved my uncles. And keep saying that we don't care, but our children are going down a bad road every day and they're our future. Someone has to care. And it takes a person like Tony, his patience, his emotional intelligence and his patience are like nothing I've ever seen.
Antonio, when you see these kids who you're helping to teach them how to write a resume or how to be able to do just life skills to be able to help them out, when I made that comment, I said birds of a feather flock together. And sometimes kids are so young, they don't really control who their friends are, or things that look to be fun end up with bad consequences. It struck a nerve for you. What were your thoughts in that moment?
Well, first of all, just the resume writing the
Right.
teacher. But it's I just had a young man in the office the other day, and this young man, I actually helped get him in intensive in-home.
Mm.
And this young man was 12 years old at the time, a little teeny guy. Now he's 14. He's all over the streets. And I got a one-on-one with him in the office, and I had a real heart-to-heart talk with him. And I told him, we talked about this, and I'm going to tell you again, you have to choose. You don't want to take that. Can't handle it. I'm going to tell you right now, you cannot handle it. The toughest, the biggest, the baddest breaks. And it's not worth it.
When we talk about your character in The Wire, and I only bring this up because I think it's for people to understand what you lived. You know, the area that you lived. I mean, was that a true portrayal of what it was like at that time in
Yes, yes.
Baltimore?
Murphy Home Projects, they nicknamed Murphy Home Project Murder Home. And at a young age, you actually get immune to seeing a dead body. And the first time I seen somebody get killed, I mean, it was real bad. It scared me.
How old were you?
I probably was about 8 or 9 years old when I actually seen somebody shooting, and you look and somebody lay on the ground with his brains blowed out and his bullet holes in his neck and his face. That mess you up. It got so immune to us. When we hear gunshots, we didn't run away. We run towards the gunshots to actually see who was laying on the ground. Stay there while homicide there the whole time, chalking, peeling, and doing everything. It was like watching a movie. And why I say this is we look at a lot of these young people right now and wondering what's wrong with, I don't know why he acting like this. What it is, it's that trauma that he done dealt with when he was young. Now it's starting to surface. Just like cream rise to the top. We don't know what's wrong with this child. This child is suffering from trauma.
So there's no change. Even from back in the day to now, it's the same thing. Kids, even though it's a different day, kids are going through the same thing.
That's why I wanted to give these young people their platform. If you can get a child to trust you, they'll tell you exactly what's wrong with them, what's going on in their mind, what they feel, and why they can't do this. Then we're better equipped to help them. If there's mental health, our partnership with 2 mental health companies, we can get all the treatment these young people need. Whatever treatment these young people need, I have partnered with so many different organizations that we can provide. So we built this center to be soft, to be comfortable. They can come, they can relax, and they can feel safe. If you feel safe, I'll ask for help if I'm safe. And that's the best thing in the world that I'm looking at. This was a dream. I laid in that cell many nights. God, just give me one more chance. I know I can do it. I know I can help them. Because one thing about a young child, a girl or a boy, they will listen. And if they believe in you, they're going to follow your lead. Just like if you're doing the wrong thing, they believe in their friends that's doing everything under the sun, so they follow them.
Right.
If you're telling them the truth, they're going to ride with it.
We're going to have so much more on the other side of this break here. You're watching Local Roots. I call this show From Street Legend to Community Leader. Your story is inspirational. I mean, in jail, you got your GED, you learned to read and write. You're showing kids there is hope. And on the other side of this break, we're going to talk about that hope and talk about the future of what comes next. Stay close. Welcome back to Local Roots. I'm Alicia Barnes. We're talking about now the future of how people are trying to be able to help our youth here in the Charlotte area. Specifically, when we talk about prison is not a playground. Antonia, Tara, we've been talking about how to the past of what people have experienced and why not to go to jail. What do you think we're missing in terms of leading this conversation forward for people to know, I don't want to end up there?
Just like I said from the jump, it's one of the most miserable places a person would ever want to go. And in prison, you can get an education, but you have to want that. They have college programs that they just started back. You can get a high school diploma, you can get trades. But the main thing, let me say this, 75% of federal prisoners don't have a high school diploma or a GED. That's a fact. And when these young people come to prison, they have a lot of their homeboys in there that don't have education. They come in there, run around these prisons like it's a playground. That's why I got my name on my book, From Prison Is Not a Playground, because I'm looking, saying they running around here like it's a playground, you know? And they get with their friends, and their friends, these guys are getting in the GED program. Oh man, that dumb Joey. Oh, he dumb. Now they feel ashamed. They back out these classes and go right back and do the same thing that they was doing on the street. And then years and years and years just going, then they starting to get in trouble. Time just piling. So you have to have people like myself
who really want it.
Right, to influence these kids. It's all right to go to school. You need education. That's your foundation. Prison is so sad. You have guys in there 40 and 50 years old, can't spell cat. C-A-T. Take the C off his ad. I was teaching guys off of Hooked on Phonics. But you have to come to realization. All you gotta do is say, I can't read. I can't write. You're going to get the help. You have inmates that'll help you, let alone the school system in there. You have guys who will help you. And I had a cellie. I moved in there with him. He said, man, I'm going to be honest. I can't read. I can't write, but I am in school. I said, man, look, every day we're going to do homework. We're going to do your projects. And this man got his GED. He literally couldn't read a letter as people. But he learned how to read.
You came out and you had this dream that you said you thought about it while you were there. And just so people can understand, while you were incarcerated, you were actually helping for 23 years. So this wasn't new to you coming
Almost
out. This,
30.
it wasn't like, oh my goodness, I came out and I had this vision and I now want to help people. You had been helping people so much. The warden even supported you. You were denied probation, or I'm sorry, not denied parole 6 times. But still, you had the backing of a warden, which most people who are convicted for life sentences don't have a warden coming to their defense. But he saw the work you were doing inside of the system and saw a result. What was the result he saw in your work? That people weren't getting in trouble as much?
Truthfulness. He knew that I was who I said I was, what I was doing. I was the same person at 6 o'clock in the morning. When these people go home and leave, I was that same person at 7 o'clock at night. I had a team. I had a program that's called SOS, Save Ourselves. And I had like 6 different guys that was working this program with me. And in order to be on our board, you couldn't be doing everything under the sun. You had to be the same person at 6 o'clock. You can be the same person at 10, because the administration looking up to you, because this program is running and is running like a smooth old machine. And you got guys in there that will definitely do what they have to do for these young people. And it worked. And I know if it worked in prison with all these resources, it'll work, because young people will listen.
Here in Charlotte, you've said that you've been able to see success. What can people, like, how do they reach out to you? How do they contact you? How do they get part of the program if they want to be able to help out? Give us all the details and kind of lay out what you actually offer. Tara.
Yeah, so we're just getting up and running. We'll actually be doing a summer boot camp at Ransom Middle School.
Okay.
But the Antonio Barnes Project, www.theantoniobarnesproject.com is our official website. We are on Facebook at the AntonioBarnesProject.com.
And people even said that they've seen Antonio come to their schools. So you
Yes.
guys work with CMPD?
Yes.
Okay,
I
explain that. Like, what does that mean?
Well, I partnered with CMPD probably about a year and a half ago. Sergeant Williams, he's in charge of the engagement unit in the summer programs. Sergeant Zong as well. And Officer Jean at Branson. I tell you, talking about me got a passion. This man have a passion that will blow the average person away. Forget that uniform. Look past his uniform.
He cares about
That man's a person. I mean, he called Mr. Barnes. I have his parent, Mr. Barnes. Now, do you think you can meet with her? And he sends them to me. Or if he'll say he need to see me, I'll go up there and we'll work together. But he have an after school program. Today is Wednesday. We'll be there Wednesday. We talk to these young people like we talking now, and then we work out for 45 minutes. And then we have a nice little snack. And he will throw something out there, maybe integrity. What do integrity mean? And you get about 4 or 5. Integrity means to me, they'll say what it means, and we'll talk, and then we do our little program. And Branson is a troubled school. These children have some issues. And Officer Jean, he's one of the people or persons trying to save the world. He's there sometimes 7, 8 at night. He's a married man. He have a life, and she tell me you have to have boundaries. And he forget that uniform. The person, great guy.
Are you seeing in the young people in Charlotte here similar things that register for you? Like, have you ever met another young man that you're like, oh my gosh, that was me?
Of course.
Or so you do see yourself.
Of course.
Because you wonder, are they dealing with different things that we dealt with because there's social media and there's, camera phones and cameras everywhere. You know what I'm saying? It's different than what we grew up in.
And a lot of them, they don't want to. School sounds corny. When you tell a person, man, you need to get education, and they be like, yeah, I onk. You know,
Right. They
you
put
know,
you in the old
and then-
category.
yes,
Right.
and then I give them proof. I said, let me tell you something, man. This is what goes on in there. Right now, you got 1 foot in and 1 foot out. You don't want to go there. The toughest want to be home with their family. And I tell them, you lose everything when you go to prison. I lost my mother, father, sister, brother, niece, nephew. You're not going to no funeral. You can forget that. You'd be lucky if you get a call saying your mother passed away. Can you imagine that?
What was it like for you to give up who you were? Because you were well known in Baltimore. Everybody knew Bird.
And you know how easy it was? I knew better. I knew from the jump. People ask me, how did you become this person or change to be this person? This person been me my whole life.
Really?
When I was growing up, if one of my friends' mother or father was in the hospital, I would go hustle enough money to get flowers, and I'd take them to the hospital. And in the New York Times article, one of the comments, one of the person left a comment, they was, you had your good reports and you have your bad. No, he should have stayed in jail for life. They should have never let him out and this, then. So one guy said, well, Antonio is doing what he was raised to do. They explained that how he was raised and who we come from. Now he's listening to his parents. His parent might be gone, but he's listening. And that's what it is. I knew.
And when you talk about listening to his parents, he dedicated something very special to his mother. So on the other side of this break, we're going to talk about what that is and why he did it. Stay with us, and you're watching Local Roots on Queen City News Plus. Welcome back to Queen City News Plus, and you're watching Local Roots, and this episode is called From Street Legend to Community Leader. So this center where you can actually have youth come, we're seeing pictures, and you're going to be able to see pictures here. Tara, explain to us where this prison is not a playground, where you guys are located, and how can people get involved?
Okay, so the Prison is Not a Playground Hope Center is the nonprofit organization where we are actually making the magic happen and transitioning our youth into workforce development programs that are entrepreneurial track, where we focus on building their own employment, no matter what the field is, but technology, AI training, trademarking, LLC.
And this was special because you dedicated this for your mother. What was the reason behind that?
You the one built it. You the
It's
one
your
built the. Well, I built. Well, I wanted to dedicate this because, like I said, I disregard all the rules and values, and this is not. I was a mama's boy, first of all. I was a bad mom boy though, but and I wanted to dedicate this to her because I gave her a promise. I said that I will help. I will get my education, and I will help young people from going in the wrong direction when they know better, like I knew.
If you're watching right now and you need some help, they can be able to get help by going to your website. Tara, tell me the website one more time.
www.theantoniobarnesproject.com.
And you also always need funds, donations, because you guys, you fund this yourself, right?
Yes, ma'am. And volunteers.
Okay,
Want to be a part of the problem, a part of the solution, please. We need volunteers. And we're actually looking for another board member, someone who is, from the Queen City area.
Mhm. Well, I thank you so much for being our guest here on Local Roots. I know this is going to help somebody. Your story is inspirational. Antonia, what you're doing for community is just, it's so great to be able to see that you're changing lives. So I just want to say thank you so much. And thank you for joining us on Queen City News Plus. I'm Alicia Barnes. I'll see you next time on Local Roots. Welcome into Turnkey on Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate. We talk about the latest market trends, do's and don'ts of the industry, and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape that we call home. AI is getting used in essentially everything nowadays, and you may be wondering if you're thinking about starting your search for a home, could I do it just using AI? Could I kind of just do it without using a real estate agent? Well, we're going to bring on a real estate agent to talk about it from Nashville. This is my good friend, Brittany Weiner. Brittany, we know each other. Hi, friend. We know each other from Fort Myers when we were both reporters and anchors there. And you have long ditched your IFB.
I know. I got out. Yeah, 3 years ago, but I've been in real estate for 6. I was juggling both TV and real estate for a little while, which, it's tough. It is really tough. I was doing mornings, which was nice. So I was off at 9, but I was very, very tired. But it was through COVID, and I'm very thankful to have started my business that way. And yeah, now just doing real estate full time.
So how did you transition from news to real estate? We know so many people who have side hustles out there. And I think a lot of times it's difficult to know when to go from your 9 to 5, which is stable, to your side hustle. But you don't want to miss that critical moment when you can capitalize on the momentum that you have.
I mean, honestly, I think there's no good time, to be perfectly honest. Like, I think, especially with real estate, there's such an ebb and flow with how your business is going that I think until you're able to give it 110%, you're never going to have the best business. I had a great business while it was a side hustle, but until I really got out and gave it 110% and was able to dedicate every single waking hour pretty much to doing real estate, that is when my business truly took off. Now, I'd be lying if I said that there weren't certainly still slow months and, times where I'm just like, okay, we got to go back to my sphere and figure out where we need to, generate some business from. But I think when you're able to really fully dedicate and it's not just this side thing, it's a little bit easier to just jump in. But it's tough. I mean, you do need to have some savings and something else there because it's not a biweekly or even monthly paycheck sometimes.
When were you answering the most phone calls, like technically off the clock? Was it in news or real estate?
Oh gosh. I think real estate.
Really?
I think so. I think so because I think I had a fine line of, especially being on mornings, like you were really able to sort of cut it off then. I mean, you're still getting bugged by the assignment desk, but I get calls and texts all hours of the day now. So
prime example was last time I was in Nashville for the Emmys. We went out to dinner and you're like, hold on, I've got to get this thing under contract.
I had an offer that expired in like 3 hours. And of course, we're out at dinner. It was going to expire like while we're at dinner. And then we went out and grabbed a drink after. And I was like, hang on, I have to bind this contract while I'm standing here in this bar. So yeah, it's definitely, you're working all the time. And I've worked on boundaries a lot. We've hired some people to help with showings. We have, a transaction coordinator now who helps with some of those contracts, but there's certainly times where you just got to get it done. You don't have time to bring in those extra people. So
yeah, it is what it is. You run your own business. That's for sure.
Exactly.
But I mean, now you're getting a little bit of help running your own business with the evolution of AI. Yes. What part of it in real estate do you like the most? And then what part of it in real estate do you dislike AI the most?
Yeah. So I was really unsure how to lean into it at first. So it took me a little bit to figure out how to implement it into my workflow. And I think right now, Claude and Cowork has been the most interesting AI tool for me to use. And the reason is on Cowork, I can essentially like make coworkers. So you can have one that maybe helps with just your, real estate comps. And for that, what I'm doing is I pull comps. I'm not asking it to help me price homes. I will get its opinion sometimes, which is interesting, but I want to do my own research first. I don't trust AI to go through and truly be able to price out a home like I can, but I can actually put the PDF of all of the comps and all the reasons why I've picked that. I talk to it a lot. I use this program called Aqua, which just allows me to talk into my computer. It fully transcribes like this long kind of banter of thoughts.
That's nice.
And then, yeah, and it allows it to then take it and run with it. So I'm using that a lot, and I have multiple different things. So one will be, tracking buyers. One will be tracking sellers. One will be, working on those comps. One will be listing descriptions, things like that. So I really lean into those. I was telling you just the other day, I had, I think, 250 pages of HOA documents, and I just needed to find this one thing about whether my clients could have a shed in the backyard or not. Okay. So I just uploaded all of those PDF docs and I said, can you pull out any information that would be pertaining to a shed? And it gave me this really well, written description as to what it found in the HOA documents, where exactly it was. So then I was able to go back and verify it myself. So I love that. I think where we're going to see some issues are, it's like what we're seeing, when people go to the hospital and they tell their doctor what they've already, diagnosed themselves with. Right. I think it's like that in real estate where people are asking AI, hey, what do you think my house is worth? Or, things like that. And it's kind of like this estimate thing where it's a very broad range because they're looking at beds, baths, square footage, zip code, the very bare minimum, and then like price per square foot, where all of those homes could have no updates, no yard, different things like that. And it's not taking those into consideration. It's not taking into consideration what people bought it for 2 years ago and what they're trying to sell it for now, and no updates, what the systems are like. Does it have a new roof, new HVAC, things like that? All the things that we look at when we're looking at comps. And I think that's where it's just kind of a battle and really needing that extra expertise to educate people on, hey, that's great. That's a good starting point as to maybe what the market looks like in general. But for this house specifically, here's why it's not that.
You're having
So
to
I think
prove
that's going to be the
yourself a little
challenge.
bit more,
Yeah.
it sounds like, and, punch into ChatGPT or whatever AI you use, Claude, figure out a better way to tell my client that don't use AI
Right.
to calculate the price of their home.
Yeah.
Trust me as a real estate agent. But I mean, I like it for sometimes even just the simple things like it can help you come across as more professional. You're like, I know what I want to say, but how do I say it better? And then it spits it out and you're like, yes, that's exactly,
Yeah.
you read my mind, but not at the same time.
And that's why I'm doing that talking so much too, because I'm way better at just like rambling into the computer. And then I'm like, can you put that in an email in my style of writing that I can send to my clients? And so in that instance, yeah, it's great. I mean, I feel like it's just time saving. And when we're in our spring market right now. My business partner and I are crazy. Like every day is just really wild with buyers and sellers. And so to be able to save myself just it sounds silly, but just the 10 minutes or whatever it may have been to write an email when I could just talk to my computer and it gives it to me. I mean, that's extra time that I'm able to use on something more beneficial for my clients. So, yeah, and it's giving us some time back for our personal lives as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, less trying to seal deals while you're out in a bar. Hopefully less of that in your future. What do you think about using AI for listing photos? We've gone from virtual staging, which in the beginning was so clearly fake.
Yeah.
But it gave people an idea. Like here's a cartoon picture of a couch in this living room just to give you an idea. I feel like we've gone from that to just like the complete extreme where you sometimes can't tell the difference.
Yeah.
Furniture is one thing, but obviously changing a window or a door. Have you come across anything like that in Nashville where it's just so beyond trying to give the buyer an idea of what this space could look like into the grounds of like you're misrepresenting what you're selling here?
Yeah, I think I don't see it so much on like an existing home. I think at least from what I see for the most part, it's very well stated if it's virtually staged. I don't see much of like a door moved around or things like that. The thing where I think we really need to be careful and make sure that we're disclosing if something's virtually done is like when people are selling land and all of a sudden they have this virtual image. It's not even like an architectural drawing anymore coming from some type of designer. They've just kind of had AI go through and build this picture of this house that could potentially be built on this piece of property. And so I think that that's really tough because unless you've actually gone through the stages of making sure that, you can actually build that size of home on this lot, you have, the ability to put in a septic, well, things like that that could actually work for this home. I think that's where it gets really tough because people can go into it with the vision of, oh, I can build this incredible house on this property where none of those like feasibility or septic or, perk testing or anything like that has been done to make sure that it's actually going to work for that piece of property. So that's where I find it more to be a little bit frustrating. I have clients send me properties, not all the time, but from time to time, where it has an actual home on it or looks like it does. And they're like, oh, I can't believe that you can buy this house for, so inexpensive in comparison. I'm like, well, you're just buying the land and hopefully that's what you can put there. But we won't know until we, actually go through all of these studies and the permitting process and things like that. That's where I find it's a little tricky.
I mean, even for the pictures that some of them that we showed showing, the virtually staged living rooms, there aren't dimensions on a virtually staged room in terms of like the furniture and everything. So it could be teeny tiny furniture because it's a teeny tiny room, but sometimes the pictures can be deceiving. You can't really tell. Same thing with the land. I mean, that house that is virtually staged onto a piece of property could be really small,
Yeah,
as
definitely.
to how it looks.
And I do whenever I will say I have used ChatGPT to virtually stage some photos before. I do put in the dimensions to say like, here is how it's laid out. So hopefully it's more accurate. But yeah, I mean, I make sure I also have it put on the very bottom, in pretty clear text, virtually, staged with AI or something.
And usually
like that.
that's required. I know it's required in North Carolina. I would assume in Tennessee it's also required. I know that there's a bill in California to combat deceptive AI and real estate listings. I'm looking at an article in my hand right now. And just to have it, even for landlords to clearly disclose if it's virtually staged, just so people have the full knowledge of it. It might not even be necessarily super deceptive, but just to let people know. And I know like Zillow has on their website, you can toggle between the actual picture and virtually staged, and then you can pick your your design that you like and what you kind of prefer to give yourself an idea.
Which I do think is great. Yeah. I mean, I do think that's helpful. Yeah. Sorry, I know you want to get to that, but I just want to say one thing really quick. I do think that is really helpful because if you do have a home that's vacant and empty, sometimes the staging isn't the style of everyone. So I think the ability to have that, and I've even heard agents talk about like, I'm sure in the future we'll have like those, AI glasses or something where people can walk through and tell it to, place furniture in there. And I really think that will be amazing because it will allow people to put their aesthetic, their taste into that room and see if they like it, where they're not just looking at a blank slate that not everyone can visualize that.
So as an agent, what would you prefer? Would you prefer actual staging or virtual staging?
Actual staging.
Okay.
But I know everyone can't afford it. I just think that you're not only then able to see it online, but you're able to see it in person. And I think the in-person is way more impactful once you get people in. There.
I had popped up this video briefly. I want to show it to you. This is Zillow's new AI platform that they have. So you can punch a question into their, AI chat and basically say what you're looking for. So previously you would go onto Zillow and just either go onto the map and start clicking on homes, or you might put in some of your preferences like a 2-bedroom or a 3, whatever. This seems a little more fluid. And I would think that just legally they probably had to go through, a lot of checks here to make sure that they're abiding by all of the real estate rules with, any sort of steering, making sure that, the protected classes, that if someone punches in a question about that it doesn't spit out an answer. But as we're watching this kind of go through, and this is their video that they've put online to kind of explain how their technology works and operates, what are your thoughts on something like this?
I mean, I think this is a really interesting start. What's interesting to me is some of the questions, like, obviously seem like they come from someone who has some knowledge of real estate and buying and selling. I mean, one of the first conversations I have with buyers all the time is, I really want one of our first conversations to be with a lender. If that's the way they're going. If they're cash, obviously we don't need to do that. But when they're financing, I hate that HGTV show where they're like, oh, you really like this house? Great. It's out of your budget. So here's what you can't afford. I don't ever want to do that with clients. So I think that, having that conversation with a lender to know what feels comfortable for them, has to be step one before we go out and start looking at homes. So they have a good idea as to what that monthly payment is going to look like. Because at the end of the day, that's the most important thing. I think that this is really interesting. I just don't know if someone's like, should I get a pre-approval first? I don't know if buyers, especially a first-time buyer, is even going to know what a pre-approval is. So I think starting that conversation with an agent is always great. I think this is a really neat starting point for people who, just have a lot of questions about real estate and the market and things like that. So I think the more tools that we can give buyers and sellers are fantastic. And then, the last question being like, can you help connect me with an agent is perfect. And then they can connect them with the local resources.
Which usually when you're on Zillow and you click on, connect me with an agent, or I want to view this property, they're going to connect you with someone who is paying to be there on that platform. You are a Zillow, I think it's called Zillow preferred agent. So you're not necessarily going to get, I mean, you might get the best, right? I mean, who knows? But you're going to get someone who's paying to be there. So your pool is going to be smaller than if you were to search for yourself.
Definitely. And I mean, all of my business now is referral based. So we don't pay for any online leads. So it's definitely, you're getting a small group of people who, one, have the ability, maybe they're just starting out and they're trying to get that client base. So I mean, it's hard to say who you're going to get. I always think it's great to talk to friends and family in your community. whoever those may be and just see if they know of a couple of agents. And if you need to interview a couple of people, I think that's fine too, to see who is the best fit. Everyone has their own style and type of person they want to work with, and I think that's fine.
What's your style like?
I think I'm pretty chill. I don't know. All my clients end up becoming my friends. I think partly because they are like friends of friends who end up getting referred to me. So I've been to weddings, baby showers, engagement parties, all the things for people that I met through real estate. Yeah, so I think
that's a good sign. That's if your clients become your friends, I would think you probably did a pretty good job.
Well, I think it just becomes so transactional for some people, and I really take it personally. Like, I want people to feel good about the house that they're living in. And I think that's the one thing that we're going to have this disconnect with AI and real people is AI can't walk through the house with you and see where there may be structural issues or, possible weak spots in the floor that a buyer may not notice. And so I think that's like where we are going to need that human always. And I think AI can be really helpful with looking at some numbers and just different market research and data and things like that. But when it comes to like see, touch, feel to do these, tours and make sure that your clients are getting the best house that they can live in. I mean, I talked clients out of a house last week. I was like, I don't feel comfortable with
you know what? I've
doing
done the same thing. I'm like, there are some issues with the roof. You can pay for the inspection and everything, but you need to pay attention to this, this, and this. And I think a lot of people expect the real estate agent, obviously they want a deal to close and they want the commission from it. And I think there are agents who are more on trying to sell you a property and get you to like something. But maybe we're kind of the same in that boat that it's like, ooh, this might be an issue.
Well, and I hope that these clients want to use me in however many years from now to help sell the house. And if I'm selling them a lemon, like it's going to come back to bite you. And I mean, that was the case last week. Like the inspector pointed out something that may be something structural, an issue in the crawl space. And so my clients were like, I don't know. I don't know that it's that much of an issue. And I pushed on it and got 3 different people to come out from different structural companies to give us an idea is what that could be. And it ended up being at a minimum $30,000 to do this. And this was on top of needing a new roof, all this other stuff. We really didn't know the extent of it. And I was like, you guys are about to put yourself in a really tough situation if you buy this house. Yeah, for sure. And so we pulled out of that contract. And I'm so happy about it. We just went under contract in a new home for them. That's amazing. But I don't want them to have to deal with that. And then again, if they go to sell it in, 2-3 years or so, that's issues going to come up again.
Have to deal with it. Yeah. There was this guy in Florida, and we just have a few minutes left here. But there's this guy in Florida who it was a viral thing. He sold his house only using AI. He wanted to save money on the real estate commissions, and he asked AI to create the listing, and he asked AI to help him come up with a contract, everything from start to finish. And he ended up selling the home within, I think it was a month. It was under contract within a week or 2. Hearing that as a real estate agent, any pros and cons that come to mind, just kind of hearing my explanation of that story to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think anyone can use AI to put up a listing, and that's great. I mean, people do it on Zillow all the time with rentals. Like I don't do rentals here, so I think a lot of times when people are looking for a rental property, I'm like, hey, the owner's putting it up themselves. They're probably using that AI feature on Zillow to help write it. I think where it's going to get tricky is, all of those contracts. Like I require everything to be on a Tennessee Association of Realtors contract. And if they don't have access to that or know how to fill it out, I actually tested it with AI to see if it would fill out a contract for me. I gave it all the details that I wanted it to put in and it couldn't figure it out. It didn't do it. So I just worry for some people about like liability issues and making sure that the contracts are correct and protecting everyone involved. And that's just where I think, things could get tricky.
Right. I mean, it's essentially for sale by owner using the internet to help you come up with a price and all of that stuff. And as we know with for sale by owner, a lot of times people think that their house is worth more than it actually is. And so you don't get the exposure, but then you also might have the completely wrong price up for the property.
Yeah. I think the sales side of it is a little bit easier. I think if you're on the buyer side and for instance, my clients last week who wouldn't have known those 3 extra people to call to get those structural quotes and figure out the extent of it. I mean, I don't know how AI can help you there. I mean, maybe it can, but I don't know that you'd know the right questions to ask it. And so I think on the buyer side, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. I mean, I think selling, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to say don't use an agent because I always think it's helpful, but I can see how it can work.
Yeah. And there are attractive features to it for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Brittany, let's say someone is watching this anywhere in the U.S. and they're like, well, hey, I'm thinking about moving to Nashville or at least the Nashville area sometime soon. How do they find you?
Britt, B-R-I-T-T, Weiner, W-E-I-N-E-R, realtor.com, BrittWeinerRealtor.com, or just Britt Weiner on Instagram. I get people DMing me and I've met clients through social media as well. So either one.
Awesome. Well,
yeah, come to Nashville. It's great.
Yes, it is. It is great. And I'll have to come and visit you sometime soon. Love you, friend. Thank you so much for coming on the show. To everyone else out there, thank you so much for watching this episode of Turnkey on Queen City News Plus. We'll see you next time.
Now at noon, a Gaston County woman is facing charges for murder. Why she's accused of harming a disabled woman in her care. Andrew?
Well, it's a sunny, beautiful, but hotter day across the Carolinas. I'll show you how hot it's going to get with my pinpoint forecast at noon.
And the Taste of Charlotte Festival returns this weekend. We'll take you to Uptown for one of the biggest events in the Queen City. Good afternoon, I'm Will Lewis in for Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts right now with breaking news out of West Charlotte. This is a live look at a heavy police presence near Dystar Carolina Chemical on Wilkinson Boulevard. Details are limited, but Queen City news crews are in the area and they say hazmat is on the scene along with several Charlotte fire trucks. Medic confirms one person was seriously injured in the incident. Crews are beginning to clear out and we are working to learn more and we'll bring you the latest updates right here on air and online at qcnews.com. All right, now for a check outside as we take a live look around the Queen City. We are tracking a warm start to the afternoon as temperatures continue to climb as we get closer to the weekend. So let's get over to meteorologist Andrew Brightman in the Pinpoint Weather Center. And Andrew, there is now an air quality alert in effect for a few counties in our area.
That's right. Mecklenburg, Cabarrus, as well as Rowan counties, a little bit of ground level ozone called ozone of the low zone. We see this sometimes here. We have very sunny skies, temperatures getting hotter. Kind of a typical occurrence here now and then during the summer months across the Carolinas. Dry stretch here. We're going to see more dry weather, more toasty temperatures heating up. Low humidity today, though, getting a little bit more on the muggy side as we go throughout your weekend forecast. Just keep that in mind. Rain chances also return early next week. Really watching your Monday here for some scattered showers and storms. More on that in a moment. 82 degrees currently, winds out of the southwest about 5 to 10 miles an hour. Dew points currently in the lower 50s. So we had dew points yesterday in the upper 40s, getting a little bit more humid, but still for the most part feels pretty nice out there if you're going to be heading over to the Taste of Charlotte this afternoon. Boone camera, beautiful clear skies out there across the region. Got great weather for the most part. If you don't mind the toastier temperatures we're seeing. Seeing a few fair weather clouds up across the mountains, that's about it. Radar is showing nothing high pressure squarely in control, but as that high pressure moves off to the east, the temperatures move up. Talking more about that and the rest of your weekend with my full pinpoint forecast. Well,
all right, thanks so much, Andrew. An Amber Alert has now been canceled for 2 children in Brunswick County. Both children involved in that alert have been found. The suspect, 35-year-old Brandon Wilcox, is in custody. The Brunswick County Sheriff's Office says more information on these charges will be released. New at noon, a Gaston County woman is now facing murder charges in connection with the death of a woman who was in her care. It happened last year. Investigators say Aaliyah Fortner, who was nonverbal had intellectual disabilities, was in the care of Marlo Wallace and Vera Williams. Authorities say during that time, Fortner was repeatedly assaulted by the pair. Wallace is also accused of hiding Fortner's death, failing to report her death, and moving her body within the home. She is now facing multiple charges ranging from assault to murder. Fortner's death was discovered after her caretakers were involved in a crash with a semi-truck on I-85 near exit 21. Officers say Wallace was taken to a local hospital where she confessed that there was a dead person in her home on Greenbrook Trail. Williams is also facing multiple charges, including patient abuse and neglect. Wallace is currently being held on a $1.5 million bond. 12:03, and a body found on the campus of Catawba College has been identified as a man reported missing in Charlotte. Investigators say 38-year-old Carlos Aristoteles was found dead in a remote area of the college's ecological preserve. He was not a student at the school. Police have launched an investigation to determine how he died. They do not believe there was a threat to the community. One person has life-threatening injuries after a shooting in West Charlotte. It happened at the Exxon on the corner of West Boulevard and Remont Road. CMPD had the entire area blocked off during their investigation. We know the victim was taken to the hospital. However, it's still unclear exactly what led up to the shooting or if there are any suspects. We'll keep you updated as we learn more. Charlotte-Mecklenburg police and representatives from other agencies are discussing efforts to reduce gun violence as part of National Gun Violence Awareness Day. In addition to CMPD, agents from the FBI, Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office, and CMS Police are in attendance. Family members of people killed by gun violence were also given the opportunity to speak at today's event.
Are we saying take away gun rights? No, absolutely not. What we are saying are take away the rights and freedoms of those who steal guns and those who take away innocent lives. We've got to make a change.
And today's event caps off a violent week in the Queen City. Medic has responded to at least 5 shootings and 1 stabbing since Monday. One of those shootings resulted in the death of an 18-year-old. An arrest was made in that case, but no word on arrest in any of the other cases.
A 6-year-old girl was found dead in a dog crate in your county. That is unacceptable. And not only was she found dead in a dog crate, she was found dead in a dog crate after years of reports that went uninvestigated and unheeded.
A tense House Oversight Committee hearing. Several Charlotte and Mecklenburg County officials are under the microscope over the death of a 6-year-old girl who was under social services supervision. They were questioned in the state capitol yesterday during a hearing with North Carolina lawmakers. Investigators say Dominique Moody died last December after months of neglect and abuse at the hands of her caretakers who were arrested. A state investigation found failures within the county's child welfare system in the case of Dominique and others. Lawmakers asked CMPD Chief Estella Patterson about what her department is doing in the wake of Dominique's case.
Do we hold, or what's the responsibility that we have? I think moving forward, this is where we have to communicate more and make sure that we're doing thorough investigations.
The toughest questions came for Mecklenburg County Manager Mike Bryant, who says his office fired caseworkers who failed to do enough in the Moody case, but that the county is back on the right track and planning to hire more staff and correcting shortcomings identified by a state investigation. New this hour, an Ice Out rally is underway in Uptown. This is a look at the demonstration on West Trade Street Organizers of the event say the protest is aimed at raising awareness of the lasting harm ICE and CBP can cause immigrant families and communities. They're asking lawmakers to put an end to any plans to expand ICE detention in North Carolina.
When mothers are separated from their children, when families live in fear, and when detention centers become substitutes for compassion, we are called to ask ourselves, what kind of community are we creating?
And the protest comes as the U.S. Senate is now working on a $70 billion bill to fund ICE and Border Patrol through the end of President Trump's term. For months, Democrats have criticized the agency's tactics and refused to fund it, but now Republicans found a way to pay officers without Democratic support.
We're here today only because Democrats refused to appropriate a single dollar for our border and immigration law enforcement.
Republicans are going to have to answer to the American people on tariffs, on skyrocketing costs, on the disastrous war with Iran, on the violence Trump's masked agents have unleashed on our streets.
And Democrats will introduce a number of amendments on the Senate floor, forcing Republicans to vote on topics like the White House ballroom and the $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. Early voting for the hotly contested South Carolina primaries ends today. Polling sites will be open from 8:30 a.m. till 5 p.m. Voters are expected to decide the party's nominees for positions ranging from the U.S. House and Senate to the governor's office and state attorney general. Another huge honor for Charlotte FC defender Tim Ream. He was just named captain of the U.S. men's national team for the upcoming World Cup. Now, Ream has been selected as one of the first 11, a starter for the MLS All-Star game being held in Charlotte in July. The 2026 MLS All-Star Game is at Bank of America Stadium on July 29th. The MLS All-Stars will take on an All-Star team from La Liga MX, Mexico's top soccer league. Well, it's finally the weekend, and what better way to celebrate than with a good meal? All you have to do is take part is make a little trip down Tryon Street as the Taste of Charlotte kicks off. Positively Charlotte's Liza Mahacek takes us inside the festival.
Good afternoon. The 27th annual Taste of Charlotte has officially overtaken Tryon Street. So there are over 40 different local restaurants showing up and showing out. Now, folks are just starting to roll in, but it is the largest food festival in the state of North Carolina, expecting over 100,000 folks to show up and show out. Now, there are over 100 different menu items on the menu for this weekend, you know, from restaurants like Imperial Treasure, Cuzzo's Cuisine, oh my gosh, the Cheesecake Bar, Renaissance Patisserie, and so many more. Now, if you are wanting to come, admission is free to the event. They do have a kids area as well that you can go, but for food and those kids activities, you will need coins. So you can purchase those both online and also at coin booths up and down Tryon as well. So now the festival is going to be up and down Tryon Street, and it starts specifically at Brooklyn Village Avenue and runs to Trade Street. So you can check out the full map on their website, tasteofcharlotte.com as well. And the event is about to be drawing tons and tons of people. So the excitement is just getting started. We are at the calm before the storm at the moment, but plenty of people will be rolling in here, and you can check out more information over there on their website. In Uptown, Liza Mahacek, Queen City News.
And lawmakers in Raleigh pushing proposals to address mental health issues in the criminal justice system, what the latest plans are calling for. And a case of seller's remorse in Kings Mountain, why a family has regrets about what their land will be turned into. Andrew?
And well, it's nothing but sunshine here across the Carolinas, but we got a toasty weekend ahead. There's some time for the Taste of Charlotte. I've got your full forecast next. You're watching Queen City News, the most honor and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Kings Mountain already has a data center serving major companies including AT&T and Disney. Now a developer has purchased land from a family in the community to build another. But as Queen City News reporter David Schumann shows us, that family is already having seller's remorse.
Tony Wright climbs onto this mower here every couple weeks.
I'm cutting the grass.
This small cemetery in Kings Mountain is all he and his family have left of what used to be dozens of acres of their land.
I got my father-in-law, I got 2 nephews down here.
3 years ago, Tony and his wife Roxanne sold most of their property to an out-of-state developer after Roxanne's mother had done the same. The land belonged to the family for more than 40 years.
I thought they were building houses now. I never asked and they never told us.
My mother-in-law sold, and I thought we was going to have condominiums or houses.
Now they know the developer's plan is to build a data center campus, and their feelings on their decision have changed. You do regret selling?
Oh yeah, every day. I do, every single day.
Part of their seller's remorse has to do with having less space at their new home. But Roxanne Wright is no fan of data centers.
I wish I was still down there just putting gardens in.
The developer has a Miami mailing address and is called HB2K. Company officials didn't return messages from Queen City News Thursday, but a lawsuit HB2K filed against the city of Kings Mountain this year over utilities says the property is fully entitled as an AI data center campus with approved zoning and power pathway. Tony Wright says it looks to him like there's been no development progress since they sold the property in 2023. Whatever happens, he says they won't be selling the cemetery and he'll continue to maintain it.
Is it kind of about, we don't have most of this anymore, but this is still ours, and I still want this to represent us?
Yes, yes.
In Kings Mountain, David Schumann, Queen City News.
And Kings Mountain council members passed a data center moratorium in February. A city spokesperson didn't get back to us about whether that applies to this project. Pass the moratorium on data centers. That's the message from advocates as Charlotte City Council is poised to put a hold on data center construction in the Queen City. District 5 council member J.D. Mazzara Arias has already signaled that he'll vote for it.
Because we're anti-development, not because we're anti-business, and certainly not because we're anti-technology, but because we owe it to our residents to pause and ask whether our policies are keeping up with reality.
Advocates with Action NC and members of the City Council re-upping a call to pause the construction of new data centers as the council is set to vote on the moratorium that could last 150 days, during which that time the city hopes to learn more about the impact the facilities can have on the environment, water supply, and the electrical grid. But industry officials behind the data centers have long argued that the facilities are needed to accommodate increased internet and artificial intelligence usage. On the state level, House lawmakers on Thursday approved legislation that would regulate data centers, sending the bill to the Senate. And as more communities nationwide push back against data centers, one startup company wants to bring the controversial facilities straight to residential neighborhoods. Span is teaming up with technology company NVIDIA to create mini data centers in people's backyards. Creators say compact server boxes installed outside homes would tap into unused electrical grid capacity to process AI workloads. The companies claim this would cancel the need to build large facilities in communities. All right, 12:18. Let's take a live look over Gaston County. Looking good. We go ahead and turn to meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Andrew, it looks a little hazy, but I mean, is that really haze or is that just?
It's just how it kind of looks. For the most part, you know, not dealing with a ton of haze. A little low-level ozone here. Maybe that's contributing a little bit, but it's not really a huge deal out there, Will. And right now, temperatures, they're moving up, getting warmer, 82 degrees. Winds out of the southwest, as promised. You're starting to get on the backside of that area of high pressure, pushing our temperatures up. Dew points, though, still low. Still feels comfortable out there across the region. Southwesterly winds about 8 to 12 miles an hour. Boone camera seeing a few puffy clouds out there, but otherwise we've got the beautiful conditions here across the region. Pinpoint satellite shows those fair weather clouds as we get up into the higher elevations, but besides that, we are in great shape. Pinpoint radar, we've got more quiet conditions across the region. Nothing really to talk about on radar until probably at least Sunday. High pressure. Notice how as it's moving offshore, basically winds go clockwise around an area of high pressure. So an area of high pressure is off to your east. That means we've got southerly flow moving on through, and that's what's going to be turning our temperatures up. And the temperatures across the Carolinas here early this afternoon. Raleigh is already up to 90 degrees, getting toasty here across the eastern half of the state. And let's talk a little pollen forecast here. Not crazy high, but still going to be seeing some poplar and willow allergens. Those are kind of the main allergen issues out there for all my sufferers, but generally not going to be terribly high in terms of the pollen counts. Taste of Charlotte forecast. This weekend looks good. There's the slightest chance of a shower or storm Sunday afternoon. I do think for the most part we stay dry. Rain chances 1 in 5 at best, but definitely going to be on the toasty side as we see those temperatures moving up to probably around the 90-degree mark and into the lower 90s. Futurecast. This afternoon, this evening, we got mostly clear skies. We keep moving forward here. Overnight, heading into your Saturday morning, mostly clear skies across the Carolinas. As we move forward here into your Saturday afternoon, partly cloudy skies. Getting toasty, though. It is hot across the region. It will feel like summer out there for sure. Completely dry. Maybe you want to be out and about when it's dark. It'll certainly feel more comfortable across the Carolinas. Heading into your Sunday morning, any Sunday services, 7 through 11 o'clock in the morning, dry but more cloud cover across the region. We get to 2 o'clock on your Sunday afternoon. There's a small chance of an isolated shower or storm. Otherwise, we've got completely dry weather across the region. As we go to your Monday, though, that is when we're tracking the potential for some showers and storms. This is 5 o'clock in the morning, a lot of cloud cover. As a weak front moves through the region here, we do see some of those scattered showers and storms developing. This is 2 o'clock on your Monday afternoon. A little bit of wet weather. Not going to be major amounts of wet weather. We still need more rain, but potential for some showers, and could see more of the same here as we get to your Tuesday. Grilling forecast this evening. You don't mind the heat. Maybe you want to try some of the stuff you saw at the Taste of Charlotte at home. I don't know, but temperatures are going to be in the middle 80s here as we go through this evening. 63 in Charlotte, 65 in Chirot, upper 50s across the mountains. Park forecast tomorrow, dry but toasty out there across the region, but should see a fair amount of sunshine out there across the Carolinas, up to 90 in the QC, 93 in Monroe, 93 in Chirot, 90 in Lincolnton, even around the 80-degree mark up across the mountains. Your mountain forecast here, temperatures holding in the upper 70s, some showers and storms potentially for you several days as we go through the first half of next week. Pinpoint 7-day forecast really for us watching Monday and Tuesday across the Piedmont, but certainly settling into a little bit more of a summer pattern.
I haven't really been impressed by the housing market in Charlotte, and I don't know if long term I want to stay here.
A new study is out on housing in Charlotte, why it shows the city is struggling to keep up with its newest residents. You're watching Queen City News, 1221, and it's 81 degrees, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Well, Charlotte is the fastest growing city in the country, but that comes with a price. The housing crunch is getting harder to ignore as more people arrive. The U.S. Census Bureau most recent report shows Charlotte gained more people than any other large city in the country last year. The Metro Fort Mill area also added more people. Meanwhile, a housing study published by UNC Charlotte found affordable homes in the Queen City are critically scarce. Less than 2% are under $150,000 and about 18% are sold for under $300,000. This is half of what it cost 4 years ago. Experts say much hasn't changed since the report was published.
I don't want to give them like false hope. Unfortunately, I don't have very good news for them. I just don't see that the mortgage interest rate will go down much further. So if you are waiting on like mortgage interest rate to go down, I think it just won't happen.
And industry leaders say it's important to continue to find ways to create more places to live. But experts also say not all hope is lost as people are still buying. The U.S. Postal Service says it's temporarily suspending worker pension contributions. The move allows the agency to keep making payroll, paying suppliers, and delivering the mail amid a severe financial crisis. Officials warn the USPS could run out of cash by February 2027. The agency has also asked to raise postage rates by 4 cents. And the Labor Department released the latest jobs numbers today, showing a stronger than expected month in May, despite concerns over inflation, but also testing the economy's strength in hiring. Employers added a surprising 172,000 jobs last month. This comes as officials say job growth was down slightly last month from the revised 179,000 in April. However, the unemployment rate stayed at a low 4.3%. Lincolnton leaders are learning city jobs won't be on the chopping block. Now they're able to keep the fire and police positions they thought were set to be cut. You're watching Queen City News, the most local, most honored, and the most local news in Charlotte. We're working to learn more about a heavy police presence near Dystar Carolina Chemical on Wilkinson Boulevard. Details are limited, but Queen City news crews in the area say hazmat is on the scene along with several Charlotte fire trucks. Medic confirms one person was seriously injured in the incident. We'll bring you the latest updates right here on air and online at queencitynews.com. Another huge honor for Charlotte FC defender Tim Ream. He was just named captain of the U.S. men's national team for the upcoming World Cup, and now Ream has been selected as one of the first 11, a starter for the MLS All-Star game being held in Charlotte in July. The 2026 MLS All-Star game is at Bank of America Stadium on July 29th. The MLS All-Stars will take on an All-Star team from Liga MX, Mexico's top soccer league. And the Taste of Charlotte Festival kicks off today and runs through this weekend. The Uptown Food Festival features all kinds of products and cuisine from local vendors and restaurants. Members of our Queen City News team will be at the event throughout the day tomorrow. And throughout the day today, as we bring in meteorologist Andrew Brightman, I mean, you get to set the tone. You know, you tell these people, you know, what's good, what's not.
I'm tired, I'm hungry. They're going to be scared to see me coming, Will.
No.
I'm going to be laying down. I'm going to be like, you know, what is the hint of this exact ingredient within the food? No, I'm really looking forward.
No, I mean, that's one of the greatest things.
It
I
is.
know that with all those people down there, I know Cuzzo's has the lobster mac, and, you know, Liza Mahachek was down there this morning, and she was showing all kind of good stuff.
No, yeah, and I'm really looking forward to it. Again, our producer could actually hear my stomach growling while I was sitting in between takes, so that just kind of put you in the frame of mind that I'm in right now,
Get
Will.
this man to Uptown and get him a plate.
That's right. We've got beautiful weather here across the Carolinas. I mean, it's just a fabulous afternoon, though I'd say personally it's about 10 degrees warmer than I would personally like, but some people like the toastier temperatures out there. Maybe you want to head on the lake. We got beautiful weather for it out there. Yeah, pinpoint satellite completely quiet here. A few fair weather clouds, otherwise nothing to talk about here across the region. Pinpoint radar, quiet conditions across the central Carolinas. As we zoom out a little bit farther, that's the area high pressure that's really going to start to crank our temperatures as it moves offshore and becomes that southeasterly ridge we talk so much about. Drought monitor, most recent conditions, severe drought here in and around Charlotte, Lincoln, Gastonia. As we get towards the upstate South Carolina, we do have some moderate drought right now. Temperatures currently a lot of low to mid 80s here across the Carolinas, middle 70s up across the mountains. Temperatures compared to 24 hours ago, 3 to 5 degrees warmer compared to this time yesterday as that warming trend sort of continues here across the region. Over the next 12 hours, temperatures heading up into the upper 80s is going to be very much on the toasty side out there this afternoon, and more of the same as we go through your weekend. I've got more on that, Will, coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, thanks so much, Andrew. A former Newton police officer is facing prison time after pleading guilty to second-degree murder in a shooting. Carlos Uribe appeared before a Catawba County judge yesterday. Investigators say the former police lieutenant killed 21-year-old Camden Childers after a motorcycle chase last June. State investigators say his patrol vehicle made contact with Childers' bike, knocking him to the ground. They also determined Uribe kicked and shot Childers after he had already surrendered. Uribe's sentencing is set for September 8th. Mecklenburg County District Attorney says a Mint Hill police officer was justified in his use of force in a deadly shooting. The incident happened at a Matthews Mint Hill Road shopping center on December 26. Officers got into a struggle with 36-year-old Jamel Ali Hamlin II during a child custody dispute. Investigators say Hamlin shot Lieutenant Jacob Smith in the jaw and grazed Officer Nicholas Rosario's forehead. Smith returned fire, killing Hamlin. Both officers were treated and released from the hospital. New video released this morning shows the moments when two inmates currently on the loose escaped from the Vance County Detention Center in Henderson. Michael Myers and LaShawn Knott got out of around 2 on Wednesday afternoon. Investigators believe the men now have weapons and pose a threat. Police arrested Miles last month after a drug raid. Knott is facing charges related to a March shootout. Police are offering a $20,000 reward for information leading to the capture of each man. Breaking news out of California. The victim in a deadly stabbing in Tarzana has been identified as longtime actor James Handy, known for his roles in Top Gun Maverick and Jumanji. Police say Michael Glenhill stabbed Handy, who was his mother's boyfriend. Wednesday morning, they say during his call to 911, Glenhill said, quote, "I am the son of a man. I killed the man of sin." When officers arrived, they found Handy had been stabbed in the chest. He was rushed to the hospital where he later died. Gledhill was arrested and booked on suspicion of murder. He is being held on a $2 million bail. Well, North Carolina lawmakers from both parties say there's a need to be a resolution for people with mental illness in the criminal justice system. Some Democrats say those problems cannot be solved without making big investments. Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh explains.
House Democrats are proposing a pair of bills they say would invest more than $1 billion into mental health and public safety.
Detention centers and prisons have become de facto mental health institutions, yet without the necessary resources.
The Justice and Mental Health Act would invest more than $800 million to expand behavioral health treatment, add more staffing and beds at psychiatric hospitals, and reduce bottlenecks for people waiting to receive treatment.
That mental illness is a real and present crisis, a crisis on the rise as circumstances in this modern world cause hardship and anxiety. It is a crisis that requires accountability, investment, and urgency from the North Carolina General Assembly.
A companion public safety bill would invest more than $400 million in courts, corrections, and juvenile justice.
Law enforcement is being tasked with responding to behavioral crises. Courts are challenged with determining the disposition of persons with mental illness.
The push comes as the House just passed a bipartisan bill to expand and strengthen the state's involuntary commitment system on a 100-10 vote.
It's taken us 20 years to get the broken mental health system that we have. We're not going to solve it in 6 months. This is a step forward that will be really focused on people who are criminally involved.
Democrats say that step is important, but they argue lasting change will also require significant new investments in treatment, hospitals, courts, and corrections.
These aren't radical proposals. They're practical investments in the basic machinery of public safety.
In Raleigh, I'm State Capitol reporter Shabnam Dinesh.
The South Carolina Attorney General's office confirms 48 workers were detained at a business in Abbeville County. The multi-agency operation was conducted yesterday at Bernstein Von Seeland Precision Casting on Carlawin Road. According to the AG's office, 6 people have been indicted for immigration violations and identity theft charges. 2 managers are accused of not properly verifying employees' identification before hiring them.
The decision was made much like we do when we're prosecuting and investigating dope cases. You can go after the street dealer, or the user, I should say, or you could go after the street dealer and the people up the supply chain. We wanted not just to attack the demand side, but we wanted to go after the supply side of this type of criminal enterprise.
And the AG's office says this investigation started in the fall of 2024 with the help of state, federal, and local law enforcement agencies. 12:38 and a live look over the nation's capital. President Trump says he plans to formally nominate Todd Blanche to lead the Justice Department. Blanche has been serving as the acting attorney general since April after the firing of Pam Bondi. During his tenure, he has expanded investigations involving some of Trump's longtime political foes.
Obviously, I'm honored and humbled that the president indicated he was going to nominate me. I think the work that this department has been doing since President Trump took office, if you look at any stat across the board, it's much better. We're much safer.
And Blanche's confirmation could get messy. The acting AG is Trump's former personal lawyer and one of his most controversial moves at the Justice Department to date, sparked bipartisan backlash, and both Democrats and Republicans denounced plans for a $1.8 billion compensation fund for people claiming political persecution. Some Senate Republicans even demanded assurances the anti-weaponization fund was scrapped before taking up funding for ICE and Border Patrol. Blanche now needs senators' support to get confirmed. Closer to home, Lincolnton City Police and Fire employees will not be losing their jobs. Just a month ago, Lincolnton City Manager told council members 21 positions would have to be cut for the fiscal year that starts on July 1st. But last night, city leaders learned those cuts won't need to happen. Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks details how the city's now avoiding layoffs.
I'm proud to say all employees who are presently employed with the city, minus the 3 SRO officers that are going to work for the county, those positions are funded in this budget.
Lincolnton officials were happy to hear that Thursday. They were prepared to possibly cut city positions, including police and fire employees, after learning they were to lose $2.3 million in revenue. After some digging, the city manager shared the relief that they have extra time before that money's actually gone.
The state statute does not allow the formula be changed the next fiscal year. It has to be the fiscal year after.
Lincoln County Commissioners adopted a resolution in April modifying how to distribute the net proceeds of the sales tax countywide to Lincolnton. It would have cost the city $2.3 million. But City Manager Richie Haynes says state law means the tax change begins the summer of 2027, not next month.
We've got a year that we have the money, the full amount of money.
Haynes says his aides added back capital projects that were previously cut to balance the budget. But other than that, it's the same budget he presented during their April meeting. The manager says that gives the city extra time to prepare for their 2028 fiscal budget. They plan to vote on the 2027 proposal on June 25th.
It allows council more time to look at it, and it allows the citizens more time to look at it.
Thanks to you and John for digging into that and finding that we even had that.
Things happen for a reason.
Well, it gives us an opportunity to get ahead of it.
Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
This is so cool. I've been talking about it all day. I grew up in Charlotte. I'm a Charlotte native. I used to go to the Knights games back when they were in South Carolina.
Banana Ball is back in the Queen City this weekend. Why the games are more like a homecoming for some players. You're watching Queen City News, view of Bank of America Stadium this afternoon. The most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back. Banana Ball is back in town at Truist Field. Last night, the firefighters took on the Texas Tailgaters in a 3-game series that completely sold out. And the Bananas actually have a couple of Charlotte natives on the team, making it a sweet homecoming in the Queen City this weekend. Carolina Sports Live's Casey Funderburg has more on all the fun at the ballpark.
Coordinated routines, fans singing and dancing all around America's favorite pastime. Banana Ball is back in the Queen City, and they're taking over Truist Field for 3 days on the Banana Ball World Tour. It was the Firefighters versus the Texas Tailgaters, two teams that feature a handful of guys with Carolina ties, including Tyler Riggett from the Texas Tailgaters, who grew up right here in Charlotte.
This is so cool. I've been talking about it all day. I grew up in Charlotte. I'm a Charlotte native. I used to go to the Knights games back when they were in South Carolina. And I've seen Team USA play here. I've seen the Knights play. And now to finally be here as a player, it's unbelievable. It's almost like a really cool full circle moment. I was at the University of Richmond literally just over a year ago, so I didn't think I'd be here. It's a blessing, and it means so much to be back in the 704.
Sunshine Lutters, who became the fastest player to reach 100 trick plays, is impressed by the atmosphere in the Queen City.
If you look at the landscape outside the stadium, we haven't seen that since like Pittsburgh of last year. Like to have buildings and skyscrapers behind, it looks really cool. I mean, we got here yesterday in the afternoon, and usually when we travel, go into the evening or late at night, we don't get to see the city once we go out or we go in for the night. So to be able to come in here in the afternoon and see Carter City was really cool.
The Tailgaters took game 1, so now it's the Firefighters' turn to bring home a victory on Friday. For Carolina Sports Live, I'm Casey Funderburg.
And the series will continue throughout the weekend. First pitch is at 7 o'clock each night. The Carolina Hurricanes beat the Vegas Golden Knights in Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final. The game was held last night at the Lenovo Center in Raleigh. The Canes fell behind by 2 goals early in the game. However, they would come back to take the lead before the Golden Knights tied it up to send the game into overtime. Seth Jarvis scored on the power play in overtime, giving the Canes the win. The final score, 4-3. The team gave all the credit to the fans.
The energy in the building, right? I think after Stank scored there, we feed right out of it.
I think it's our fans too. I mean, the building got going. Obviously, we just needed a spark.
They're crazy. It's an amazing atmosphere to play in, and to have people like that. It's not warm in there, so to take your tarps off and kind of get the crowd going and get the energy going, that's kind of what kickstarted our whole little press there.
And the series is now tied 1-1. The Canes will now travel to Las Vegas to face the Golden Knights tomorrow. NASCAR is making a trip to the Irish Hills. This is a live look at Michigan International Speedway, where stock car racing will take place this weekend. The fun kicks off tonight with the ARCA Menards Series in the Henry Ford Health 200. Then the Truck Series will race in the DQS Solution and Staffing 250. Then the main event, the Firekeepers Casino 400, will kick off on Sunday as the Cup Series takes on NASCAR's fastest racetrack. And you can catch all the latest on NASCAR action on CSL. All right, and let's take a live look over Charlotte Motor Speedway at 12:48. And Andrew, beautiful day out there, and the heat is gonna keep going up, right?
It's gonna be getting toasty out there. Well, you're gonna need to be fanning yourself to stay cool. Some of these temperatures, we're gonna be seeing 84 degrees right now. Winds out of the west here at about 8 to 10 miles an hour. Dew points in the low to mid 50s. Still feels fairly comfortable even as the temperatures start to get warmer and warmer. King Street, Boone, beautiful weather up across the higher elevations as well. Just a few fair weather clouds here across the foothills and mountains. Otherwise, it's nothing but clear blue skies out there. Pinpoint radar, quiet conditions across the central Carolinas. We zoom out, high pressure and control sliding offshore, and get some of that south push to the flow here through the Carolinas and helping to get our temperatures even warmer. Temperature outlook as we head towards the middle part of the month, well, just getting warmer and warmer and warmer out there across the region. So feeling like summer, maybe you want to head to the beach. Going to have great weather this weekend here for both Saturday and Sunday with temperatures in the low to mid 80s. Futurecast. To get to this afternoon, temperatures continue to heat up, maybe low 90s. I still think we'll stay in the 80s here in Charlotte. Just keep moving forward though, mostly clear skies. As we go through the overnight hours into your Saturday morning, clear skies, Temperatures head up into the lower 90s here. A few fair weather clouds as we get up towards the foothills and mountains. Overnight Saturday heading into your Sunday. Temperatures, low 70s to start, a little bit more cloud cover as we go throughout the day and might see an isolated shower or storm trying to pop up. But I do think for the most part we stay dry. It's really all about your Monday here. Going to be those best chances for wet weather. Notice here 10 o'clock in the morning, see a few more showers and storms starting to get going. It continues to about 2 o'clock on your Monday afternoon. Some locally heavy rain could be possible here, but really don't think it's going to be a washout by any stretch of the imagination out there across the region. Might see a couple more showers, though, as we go through your Tuesday. Generally, though, not going to see a ton of wet weather here with this frontal boundary as it moves through. Whenever rain is good, we still have the drought conditions we're dealing with here, but not going to be seeing a ton of rainfall. As for the rest of today, it's just beautiful out there. A little hot for my personal liking, but some of you might like the heat. Definitely going to be a little bit on the warmer side. 63 overnight tonight in Charlotte, 65 in Toronto, upper 50s here as we head towards the mountains. Let's take a little tour around the Carolinas here on your Saturday. Beautiful weather out there. Hot, though, down across the Sandhills in the low 90s. Low 90s again here across the upstate of South Carolina with partly cloudy skies. We'll see a few more fair weather cumulus clouds tomorrow out there across the region. Upper 80s towards the 90-degree mark here in Charlotte. And Shelby and Gastonia, more of the same here. Very typical weather here as we start to feel like summer out there. Partly cloudy skies. Statesville, Salisbury, seeing the heat. Morganton, Hickory, Lincolnton, more of the same. And trying to hold on here to the upper 70s as we get on up into the mountains. Speaking of the mountains here, tracking a few more scattered showers and storms for you as well as we go into early next week. And your pinpoint 7-day forecast, tracking those scattered showers and storms potentially for early next week. You're watching Queen City News, the most honor and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Queen City News brings you 11 hours of news every weekday. Here's what we're working on, starting on Queen City News at 4. A shakeup in the race for South Carolina governor days before the primary election. We have a look at the tight GOP race for the seat. And the North Carolina Attorney General is pressing Ticketmaster over the cost to go to the Stanley Cup Finals. His questions as the series now heads west. And as we continue to count down to America's 250th birthday, Queen City News is highlighting the people and places across the Charlotte region that helped shape our independence. The oldest surviving structure in Mecklenburg County, the Rock House, was built in 1774. Historians believe enslaved people did most of the construction. It was home to Revolutionary leader Hezekiah Alexander and his family. You can visit the Rock House today on the grounds of the Charlotte Museum of History on Shamrock Drive. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. And Queen City News has an all-new way to stay connected to you when we're not live on the air. Download the Queen City News Plus app on your smart TV using either a Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire device. Here's a look at today's lineup on the app. First, Pinpoint Weather University, then Across America, followed by Mystery Wire. Watch it all on our new Queen City News Plus app. Andrew?
Well, it's going to be a toasty weekend out there across the Carolinas. Getting a little hot, as they like to say. Temperatures heading up into the low 90s here Saturday and Sunday. Now, Monday is when we could see a couple of scattered showers and storms. Maybe Tuesday as well. Weak cold front moving through a week because you do notice it doesn't get that much cooler as it clears on out here. And then as we get towards the middle of the week, kind of settling in to that kind of very typical summer pattern here across the region.
So those storm chances, not really a lot, huh?
That's crazy. Nothing you can't handle, Will.
No, because this is, I'm telling you, the 89, 90s, the stuff, that's a little hotter than, both of I don't know about you.
I want it cool.
70s.
For me, I want like 75 and 0 humidity.
Yes.
I want it to almost feel cool in the shade.
Exactly. That's the way I like it too. So there you go. But it's not going to be that way.
No,
it's going to be hot.
Unfortunately.
Thanks so much. Well, don't forget and see this guy down in Uptown Taste of Charlotte. He'll be judging.
Need an espresso.
And take him an espresso and make sure he gets a lot of good food. Thank you for joining us this Friday afternoon. We'll be back at 4.
Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University. Scary scenes in Wales. A paddleboarder and a dog caught in a dangerous thunderstorm. We'll show you the herring rescue that took place, and we'll also talk about what you could do if you get caught in water around bolts of lightning. Plus, summer is here and it looks hot across the entire country. We'll talk about where we can see the hottest summers on record, and plus talk about what is driving this heat for later this year. Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University, and it starts right now. Pinpoint Weather University. I am meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Big welcome to our Queen City News Plus and YouTube viewers. And if you're connecting with me on my socials, on IG, X, or Facebook, I'm at WSBrandon9. Thanks for tapping in with me. A lot of you follow me on there for weather content, but as you know, I do a lot of NASCAR content on there as well, so appreciate you guys' support. And our Queen City News pages. We do a lot of shows and originals. We appreciate all the support that you guys always give us. I've got to show you some crazy video to start the episode here. We're going to actually try something a little different. Some of the craziest video we've seen over the last week. And Austin McCullum, our producer for Queen City News Plus, saw this video and it scared me when I saw it. Take a listen and a look. Man, that is terrifying. A paddleboarder and a dog in North Wales got stuck in a thunderstorm. Crazy scenes, the bolts of lightning just striking all around them as they're on the water. Scary situation. Weather conditions were described as, quote, truly biblical. You can see the rescuers rescuing the paddleboarder and the dog. Everybody's okay, but man, this was a scary rescue. A matter of fact, the Royal National Lifeboat Institution, they're a 24-hour lifeboat search and rescue service over there across the UK and Ireland. And I believe they're also parts of the Central Channel Islands and even parts of the Ireland UK area. So again, this is a pretty big organization, and they said that in 25 years of lifeboating, the rescuer, I've faced all kinds of weather, but last night was a first. What should have been a straightforward rescue became extremely challenging due to the electrical thunderstorm. So man, that's a scary situation right there. Glad everybody was okay. And again, this just goes to show you got to be careful. Now, if you get caught in a situation like this, we are in suburb, storms pop up. Whenever we tell you a 20 to 30% chance of a storm, you aren't going to cancel your plans to get on the lake or on the river. But one thing you can do, download the Pinpoint Weather app. It's free, and it also lets you know when lightning and thunderstorms are nearby. But something else, too, if you get caught in a storm, you're just out there and you can't really do nothing about it. You want to get low. You want to get everybody to the center of the boat just to kind of distribute the weight a little bit across the boat. And you also want to make sure you're not touching anything metal, whether you have one of those fish finders or fishing pole. You want to stay away from everything metal, and you want to steer across the waves. You don't want to steer right into them. It could be even more dangerous for you. So just try to get to shore as soon as possible. It's one of those unlucky situations, and it happens. It happens more than you probably know. Just be careful out there. And always, if thunder roars, go indoors. Some more video. The Argentinian soccer team, they're here for the World Cup, right? You expect them to get a good welcome to the U.S. Well, unfortunately, Mother Nature had other plans. The Argentinian soccer team was woken up by a tornado warning. It actually caused damage around the hotel they were staying in. You can see the Argentina flag there. I guess some of their flags and logos they just kind of had distributed across the hotel. Just so you know, they're here. They're here for the World Cup. It's a big event, and tornado warning ended up turning into the damage there. I'm not sure if it was actually a tornado that made landfall there, or excuse me, that touched down there and caused that damage, but it again caused this damage here. 82 mile per hour sustained winds. According to the National Hurricane Center, National Weather Center, I mean, I'm really in hurricane season right now, if you can tell. Landfalling tornadoes and National Hurricane Center turning into the National Weather Service. But man, you could see the damage there. Scary scenes. Everybody was okay. But I'm telling you, if you're an Argentinian soccer fan, this might not be good news for you guys going into the World Cup. Welcome to the country, Lionel Messi. Let's go ahead and get into our next video, our final video here. Hawaii's Kilauea volcano. You could see the whirlwind forming. There it is. Man, that's pretty cool stuff there. Obviously, that volcano, you know, you'll see it erupt, but it's so interesting to see these little funnel swirls go upward and then dissipate very quickly. And you can see also the lava fountain sprayed during the volcano's 48th eruptive episode. So USGS reported the volcano is no longer erupting, but a little whirlwind forming outside of it. It's pretty neat stuff. Hawaii always has all kinds of good views, and another good one there. So I am meteorologist Brandon Lawson. We've been showing you some crazy video, but I also want to talk about just how warm it has been here across the Carolinas. Charlotte, man, it was a very, very, very warm spring. Matter of fact, it was actually the warmest spring on record. And this is a trend we have been experiencing over the last 3 years. So 2024, 2025, and 2026 are all among the top 5 warmest springs on record in Charlotte. Again, summer technically hasn't started astronomically speaking, but we go by 3-month group pairings because we want to keep climatological stats at the same time each year. Astronomical seasons, the time, the date changes each year, and whether it's 2 days or 1 day apart, it can change the way we keep track of data. So scientists are like, we want to keep data on the first of every 3 months for each season, and that's what we do. Like we see in what December, January, and February. Those are your winter months. March, April, May, the months we just came out of. Those are your spring months. And now we're in June, July, and August for our summer months. And it always starts June 1st, meteorological summer. And that is why we're already talking about our spring stats. Again, it was a very, very hot spring and also a very dry one, even though we did get a good amount of rain in May. As a matter of fact, when you look at May alone, 5.87 inches of rainfall. That's how much rain we received during the month of May, folks. And guess what? This year, we've only seen 12 inches. So through May 31st, this is actually the 13th driest start for Charlotte. Now, when you look at May's rainfall and look at the 5.87 inches, nearly half of our rain so far this year has actually fallen during the month of May. Those to show you just how dry it has been. But now it's time for summer, and summers have been heating up across the globe. But here in our U.S., you can see the warmth from the West Coast to the East Coast to the Northeast to the Southeast to the Deep South. The only place that isn't warming as significantly is the Central Plains area. But even then, you can see pockets. There's a few counties there that are still glowing red. So the majority of the country is experiencing warmer conditions for the summer season. And when you look at it a little bit more closer to home here in the Charlotte area, we're also warming at a pretty alarming rate, almost 3 degrees warmer compared to what we were in 1970. And that's all mainly due to human-induced climate change. The only reason it's not all climate change is because we have something called climate variability, ENSO. Yeah, we've got El Nino and La Nina that can also change climate patterns year after year. So that's why not every warmer year or cooler year could be contributed to just one source. There's also that percentage that has to do with climate variability. Like an El Nino could lead to a warmer summer for us at times, or it could just lead to a warmer year in general because El Nino, you have warmer water in the central and eastern equatorial Pacific, and that can warm the earth as a whole anyway. So that's why we can tend to get warmer years, but it just accelerates the problem we already have, the warming, right? We are going to see warmer years anyway because of human induced climate change, fossil fuels being released out, and the greenhouse gases being released into the atmosphere. That traps heat. And eventually, when you add El Nino to that, you're just adding more heat to an atmosphere that can't get rid of the heat it's already gaining from being trapped due to greenhouse gases. So that is why summer continues to warm. And another thing that is a hidden danger we always talk about during the summer season, I'll take this one full screen for you, is the dangerous humid heat. We are seeing an increase in humidity across much of the eastern U.S. Now, a big reason the eastern U.S. is seeing more humid days versus the western U.S. is because of our friend the Gulf, where the Gulf pumps all that moisture into the southeast, the mid-Atlantic region, up through parts of the Kentucky and Tennessee valleys, along the Mississippi River, and north into parts of the Central Plains. That's why we tend to get humid days here, but out west, it's always dry because you don't have the Gulf influence there. The Gulf bringing in that moisture. There's no real moisture source there unless you live really close to the Pacific Ocean, and the Pacific is able to kind of pow moisture in on you. So we tend to see more dangerous humid days, and the big reason why is because as that moisture is pulling out of the Gulf, whenever you have warmer days, warmer air can actually hold more moisture. You actually are able to fill the atmosphere with more moisture when it's warmer outside. Mother Nature is able to hold more. And we have to go into our textbooks a little bit for this one, man. I actually was looking forward to chatting about this, and I'm going to. It's the Clausius-Clapeyron relationship. This is getting a little geeky on you here. But again, the Clausius-Clapeyron relationship, I've got two flags there. The German flag is the first flag you see there. And I've also got the French flag there. And the big reason why is because Clausius and also you've got Clapeyron as well. They are actually both different, like from like France and also from Germany. So I had to include both of their countries in there. It just felt right? So I wanted to talk a little bit about what this Clausius-Clapeyron relationship is. So essentially, warmer air can hold more moisture. 1 degree Fahrenheit of warming allows for 4% more water vapor or moisture in the atmosphere. This also includes why we've seen a little bit more heavier rainfall events around here in the Carolinas and across much of the country, because eventually that moisture has got to be lifted up by a cold front. What goes up must come down, and all that moisture just comes down over us. This can also include heavier snowfall events too. So again, just remember this relationship. A warmer atmosphere is a more muggy atmosphere at times, and that is why we're getting more dangerous humidity days. And the thing is, humidity, it's the problem, right? You hear the saying all the time, it's not the heat, it's the humidity that gets you. Well, the humidity is increasing, and that's what gets us. So we're getting got more, unfortunately. Warmer temperatures equal more moisture. So here's another example. So a 70 degree Fahrenheit atmosphere can hold double the moisture of a 50 degrees Fahrenheit atmosphere. And here's the thing. Why is it that the humidity is the problem? Why is that the thing that gets us? Well, I made this graphic a year ago. I actually have made this at all my shops that have been at. I love making a graphic about why our bodies sweat. So here it is. Let's say you're out throwing the football, you're running around, you're doing something outdoors, and you're in a low humidity environment. There's not a lot of moisture in the atmosphere. It probably feels good. So what ends up happening, our bodies sweat. That sweat evaporates from our skin, and evaporation is a cooling process. So as that sweat evaporates, we cool our bodies down. We call this evaporative cooling. So our body sweats, that sweat evaporates into the atmosphere because the atmosphere does not have a lot of moisture, so it can take whatever moisture you have off your body, and it cools your body down, and it's able to cool adequately. However, in a very high humid atmosphere or very muggy atmosphere, we already have too much moisture. Mother Nature is full and packed with full moisture. So our body's going to sweat. It's going to continue to sweat because that's what it does to try and cool off. However, our body can't release that sweat into the atmosphere because the atmosphere's already got too much moisture. So it's essentially Mother Nature's like, I need you to take that sweat and I need you to leave it over there. Here's the problem. If the sweat's staying on us, it's not evaporating. It's not cooling us down. So evaporative cooling fails and sweat can't evaporate to cool us down. And that means your body can't cool adequately and we can get overheated. Temperature outlook for the summer months is out. You can see the warm conditions that are expected across much of the country. You have to go to the Midwest and also the Great Lakes region to even really get some average temperatures. And even then, it's going to be hot. It gets hot in Chicago. It gets really hot up there. So just be very careful this summer. As always, you want to make sure you're drinking plenty of water. I always keep my water on lock. I have it for all my episodes just because my mouth gets dry, but also it's warm out there. And whenever I sweat in the workout in the morning, I want to make sure I'm replenishing that sweat and also get your electrolytes in too. But again, this is a look at the temperature outlook. And a big reason for this, I believe the reason we're seeing very warm temperature outlooks now for the seasons to come is because El Nino is going to be a big deal coming up here later this year. So, I mean, everywhere across the country, Seattle could see the warmest year on record that it's ever seen across the Northwest Pacific. Here in Charlotte, man, I would not be shocked if we saw the warmest year on record, even down to parts of Las Vegas, Phoenix, Los Angeles, areas that are already on track for potentially the warmest year on record, or now looking at potentially the warmest summers on record. So this is something we're going to watch because hotter weather here in the Carolinas would be extremely bad news because when you look at the precipitation outlook for summer, ain't great. We're looking at wetter conditions for the Four Corners region of the U.S., wetter conditions for the Northeast. But then you see kind of this grayed out area. And we talked a little bit about this last week with a climate prediction center meteorologist with NOAA. And this little grayer shade here, essentially it means that we're either going to have normal precipitation or there's still a lot of uncertainty about whether it's going to be above normal or below normal. And again, the big uncertainty has to do with El Nino. What's the signal going to be like? And El Nino, it's suspected to be a pretty strong one this year. However, how strong does El Nino get? Because El Nino's strength is going to change signals across much of the country. Again, it changes all kinds of different things. When it comes down to climates, it changes also potentially our hurricane seasons, which we're going to talk about in the next segment. But if El Nino becomes a super El Nino, I mean, it's pretty much the strongest it can get. That means that those climate variabilities that we see during El Ninos will be more dramatic. The subtropical jet stream that gets amplified in the southern branch of the U.S. will be even more amplified and lead to more rainy conditions for parts of the South, just because The El Nino is stronger. There's more of a stronger signal. So El Nino is really going to play a role for us when we look at that climate variability and the differences it could lead to across the U.S. But again, we don't want hot and drier weather because, again, a hot and drier weather pattern would dry us out even more. And that is extremely concerning and definitely something that we have to be very, very careful of because even though we have rain and we've seen a good amount of rain over the last, I don't know, probably month, I'd say, since we saw the rain that we saw in May, a drier pattern with hotter temperatures would cause issues because, as we mentioned in the last segment, a warmer atmosphere has more moisture to hold. It can hold more moisture. And unfortunately, Mother Nature can always suck that moisture out of our soil, out of our water, bodies of water like lakes, creeks, and streams. And that can also dry us out as well. Coming up in the next segment, hurricane season, it's here. It is here, and it's coming in quiet. And it could be on the calmer side for most of the season. But what's the one thing that can make what is expected to be a lower tropical activity season a more extreme one? We'll detail that next. We're talking about hurricane season. Again, you've probably seen where the season is expected to be a little less than what we tend to see during the Atlantic Basin hurricane season. However, there is one thing that could change that and make it a little bit more of an active season. And I'll show you that in just a second. But I want to talk to you about the season outlook first. So first off, to start the season, no hurricane threats. Things are pretty quiet here to start the season. I'm not even really seeing any resemblances of hurricane activity or tropical activity out in the Atlantic Basin here for the first week, which is good news. That means we have nothing to worry about unless you are the Vegas Golden Knights. I got to pay a little homage to my Carolina Hurricanes, who, as of recording this, just lost game 1. So unfortunately, maybe the hurricane warning in Raleigh wasn't a good one. Let's just say that. Hopefully they can bounce back for game 2 and game 3 and game 4 and eventually win the series and be one of the stronger hurricanes we've seen. That's what we want to see. We want to see the Carolina Hurricanes be the strongest hurricane that we see so far for the hurricane season. So let's talk about some of the headlines for hurricane season. Again, hurricane season preview. Less tropical activity is expected this year, and El Nino is on the way. It is on the way, and we've talked about it all episode, and it's like beating a dead horse. I'm going to have to talk about it pretty much every week now because it's the big weather story. It's the big climate story. El Nino is going to change things for us across the globe, and that's why we're going to talk about it a lot here on Pinpoint Weather University. El Nino leads to higher vertical wind shear out in the Atlantic Basin, and that can weaken storms before they even get going or whenever they get strong over the warmer waters of the Atlantic Basin. Unfortunately, maybe they're not able to get quite as organized. And that's unfortunate for them, those hurricanes, but it'd be more fortunate for us because that means we could get less threats. I did a little punching scene in my last one, but I'm not going to punch anybody today. I'm talking about just avoiding the punches that we get, right? So let's say we do get 8 named storms this year. That's 8 opportunities for a potential hit here in the Carolinas or across the U.S. Any landfalling hurricane in the U.S. creates an active season, especially if it's a detrimental one. And then if we say we're going to get 14 named storms, and there's the potential for that as well, That's 14 punches. That's 14 opportunities for life-altering conditions in a particular location or particular locations, depending on how many people are impacted from it. So I actually am hoping that El Nino really takes over here. Again, El Nino, looking at this graphic, is just warmer ocean water out in the Pacific, essentially warmer water over parts of the equatorial Pacific. That again leads to more wind shear out in the Atlantic. But here's the deal. The Pacific Ocean, which is already getting its act together with tropical activity, its hurricane season tends to be more active because they get less wind shear from El Nino being stronger. So, parts of the west coast of Mexico and also parts of Hawaii. I mean, you have to pay attention to that because in the Pacific, there's an opportunity for that to get stronger there. Hurricanes to get stronger there. But what could change things? What's that one thing that could make the season still an active one in the Atlantic? Sea surface temperatures. What do hurricanes love? They love warm water. They feed off of warm water. If I give my dog a treat, he's going to love it. If I give him more treats, he's going to continue to ask for more treats. Hurricanes, if you give them warm water and they keep asking for it and they keep getting it, they get stronger and stronger and stronger. It's a hurricane's treat. It's its fuel. It's like Popeye, the sailor man, when you need to get a little bit of spinach and Popeye gets strong. That's the hurricane spinach. They use that fuel to get stronger. And here's the deal. Sea surface temperatures are already warmer than normal across much of the Atlantic basin. I want to point something out. We're about 1 to 2 degrees above normal across much of the Atlantic basin. There is some portions of the central and eastern Atlantic that are a little below normal, which is why I'm not too worried about tropical waves for this time of year, which we don't tend to see tropical waves coming off the coast of Africa this time of year anyway. Too much wind shear out there in the Atlantic, even if we didn't have an El Nino coming in. But again, warm water can allow hurricanes to get stronger, and even with the big strong wind shear that could rip apart hurricanes, but it still could give us an opportunity for more of those named storms and more of those opportunities for concerning impacts. So here's the deal. Here's the NOAA forecast. This is what they have forecast for this hurricane season. There is a big spread here. 8 to 14 named storms. That is a large range. I'm not going to lie to you. That's a large range. Those guys, those scientists over there, they do a fantastic job of forecasting. They're looking at so many different climatological outlooks to figure out what the season could be like. But this big range tells me there's uncertainty. There is uncertainty about how many named storms we could possibly see. The uncertainty is because we still don't have a perfect idea of how strong El Nino is going to be. If El Nino is really strong, if it's a very strong historical El Nino, it's a super El Nino, it's a knock your socks off type of El Nino, we're likely going to see 8 named storms or less. But if this El Nino, it gets strong, it's not necessarily the most historical El Nino in the world, but it's a strong El Nino, we could see 14 named storms. And that's average. That's what we tend to see. Same thing with the hurricanes and the major hurricanes. Kind of a decent spread there in the range, but kind of what we typically see. And again, hurricane season 2023, I believe we had 19 named storms. That was an El Nino year. Just goes to say, El Nino is going to be the big thing here to talk about over the next several months, and we're only getting closer and closer to it. I believe 80% chance now of El Nino emerging over the next month or two. Here's the Atlantic hurricane names. We start with Arthur. And one name I'm paying attention to, Isaias. Yes. Oh, that I name's back. Yeah, that was not one that was fun to say a few years ago. And Isaias is back on the map. And I'm probably still saying it wrong. Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm disrespecting anybody. But man, that I name is hard. It's a hard name to say. I'm hopeful that we don't even get there, because the I name, when you look at this list, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, it's the 9th one down. that bottom range of the forecast hits, and we have 8 named storms. Isaias. I won't have to say that again. I'm meteorologist Brea Lawson, folks. I hope you enjoy the show today. We'll continue to show you some crazy weather video from across the country, let you know what you can do to maybe get out of some of those crazy situations that other folks unluckily find themselves in. And we'll continue to educate you as El Nino strengthens across the globe. As always, folks, take care of yourself and each other as we navigate this fun earth together. Y'all take care. Be safe.
that is the major flaw in AI, which is good for the world because it says there still needs to be a human in the loop to verify the information that's coming out of those responses.
Welcome to Tired Parents Club, a safe place to share, laugh, vent, talk about the ups and downs of raising the littlest versions of ourselves. We are your hosts, Kevin Pinto. We have Sierra Langford.
Hello, hello.
Sierra, what are we talking about today?
All right, you may have heard about a little thing called AI. And today we are talking about students and graduating seniors entering the ever-changing workforce, right? And how there's a lot of industries out there right now that are increasingly using AI and relying on AI and maybe even replacing jobs with AI, right? So today we've got Joe Little. He's the Associate Dean of Technology with Central Piedmont Community College, also known as CPCC. Thank you so much, Joe, for joining us.
Hello, everyone. Thank you.
And with your background and everything, please tell us just like a little bit about yourself. What brought you to CPCC?
Yeah, I can get into it. So Joe Little, Central Piedmont Community College. I like to start off by telling people, since we're in Charlotte, that I'm a born and raised Charlottean.
Amazing.
Yeah, I'm one of those
So
unicorns.
rare.
Yes, I'm one of those unicorns. I predate Uptown. It was downtown when I was here as a little baby. So that I can tell you legit, I'm a Charlottean. So what got me to Central Piedmont Community College was a journey that started with the United States Army. I was a communications specialist back between 1999 and 2003. So right before 9/11 and that world-changing event. I got out of the Army due to an injury. Went to Central Piedmont Community College for my 2-year degree in network administration and support back between the years of 2004, 2005. Actually, walked the stage in 2006 because we didn't have winter commencements back in that day. And then worked at the ITS help desk for a part of that career. So even after I graduated, I stayed connected to the college because Central Piedmont does that to you, right? Once the key word in that name is community, and we're all about building community and supporting our community here in Charlotte and surrounding areas, and connecting with people and making sure that they can change their lives for the better. So what that college did for me, and I'm very proud of it, is I got my 2-year degree. I got some industry certifications. I was able to get a part-time job with the college, first at the ITS help desk, then as an adjunct instructor teaching cybersecurity courses, worked a full-time job in the industry while doing that here in Charlotte. The company was based out of Chicago. It's been bought out since then. Startup company, got me a lot of quick hands-on experiences, and then I worked for a managed service provider here in Charlotte as well, and was hired to teach full-time in Central Piedmont back in 2011. And have been full-time with the college ever since, getting promoted to associate dean back in 2021. So
Amazing. Wow.
Thank
So
you.
you've just worked your way up the entire time. So tell us about this AI program that CPCC offers.
yes, so we have a now 2-year artificial intelligence degree program, and also has a certificate along with it. So depending on what your skill set desires are, you don't have to sit for the entire 2-year degree program. You can do the fundamental certificate if you so choose, and then decide to major in the 2-year degree pathway beyond that if you desire to do so. The one thing we're proud about it to date is that we've already got 7 graduates out of that program, and it doesn't really turn 2 until August. So we've already been through the graduation process for 7 individuals, 3 in the fall of 2025, 4 in the spring that just completed their degrees 2 weeks ago.
Wow. So I know we did a story with you a couple years ago about when this was starting up. And you were doing 50 applicants, or 50, you could have 50 students, you had 56 applicants.
Right. 50 were on the wait list back, I think, when we last talked.
Yeah.
Correct.
So has that grown? You know,
Yes.
where are you guys at now?
So to use official numbers, the state dashboard has us at 95 unduplicated students, meaning that is their sole major or their primary major. But if you look at double majors, meaning people that are in computer science pathways, people that are in our traditional AAS degrees for information technology, as well as simulation and game development, there are over 200 students declared for the AI degree at Central Piedmont currently.
How have you seen it like progress, I guess, in those 2 years, just overall?
Right. So we've seen the breakdown in the degree where folks are focusing on things like chatbot programming skills, machine learning, deep learning, computer vision, Computer vision is important when you think about things like physical AI. So these are things like robotics. And when we say robotics, what we mean are think robo-taxis. Like you've seen the Waymo taxis starting to show up here in Charlotte.
Yes.
The Tesla cabs. That's why computer vision is becoming more important. Like we're looking into cameras here in the studio. So think about a bot that could react to what it's seeing and maybe track my head if I was starting to move, so that at no time am I out of focus or out of view in the camera. So this is what we're teaching our students as part of that degree program.
That's fascinating. Are there different kinds of courses that tend to be more popular than others within the program, or is it all, is it like a 101, 102 type of situation where you work your way up?
Yeah, it depends. That answer varies because it depends on what skills those learners are trying to seek. So, some of them only want the chatbots or generative AI, as we call it nowadays, right? And what we have to be careful in when we advertise the program is make sure people know this is mostly a programming degree, but it's focused on programming AI skills. So large language models, neural networks, things of that nature. So we need to make sure that people don't think, well, I'm coming to be an advanced ChatGPT user, or I'm coming to be an advanced Gemini user or something like that. No, you're coming to learn how to build the back-end infrastructure that is artificial intelligence. So that and we make sure we say that clearly in our information session. Like, please don't think you're going to be living in ChatGPT in all your assignments. That's not what this is.
No, you're not going to become a glorified
Right.
user.
Yeah. There is prompting, there's prompt engineering and all those things, but it goes well beyond that.
Mm-hmm. And what types of careers, you briefly mentioned it, what types of careers you see your students kind of get into after taking these programs?
It's a mix. So it's those AI specific jobs that companies are starting to look into now. So it's your AI engineers, it's machine learning, it's computer vision, a lot around data analytics and data science, because that's where we're starting to see AI being used as a tool to augment the work. Those redundant tasks. Hey, I want to pull a report on XYZ and give it to the C-suite to kind of make a business decision, something like that. But then it's traditional software development roles as well, because you can use AI to augment your code to, help you debug, etc. So that speeds up the work. And that's another place where people are starting to get into the conversation about, well, is AI going to take my job? No, but it will augment your job. And if you don't know how to use it to augment your job, you may find yourself replaced with somebody who does have that skill set.
Yeah, so I'm thinking of the workplace as well, right? This is always going to be a back and forth. I feel like, and I'm sure you already know all about that by now. I guess the workplace, something we talked about yesterday, even. Is that going to take away the interactive workplace? We work in a newsroom. We're constantly always running around and stuff talking to each other, yelling stuff out. It's nuts in here sometimes, but
I wouldn't blame AI for that so much as I would the recent pandemic, being that a lot of people have gotten used to a hybrid or remote work environment, and even though AI has been around for half a century, we didn't start the hype game on AI until the last 5 to 10 years, right? So, but we were already in a Zoom or Microsoft Teams, you pick your flavor of teleconference environment prior to the explosion that has been AI for the last 5 years or so.
Yeah, so I guess COVID sped up AI, I guess, or the advancement of AI.
Well, yeah. Well, it
in a weird way, right?
Yeah. So that worldwide events like pandemics, wars, etc., will fundamentally change the way we do business moving forward, because COVID did that, right? So it forced us into a lockdown for 18 to 24 months, depending on which country you're living in. And then because of that, you were forced to use tools that you were otherwise hesitant to do so prior to the pandemic, right? A lot of businesses didn't want their data in the cloud prior to 2020, because if it's on site, I have control of it. I can see it. If something happens, I can go unplug a cable or whatever, and we're fine. If it's in the cloud, I got to be very trusting. I got to make sure I have SLAs. I got to make sure I have agreements to say who's backing up this data, who's got access to this data, how do I control the identity access management and all the things that, are the pieces around cloud controls, cloud security, et cetera. AI was not even in that conversation during the pandemic, even though it was starting to come on the scene. While we were in lockdown, folks were starting to use ChatGPT for, prompting it to do homework, whether they should have been doing that or not. But that was
talking about the ethics of using AI.
Right. So, yeah.
we wanted to ask you, I know you have an ethical portion of this class. What really goes into that course?
So our computer ethics course is really focused on helping students understand the why and the why nots, the how, when and where you want to use artificial intelligence, helping them understand things like biases and discrimination and all the things that can be built into a large language model or a personal model that is built by someone, because AI is only as smart as the data that you give it. Right.
Mhm.
So if let's strip the politics out of the conversation. Just let's talk about food. Right. So people come to Charlotte to eat all the time. We have a large restaurant um kind of environment here.
Yep.
So if I wanted to build a model and say, hey, let's build a model that's going to be serving the people that want to find the best restaurants to eat at. If I build it, I'm a steak lover. So my model may give a preference to steakhouses versus somebody who wants to find Italian or French dining, French cuisine, or seafood or whatever the case may be. So that's an example of bias that's built in unintentionally, because it just I'm like, hey, make sure you mention places like Steak 48 or Del Frisco's or whatever, because I love to eat at those places. But I'm shortchanging the folks that want to see Chinese or Japanese or where's the best soul food place in the city or whatever the case may be. So, that's what our ethics course is. Try to encourage students to stay away from, is that even when you're not thinking about your human desires, your human biases, you could very easily code it into your model, because you're thinking about the things that you like or dislike versus what is best for the greater good, the greater economy, whatever the case may be.
And we have younger kids, right? So I mean, I guess, should we be integrating this earlier? I mean, obviously, parents are gonna have their own thoughts on it. I'm always nervous, like, is my kid actually learning, or are they taking a very quick shortcut using AI and then they're just gonna wash it away?
Well, that question is at the heart of it. You should always be thinking ethically in every decision, right? Like we should as human beings should always be concerned about how my actions will impact my neighbor, right?
Mhm.
When I'm driving down the road, road rage is a thing. But if I decide
Here
to,
in Charlotte? What?
I am guilty. I'm lying a lot.
Well, I mention it because you think about AI's impact on transportation and ethical decisions, right? So, would you want a driverless vehicle to have in its code the ability to strike a person in its decision making, right? So, if it's going to slam into a wall, or if it's going to avoid the wall and maybe not damage itself so much and protect its passengers, but the risk is it could run over somebody, would you even want that in an AI code, or would you want to say, hey, I need you to slam into the wall each and every time, because we never want a robot ever having in its code that it's okay to kill a human being?
Mhm.
Right. So these are some of the questions that we have to start considering as we start deploying artificial intelligence in the physical sense, right? So we're beyond generative AI, we're beyond agentic AI, where now we're having AI augment the jobs, right? That's what AI agents are used for.
Mhm.
And now we're getting into self-driving or driverless vehicles where, supply chains are using AI to deliver packages. Drones that are being monitored and redirected by AI are being used in supply chains and to deliver packages and all the things. So these are the types of questions that we propose to our students. We have Tech Week events. One of our professors, Dr. Fraser Smith, did a "Would you pull the lever?" Question on this very topic. It was a very popular discussion about, like, again, would you want artificial intelligence to make a decision that could ever be concerned with harming or killing a human being? Like, think about the movie I, Robot as an example.
That's my first thought every time, right?
With AI kind of going into all different kinds of careers at this point, do you think that at this point it's maybe gone too far as to where it is? Or what is your thoughts on that? As like, if are there students that feel, I guess, wary as they head into this, new kind of environment
Well-
where we see AI, taking away certain jobs because, the corporation has said, like, okay, we've got this AI technology that can now do these certain entry level positions.
Mhm.
Like, do you think What are your thoughts on that? I guess.
Well, can do doesn't necessarily mean should do. AI can do a lot of things, but again, back to the ethical question, should we allow it to do certain things? Um, I can't speak for any company. I can speak to the fact that technology in the world always seems to outpace regulation and governance. So you always have a tool before you know what the law is around the use of that tool. And you can speak to almost any piece of technology developed in the last 100 years, and that statement would hold true. So here we are again with artificial intelligence. Oh, by the way, quantum computing is right around the corner. So those two technologies are going to be tied together. Good thing is it's going to significantly increase healthcare in the country, in the world. There's experiments being done right now with quantum computing around cancer treatments and all the wonderful things. But on the other side of it, here comes cybersecurity. Like, what does quantum computing do to encryption, to your ability to have virtual private networks, and like, what are we going to do in response to this new technology? Like, we're talking about AI, but quantum is right behind the curtain. Like, it's ready to be deployed. It's just a matter of, can we get the error rate down in the qubits? So once that happens, here we go again with a discussion, right? Well, we don't even have federal regulation on AI use yet. What are we going to do about quantum?
Yeah, because we've created this thing that's now going to help us in so many ways, right?
Right.
But now we've
Double-edged
created,
sword.
yeah, now we have all these problems. Now we have to figure out a way to combat it, right? It's like, kids using it for homework, right? And that's something that people have talked about, writing their assignments and stuff like that. So now we have to figure out a way to, and we already have, right, to combat it and ask. But now we're asking AI, hey, did a student write this? Or
Well, let me
write
say,
this?
homework use in AI is not necessarily a bad thing. It's when. So if you're using it as a checker,
Mhm.
okay. If you're using it to do the work for you, and you're missing out on the learning opportunities, and you don't understand why the comma, you don't understand why the comma belongs where it belongs, the period belongs where it belongs, etc. And you're letting the bot do it for you. That's where it's a problem. But if you're using it to provide the checking, to be that assistant, to help you in the learning process, help you with the equations, etc. Now it's augmenting your learning, which is what you want it to do. You want it to augment the learning, not take over the learning, because then it defeats the purpose.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I brought up to you earlier today. Even I was like, well, is it gonna make us dumber or is it gonna make us smarter? Because the idea is hopefully it's helping us learn, but are we just putting in blind prompts and seeing whatever happens? Like, I still want my kid to learn, not just use that information immediately and then.
Well, there is the phrase trust but verify, right? So AI does still hallucinate, even though models get updated, new technologies get deployed. AI is still capable of hallucinating, which means it's capable of making up an answer for the benefit of wanting to satisfy the user. Like, I'm going to give you something because I don't want to say I don't know. Even though when you're in a job interview, I don't know is a perfectly good answer, because we'd rather you admit to not knowing that skill or not having that skill than lying to me, and then I give you something to do and then you can't get the job done. So that is the major flaw in AI, which is good for the world because it says there still needs to be a human in the loop to verify the information that's coming out of those responses.
We have to take a break because that definitely is going to lead into the job conversation, I guess, for the future. So we'll. We'll be right back.
We are living in a time of profound change. That's an understatement, right? Profound change. Change is exciting, very exciting, and let's face it, change can be daunting. The rise of artificial intelligence is the next industrial revolution. What happened? Okay, I struck a chord.
You all have AI. You all have AI, actual intelligence. My entire life in the technical world, I've been following people that were trying to figure out how to make a brain, software, hardware, synapse chips. And I was at a company where the engineers figured out how to make a brain. It takes 9 months.
All right, welcome back to Tired Parents Club. Obviously, we started with some of these clips. We will bring back Joe Little. I mean, what is your response? I guess first to the booing one. Why would students? Yeah, I felt so bad for her. And there she is again.
She just really thought she had something. She's like, they're gonna love this.
Why would students react that way?
It's misinformation is part of it, right? There's a lot of misinformation out there about it. What I'm going to tell you is what has happened, like we were talking about before, is that technology is outpacing regulation and governance. And so now we're in a situation where there was a lot of hype around it, like we were talking about during the COVID pandemic and things of that nature. We were using it at home. We were using it for homework, et cetera, but we have this infrastructure demand that's going on. Like, what do we do with millions of subscribers to all of these online platforms? Where is this data going to live? How are we going to implement it? And oh, by the way, how can we do this with, again, while considering the negative impacts of our neighbors and mitigating those negative impacts as much as we possibly can? So that's where we are in today's world. Like, AI is not going anywhere, but the question is, how do we reduce the negativity when it comes to community impacts, when it comes to building out the infrastructure that supports all of these online platforms?
Yeah, and much like the other video, right, where the other students seem to be embracing it.
Right.
I guess. So, so what are those kids what are they just nervous about? I get, what do we tell our kids, even anyone graduating, who wants to know more about AI or scared of AI stealing their stuff? What do we tell them?
So it's you got to break that up into 3 groups. You have your early adopters, right? Your tech heads who, anytime something new comes out, they're jumping all over it.
Fully
Right?
embracing it, yeah, all the way.
Yeah, new iPhone, new Google phone, whatever their favorite tech is. They're always using the voice activated AI bots. Hey Alexa, hey Bixby, hey Siri. They're just on top of it. Then you got the middle adopters who, they don't want to be first. They want to kind of see how it plays out, but they are cautiously optimistic. So you can talk to this audience, you can have a conversation with them, you can give them the use cases, have that polite conversation about the detractors and how do we get ahead of these unintended consequences that we're starting to see impact the world. And then you got the naysayers who just, no matter what, all tech is bad, right? So those folks, you try to bring them to the table in a polite way, but there's always going to be somebody in the room that just, no matter what, something's always bad, and that's all they have to say about it.
I mean, just kind of going off of what you're saying, it sounds like we're living in a time where everything is changing so fast. We're trying to play catch up, and we're trying to also navigate a new world with AI, and I think there is that very real fear. Students who are graduating, that really real fear of like, well, how do I fit into the world with all of this, and how do I make a living with AI existing? And so, as you said, it's going to be an ongoing conversation, and it's not something that's going to go away. And how do we move forward with it? For sure.
My best advice is just to use it, practice with it, have a conversation with it. I'm a history buff. I'll plug this in, so just ask it a historical question, and just see what kind of output it gives you. Just use it.
Yeah, because I mean, our kids are gonna grow up with this, so this is a serious conversation for us, especially. I'm always like, well, is it once you go AI, you're not going back, kind of thing, right? Like, that's it, right? Because I don't know, how do you? Because you get into AI, you're locked in, you can't. You get trapped, maybe, especially at a younger age. And maybe that's just my mindset, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? I
Well,
don't think it's a bad thing.
we should all take healthy breaks from technology,
Mhm.
right? Like when you're working at, stand up from time to time, get out of the chair, get away from the screen, go for a walk.
Touch some grass.
Yep. Do all those healthy things us human beings have gotten away from because of the digital age. So, yes, use it, but at the same time, use it in a responsible manner and stay away from those digital addictions and things like that. But yeah, take screen breaks and all that good kind of stuff.
Yeah. Sierra, I ask you, I mean, this is something that you are going to introduce a little bit younger. Sometimes they're going to find out regardless, right?
Mhm.
I don't know when to do it. That's the thing.
To introduce AI to my child, probably a while. He's 3.5. If we do have any screen time, I try to keep it to Miss Rachel and
Love Miss
Sesame
Rachel.
Street, and Bluey has become popular in our house. So trying to find like really slow paced, kid friendly with learning built into the show. That's what I'm doing right now.
Kid
But
shows, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
kid shows, fun kid shows. But down the road, as you said, it's we can't keep them sheltered forever, and you don't want them to be sheltered.
Okay, question.
Yeah.
Do you have smart appliances in your home?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I do.
you have AI in the
Oh, it's
home.
definitely already there.
Oh
Yeah,
yes. I know they're listening.
Our phones are in our pocket, right? This is
Right. So if they have access to a tablet or a phone, then they've got access. Like just hey Siri, and there you go. Now you're having a conversation. So
It's really funny you say that. Sometimes just having a normal conversation with my name being Sierra, my phone will think I'm going,
Not
hey,
talking to you.
Sierra.
Yeah.
I'm not talking to you.
Right.
Stop,
Right.
stop it.
All right, Joe. 30 seconds. What's the biggest advice for parents that you have that are
Did it again.
against AI?
So skepticism is healthy. That's not a bad thing. A parent's job is to protect their child and make sure that they are growing up in an environment that's best for them as a human being to be the best version of themselves they can be. That said, technology is changing the way the world works. It's changing the way jobs work. So therefore, they're gonna have to at some point be exposed to what artificial intelligence.
Oh, there you go. I think that summed it up. Thank you, Joe, so much for joining us on Tired Parents. I'm going to leave. I'm going to go touch some grass.
Okay, bye. Have fun.
It is Friday afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. This is Queen City News Plus Live. If you're joining us on CW Charlotte, the Queen City News Plus app, YouTube, or Facebook, thanks so much for joining us. I'm Derek Dellinger alongside anchor Morgan Francis. We got director Beth here in the studio with us, along with producer director Austin McCollum, as well as we've got quite a bit of news ahead, as well as your forecast with meteorologist Andrew Brightman coming up in just a matter of minutes. We do want to start off, though, latest details out of Washington and the efforts right now, at least, to get an immigration bill passed. It's been passed by the Senate, but it still has to go to the House.
Right, and that's probably going to be on the docket next week.
Yes.
So what we should expect to probably have it finalized next week. That's
Hopefully,
what it's looking
yes.
like. The Senate passed it at 5 a.m. this morning, and there were a couple of unexpected hiccups. I say unexpected because some of them came from the Republican side. Now, this was, if you remember, part of the whole budget that was the longest shutdown in government history.
Yes.
ICE and Border Patrol were then extracted from it, and Republicans went about a roundabout way to fund those two entities. So this has been a long time coming. The latest drama was the unrelated anti-weaponization fund that was Trump's settlement with the IRS that all of a sudden put a hiccup in this bill because the focus had shifted all of a sudden.
Yeah. Now, the bill we should mention, too, is basically to fund Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Customs and Border Patrol, which have been kind of in this flux ever since this government shutdown started and this partial shutdown had been started. And there was this effort to actually pay Immigration and Customs Enforcement, CBP people as well, because that also included, to a certain extent, or at least some parts of the Department of Homeland Security, because specifically TSA and many of those people were not getting paid for a while. Now, much of that has been fixed, but this would basically be the bill that would fund pretty much the rest of it, and at least for the next 3 years. But Democrats have tried to block this for months. But even Senator Tom Tillis said that settlement fund that President Trump was wanting, that he got as part
Trump
of the
and
settlement.
IRS lawsuit.
Yes. That was, even Senator Tom Tillis was basically saying this is a political liability for Republicans, at least at this point. And there are still some people that, at least on the Republican side, that still believe that as well. That's
well, and
why
Democrats also, they wanted language added to this bill that would permanently ban Trump's, controversial settlement fund from coming to fruition. That didn't end up happening, but this is a long time coming. I mean, if you follow the track record of everything that's happened from, the unrest in Minnesota played a huge role in getting this funding passed.
Simply
or
put,
not passed.
from the shooting of Renee Good on.
Right, and Alex Preddy.
Yeah.
So it's been a long time coming. So we'll see next week when the House takes it up if this is something that finally gets passed. Moving on to the jobs report, things are looking up. Employers added 172,000 jobs in May. That was doubling expectations. All of this happening while inflation still outpaces wages. So there are, two conflicting pictures here of what's happening with the economy. Is there are, jobs that are getting added, but there are people who are still feeling the pinch because of oil and gas prices, and as a result, overall inflation of everyday goods.
Yes, much of the growth, at least as far as the jobs that were basically added for this jobs report, mainly focused on local government as well as restaurants and healthcare companies. This is good news for the Trump administration, but as you might imagine, something like this would normally be good news for the stock market. Well, it's not good news today because of the good jobs report. There are fears that this could be leading to a rise in interest rates at the end of the day, and that the Federal Reserve might be tempted to do that, especially with a good jobs report. And if that happens, that's part of the reason why the speculation, at least, is leading to a sell-off right now. Dow, at last check, down around 650 points, basically erasing a lot of what they had gained yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, because they were up quite a bit yesterday. But
yeah, they were up somewhere between 1% and 2% yesterday. Yeah. And I think in terms of, you said this is a good sign for the Trump administration, right? So we're 5 months away from a consequential midterm election, and the way that his supporters are viewing his handling of the economy, that support has wavered a little bit in light of everything that's happened with Iran and the impact that's happened from that. So
gas prices,
and those who are seeking employment, they're still frustrated. I mean, there are 7.4 million unemployed people out there and 6.9 million available jobs. So there are more people unemployed than jobs available. So the picture of the jobs report maybe not reflected across the board in overall sentiment and how Americans feel right now.
Yes. Other news out of Washington today revolves around the Department of, or the Director of National Intelligence, and the person that you see on your screen, Bill Pulte. He is the currently over the Federal Housing Finance Agency, oversees also Fannie and Freddie Mac. But he's also considered, at least right now, President Trump's pick to be acting Director of National Intelligence. But he is specifying today that he will likely not be the permanent one, right?
Right. And he has a lot of experience in the real estate sector. I mean, he's the grandson of the founder of what is now Pulte Group. So he's got a lot of experience on that side. But when Trump had initially announced, it was June 2nd, so not too long ago, that he was going to be acting Director of National Intelligence, not the permanent selection for that. And maybe it was an effort to kind of float the name out there and see if he wanted to make it a permanent position for him. However, there was a lot of backlash with that selection because he really doesn't have any national security or intelligence background that this job requires. He would be overseeing 18 different intelligence agencies and advising them. And so there was a lot of concern that he just didn't have the experience that's necessary for that position.
Yes, and this is coming from both Democrats and Republicans as well. They basically say he likely wouldn't pass muster, at least on some of the Senate confirmation hearings.
Mitch McConnell said straight up he wouldn't support it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so there he might be the acting, at least for now. Of course, acting for how long? While everything kind of goes through. For what it's worth, I mean, President Trump has even though he's saying he's not going to be the permanent DNI, the Director of National Intelligence, he did specify he was a man of great integrity and that he would trust him for the job.
Right. And I mean, he has reason to trust him. Pulte has done some controversial things even in his current role. He has backed referrals to the Justice Department for, alleging fraud by Letitia James, Adam Schiff, Eric Swalwell, and Lisa Cook, most of them surrounding mortgage fraud allegations, all of them related to real estate. So critics of him say that he kind of uses his role to, encourage prosecution of some of Trump's enemies, which has been a real sticking point for critics of Trump right now.
Yes. There is another story to tell you about, this one quite literally out of this world, but also a bit of a scare, at least for some people on the International Space Station, the astronauts that are up there. There's a leak up there. There's a leak, and specifically it's in one of the tunnels there, and it's led to some of the astronauts that are up on the International Space Station to seek a safe haven in a nearby spacecraft while all this work is happening to basically fix it.
So apparently this leak has been going on since 2019, and they've been trying to fix it and
get the duct tape on every now and then.
Yeah. Why not? This is why I'm not an astronaut. Why not just a little bit of Flex Seal? You can plug a hole in a small kayak. Why not? Anyway, I just think slap some of that on there. But anyway, I mean, they had to evacuate like 5 of the 7 crew members while the other 2 worked to fix this leak. The space station is set to be retired in 2030 because of some of the maintenance issues that they've been experiencing. They've been, fixing the cracks. They're losing about, I think it was a pound or a couple pounds of air each day through that crack regardless. They usually keep the hatch closed unless they need to use that tunnel just as a way to try to manage the leaks. But I didn't know that this was something they had been dealing with for a while.
Yes, and they've been putting the patchwork in there just to fix it, for lack of better words. And it just needs to be fixed a little bit more, and it's becoming a bit more of an issue. So, and again, this won't be an issue in a few years because the space station is going to be retired. But as a result, they are, shall we say, in a tighter space right now. The astronauts that are seeking that safe haven are in a tighter space right now in a different spacecraft that is actually docked with the International Space Station while all those repairs are going on. The cracks, by the way, are on the Russian side of the International Space Station. And those cosmonauts from Russia are the ones that are actually working to fix that to make sure everybody else can roam through the space station.
Just their version of astronauts, cosmonauts.
Yes,
Back here on Earth, I mean, are you not entertained?
Yes.
This has been wild. So the Hurricanes trailed by 2 goals in Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final. That's give or take right around the time that I went to bed. So they scored 3 goals to take the lead, and then the Golden Knights took back the lead, went to overtime, and the Hurricanes sealed the deal. I mean, what an incredible game. Following an Game 1 was interesting in its own way too, as they took the lead early on, and then kind of fizzled that out, unfortunately. So it is tied 1-1.
Yes, and for what it's worth, I mean, I'm usually used to seeing scores usually not this high on hockey. Let's just be honest with ourselves here.
Hockey, right?
Yes, but 4-3 was the final score in overtime last night, and I mean, you could probably hear the roars from Raleigh because people were so happy about the win, and this bodes well for the chances.
This means that it's going to come back to Raleigh.
Yes.
If they had lost, there was a chance that they could lose the Stanley Cup Final, which would be unfortunate in and of itself.
Yeah.
But this at least gives them a chance to come back to home ice.
Yes, and I think a lot of people will probably. I'll put it to you this way: as the fervor gets, shall we say, a little bit louder, you're probably going to be hearing about a lot more Hurricanes fans, especially because I'll be honest with you, saying a lot of them probably in Raleigh, but you're going to be hearing more and more of them from Charlotte cheering them on.
I mean, I think everyone is rooting for the state team.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: when they take on Las Vegas in Game 3, Las Vegas might be without one of their star defensemen because in Game 2, he took a puck to the face.
Oh.
And this guy immediately went off the ice. Now, he had his visor down, so it looked like it may have hit the visor, but he ended up going to the hospital, and his status remains unclear. He's traveling with the team, but they still haven't confirmed if one of their star players is going to be playing in Game 3.
Yeah,
so
you're capable of a concussion, at the very least a black eye, if not some issues with your teeth, missing teeth, which is also a very important thing. Which is
hockey
also
players
in hockey,
are like, we don't even have teeth, so whatever.
Yeah, I used to work with a guy who shall we say, had a very similar injury making hockey, and he had to get at least 3 new teeth.
Yeah,
it was not fun.
Pearly
It was not
whites.
fun. Yes.
Let's take a live look outside because it has been so gorgeous out lately. We're not talking about the traffic. We're talking about the weather, of course. 84 degrees out there right now. It is only going to heat up. Andrew Brightman isn't actually in our studio for good reason. He's at the Taste of Charlotte right now, but he was super nice and left us a little forecast to listen to. So here he is.
Take a look.
Let's get your forecast here on your Friday. What can you expect? A dry stretch of weather here, at least as we go through the weekend. We've been seeing the toasty weather this afternoon. We're going to be heating up, keeping the low humidity here across the Carolinas, and best chances for rain that's going to come early next week, really Monday and Tuesday. We're tracking some scattered showers and maybe some thunderstorms. Taste of Charlotte forecast this weekend. Great first day today. The weekend looking good. It's just going to be toasty out there. We've got rising humidity. We've got temperatures that are likely going to be in the low 90s as well, but still generally in great shape, though. Let's get Futurecast fired up, talk about this weekend forecast. This evening, still looking good here across the Carolinas. Temperatures, if you're going to be heading out to your favorite watering hole, still in good shape. Just definitely a noticeably warmer compared to what we have seen here across the Carolinas. As we go throughout your Saturday morning, mostly clear skies. Heading into the afternoon, we'll see those temperatures moving up into the low 90s here across the Carolinas. Completely dry, almost completely clear skies once again here across the Carolinas. More the same Saturday night. Heading into your Sunday here, dry weather. There is the slightest chance of an isolated shower or storm as we get into the afternoon. Still think we'll stay completely dry here. Just a little bit more cloud cover across the region. You can see some of those scattered showers and storms moving in from the north. That is our next cold front. Not really a powerful cold front. That's going to bring us our chance for any type of wet weather here on your Monday. You see as we get things going. Some pop-up showers and storms developing here across the Carolinas. Those shouldn't be a washout, just kind of more of a nuisance here as we get things started for the new week. As for this evening, partly cloudy skies looking good. Temperatures dipping down into the lower 60s with that warming trend that continues here unabated across the Carolinas. Mountain forecast, tracking some of those scattered showers and storms. And as we keep moving forward here to your pinpoint 7-day forecast, we are going to be having beautiful, albeit hot weather here across the Carolinas as we head into this weekend.
Thank you, Andrew. Coming up, we got, you hear the whole thing about crime not paying. Well, coming up, we've got 3 examples of such things that come with, not only confirmed, but also come with some really interesting video, too. Stories. Those stories, actually, are coming up next. This is Queen City News Plus Live.
Welcome back to Queen City News Plus Live on this Friday. We so appreciate you watching as we take a live look at Monroe this afternoon. Yes, 3:18. If you are working from home, hey, you're almost there. Just a couple of hours left, unless you already, logged off for the day. Then congrats to you.
It happens.
Hey, Derek, this is a crazy block of news of just a whole lot of wild stuff that happened.
And a bunch of it on video, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
So number one, here we've got these inmates who escaped from the Vance County Detention Center. This is video of them running down the hallway in the detention center escaping. Michael Miles Jr. and LaShawn Knott are seen on video. They're escaping. You actually found out some really interesting info about the detention center itself, and it's not looking good.
Yeah, it is not looking good. I'll get to that in just a second. Vance County, by the way, up in the Triangle, just basically near the Virginia border, they're offering a $40,000 reward for these guys as well. But
billboards everywhere.
Yeah, billboards everywhere. You might be seeing some of them actually possibly here in town too. But how do they escape? That detail is not necessarily out there. However, our friends over at WRAL, they did an investigation. They've been investigating, actually, a series of things happening with this jail. They took a look at some jail inspection reports over the past few years, which included, and some of the details here might be very pertinent, at least in this, broken or missing locks, doors that didn't work. This is at the jail, folks. Also, holes in the walls there, and also insufficient data on the actual supervision of the inmates that were at the jail. There's no word on whether or not all of this actually led to what we saw with this jail escape.
They
But
escaped somehow.
yes, we do know that the sheriff in Vance County, that he has lobbied and they are wanting to get a new jail in place to basically address a lot of these issues. But this was actually before the jailbreak happened. But it's still something that this might be a rather weird and unique way to actually justify the need for that new jail.
And this has been going on for a couple days now, so who knows where these guys have traveled. So anyone who sees them, obviously don't approach them. They're dangerous. Call 911. Again, there's that $40,000 reward for information that helps to track them down. They have distinctive tattoos. Miles has one on his neck, and Knott has a large cross on his forehead.
Yeah, it's like literally right here.
Right, so they're asking people to kind of keep their eyes peeled for that. But they've released the footage of their escape and have put up billboards all around North Carolina to try to spread the word of what these guys look like and hopefully track them down. Over to Texas now. This is, I think, the craziest one. Yeah. So there was a suspect.
Right there.
This is Stacy Huffman, 37 years old, arrested for driving without a valid license, possession of a controlled substance, unlawful possession of a firearm.
He got out of his handcuffs.
Watch these closely. I had to watch it 5 times because each angle is crazy. Got out of his handcuffs. Police stopped the car.
Tried to tase him.
They both got out. The officers both got out. He jumped in the front, and that officer right there tased him, hit him with a gun. He's driving down the road.
About 1,000 feet.
Jumps out. And this officer had to take the car back over, avoid a crash, and pull over. I think I summarized it okay.
Yeah, you did. But the thing about it is, he was being pulled over apparently, or he was arrested on charges of driving without a license, possession of a controlled substance.
Unconscious, by the way, right there on the side of the road.
And a possession of a firearm. Now he's facing additional charges for basically what he is seen doing on the camera here. But yeah, the fact that he was able to get out of the handcuffs, you can see him actually in the upper left-hand corner, getting out of those handcuffs. The police officers do realize that. They get out of the car to basically make sure he's okay, he gets subdued. That's when he actually gets into the front seat, and that's when everything happens.
Wild, because my first question is, why isn't there like a separator? There's usually some sort of separation between the front and the back. This is not like an unmarked patrol car. This is a this is Dallas police officers. This is a marked patrol car. So that in and of itself is weird. And then they both got out of the car as they jumped into the front. Just crazy.
Yeah, one of the officers was injured in all this, and also Huffman himself.
Still in the hospital.
Yeah, still in the hospital. He was unconscious after all this, and we're not exactly sure if it was from the tasing or if it was from him being basically whipped up the side of the head by the pistol.
Or from jumping out of the car when the car was moving down the
Yes.
highway. I mean, they went
So he
about
got
1,000 feet.
Yeah, but he's remains hospitalized, and again will be facing additional charges as a result of that. Another wild story. This one actually out of South Carolina, out near the Augusta, Georgia state line area, out of Aiken, South
County,
Carolina. Dash cam footage from an 18-wheeler. Now you can't necessarily get a lot of details on what exactly is happening out of here, but this footage,
it's crazy.
Yeah, caught a woman escaping an alleged kidnapper who apparently had been posing, according to authorities, as a police officer, and even put her in handcuffs in the back of his car.
Well, and so he had this, the suspect's name is Jonathan Willard. As you mentioned, he claimed to be a police officer when he approached her. She was out for a walk. This happened on May 29th. Put her in handcuffs in the back of the car. And then she was like, something's not right here. This guy, doesn't look like a cop, and something's just not right. So he pulled the car over, got out of the vehicle, and went to his trunk, and she could hear that there was he was messing around with some tools or something, and she bolted. As you can see from this video, I mean, is
Luckily, there
running
were people
down
on
the
the road at the time.
road.
Yeah.
There was a truck driver, Anthony Moore, who caught all of this on video and helped her escape. And then there were other cars behind that. I mean, he was trying to hit her. You can see he's swerving to try to almost go back after her, even with all these other witnesses around. So Willard obviously is charged with kidnapping and impersonating a law enforcement officer. But really incredible that this woman was able to escape what was just an insanely scary situation.
And it's very lucky because, I mean, first off, that's a 2-lane road, and you figure that place looks, shall we say, not necessarily a very populated area. And the fact that there were that many cars around there at the time actually boded really well for her. And that way she was able to get the help she needed as quickly as possible. And the fact that we also got this video as well is something that will literally, it's, I mean, I think she's thinking her lucky stars, at least right now.
Oh, yeah. And the truck driver's like, I knew he was an officer. He, looked kind of run down, had a cigarette hanging out of his mouth at the time. So he knew something was up.
And you can
when
see,
he saw.
you can see in the pictures, something looked a little off too. Anyway, not only was it necessarily an unmarked vehicle, A, but also B, the man was, shall we say, not properly dressed as a law enforcement officer, and he would probably have had to identify himself as such.
Terrifying.
So,
Terrifying.
Yeah. So coming up, well, we got this to tell you about. All those puppies. It's a birthday party for a very special dog. That story is coming up next, and we'll talk about it. This is Queen City News Plus Live.
this next story is just adorable because it's about a dog, and we'll just say you've got a friend who's 3.
Oh,
It
it's
was
actually
a
not bad.
Toy Story themed birthday party for a dog who turned 3 years old, and all of his friends showed up.
Yes, the dog's name is Boris, and Boris, along with his friends there, they help pediatric patients at Children's Memorial Hermann Hospital in Houston. They decided to make him, give him a birthday party. He turned 3 earlier this week, and it was Toy Story themed. He was dressed as Buzz Lightyear. I'm surprised no one was dressed as Slingy, though. I really
I
was.
think they had a Forky, though, which
Oh.
is an interesting choice.
Yes, very interesting choice. Those other dogs, by the way, are also other therapy dogs. Boris has been on the job around a year or so. He roams the hospital pretty much every day, providing comfort to those that need it around that hospital, which, quite honestly, is a very important job, especially for kids who might be dealing with some
For
traumatic
kids,
issues.
for the families, I mean,
Yeah.
you think about they're
Kids with
stuck
cancer,
in that
yeah,
hospital for however long their treatment lasts, and I think there are probably days where it feels like a prison. And to have
Just helps out the families,
these
too.
dogs come and just bring a little bit of joy and happiness to an
Mhm.
otherwise just like, horrible situation is really special. So
That's
anyway,
so cute.
they celebrated the dog.
Yeah, they did. They
Yeah.
did. It is so cute. So cute. That will do it for us for Queen City News Plus Live on this Friday. You guys have yourself a good weekend. We'll see you back here on Monday.
There is a dark side to disclosure, a secret too terrible to be told.
They briefed us on some stuff that was frankly terrifying.
Hey, there's aliens.
We already know life exists in the universe.
All the religions have been telling us that there are other beings.
Have all new questions. It's time to discover what's next. Accidental Truth. Next, a film by Ron James, narrated by Matthew Modine.
All right, that's just a preview, just a few snippets from a brand new and long-awaited documentary, already described as one of the most important UFO documentaries of all times. Award-winning filmmaker Ron James joins us today. We welcome you back, and we congratulate you on this long-awaited documentary. Welcome back to the show. We are not alone, and welcome to all of our viewers today.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, I mean, we were so excited now. It was in, 2023 when you came out with Accidental Truth, UFO Revelations, right? It won like 28 awards. You've won over 70 awards. We didn't have time to get into that. Very talented filmmaker, obviously. So the sequel will be released June 2nd. Can't wait. The timing seems magical. And that's titled Accidental Truth Next, Beyond UFO Disclosure. So I understand it took you 2 years. Is that right, to work on this?
It really did. I thought it was going to be something that would just take me 6 months. It originally started off, it was going to be a director's cut for the first movie, and then it just kept evolving. And one of the things that I kept getting caught up in was a certain amount of the film's dedicated to some of the work I've done in Washington, D.C., and showing people behind the scenes of that. And there was always going to be one more hearing, one more evidence drop, one more file that was going to be released. And it just kept getting delayed and waiting for this one more piece of information until finally I had to come to the realization that, this has been dragging on for almost a decade, and we're still no closer to getting any kind of really significant admission from the government. So I had to just stop in Washington, D.C. and realize that it was time to look elsewhere.
So, Ron, obviously you're very well known in ufology as a researcher, writer, producer, director. You've been on Ancient Aliens. Most people are very aware of that show, many podcasts, many programs. And I understand that working on the sequel changed you. Can you tell us what you mean by that? How did it change you?
Well, when I first started out as deciding to do independent productions in my video production career, I own a studio and I get paid to do work for other people, and then I take my spare time and work on this stuff. I decided that I wanted to cover the nature of reality, the life after death question and the UAP question. And what I didn't realize at the time was that we're going to reach a day and age where all of these things dovetail into brand new understandings that we're going to have to accept. So this journey that I did making the film is a journey that I'm bringing the audience on. You get to come along with me as I start off kind of naively walking around Washington, D.C., thinking maybe I can talk to some people and some congressmen, which I do. And maybe I could have a little influence on the disclosure movement, which I did. And then maybe we're not asking the right questions yet. And so that's where we're at right now. And this film is meant to illustrate that. We don't know what we're dealing with. We don't even understand space and time in a practical manner. So the real question is not, are there UFOs and are UFOs real? And is there some form of non-human intelligence interacting with us? The real question is, what does it mean and what should we ask next? And that's why the film's called Next. It's about where the journey goes after the acknowledgement is understood.
Right. And I saw in your press kit, the purpose, and this agrees with what you just said, the purpose behind Accidental Truth Next is not merely to ask whether non-human intelligence is real. It is here to ask what humanity must do with that realization once the denials stop working. And I think we're at this stage right now. We think disclosure is coming. We just saw the UFO files that were declassified, and that I think was a very big disappointment to a lot of people. How did you feel about those files? We know there's more to come, but the ones that were just declassified by the administration, were you excited about them? Is it what you expected or what?
It seems like whoever compiled that list of stuff was actually knew nothing about any of this topic or its history or the things that we in the community already know. The public is touting. I just saw a very famous newscaster person touting this release of this Apollo video where it shows these three triangle lights in the sky above the moon, and there's a notation that it could be a physical object. Well, this network pundit did not realize that that photograph has been out for a long time. It was actually debunked by MUFON's Mark D'Antonio about 4 years ago on a cable show. So people are thinking, oh wow, look, this is new evidence.
Yeah.
They're really, these videos, they're very cryptic. They don't explain anything. The one major video that that people were talking about with the thing that looks like a cross
Yeah.
turned out to be analyzed by many, many people as a flare on a parachute. That's why you see exhaust coming out of it. And the question is, with all of the technology that the military has at its disposal, why are they giving us this and calling it a UFO when MUFON's own photo analysis team was able to figure it out in about 5 minutes? So, and then we have FBI files, it mentions Lonnie Zamora. Well, we already know about Lonnie Zamora in that case. We've known about it for years. The FBI files that were released, a lot of them have been in the public domain for a long time. So we got some interesting videos that are, again, cryptic and non-conclusive. And we got a bunch of information that just seems like it was cobbled together from a bunch of publicly available sources. And then they tell us this is this big revelation. And it's not. We're dealing with a situation where there are elements of the government and private industry conclaves that are going to keep this thing a secret for as long as they can. And the latest from Tim Burchett, Congressman Tim Burchett from Tennessee, who is in my film and has come to be a friend of mine, is that even Donald Trump is being stonewalled by the intel community. So this dump of information we got for people that are inside the UFO community, there's a lot of people trying to be polite about it, but let me call a spade a spade. It's kind of a joke, and it's an insult to anybody who really understands the evidence that we should be getting.
Do you think, Tim Burchett is such a great, enthusiastic, down-to-earth speaker, and when he talks about what he has seen, and he says, oh, if once you see the files I've seen, it's going to keep you up at night.
Right.
Will we ever see those files?
Well, look, here's what I've seen happen. Um, in the new film, we follow Washington, D.C., and in the beginning of this, we had some front-facing politicians that were very vocal and very passionate about getting to the bottom of the situation. And it seems as though over time, a lot of them have been able to get their security clearances. In the beginning of this, a guy from the intel community could go into a congressperson's office, and the congressperson doesn't have the security clearance to hear what this person knows about a variety of topics. So therefore, they can't be briefed. But over time, it's been years now. A lot of these members have been able to get cleared to hear information. And the pattern that we see now is that instead of talking about how they're, um, going for the truth and want to deliver it to the public, they're now saying things like, well, I've been shown things I can't tell you. So it's like I've told people that have tried to clue me in the past. I don't want to be I don't want to carry the burden of your secret. Now these people in Congress, a lot of them seem to be carrying the burden of the secret instead of advocating for the truth to be revealed to the public.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break. So much more to talk about with Ron James. Accidental Truth Next, the documentary that'll be released in just a few days. And we'll be back with Ron James right after this. Stay with us. Welcome back, everyone, to this edition of We Are Not Alone. Ron James is our special guest today. He has returned. Previous guest returned to talk about his brand new documentary coming out on June 2nd, Accidental Truth Next. Ron, as you know, Age of Disclosure came out with Dan Farah last year, and it was fascinating. And the documentary, and we know that a movie of obviously Steven Spielberg's Age of Disclosure, Disclosure Day, is coming out on June 12th. Tell me about the timing of your new documentary. Took you 2 years. We talked about that before to work on it. Seems like the timing is magical and it's just right. How is this documentary different and why does it matter?
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack in that question, but I wanted to have this film done a lot sooner. Things happened in my life that I lost my mom in August last year after taking care of her for 6 years. And my editor, Christopher O'Brien, passed away while we were working on the film. It was a lot of crazy things that occurred that made it that just kept dragging it out. But at the end of the day, I do think the timing is perfect. Age of Disclosure was a film that really brought the government end of this into focus. But I met with Dan Farah years before the film actually got made. We had some mutual business. We met on a street corner in Hollywood. And I said to Dan, you cannot make a true disclosure movie using these guys because none of them can tell you the whole truth. They either don't know it or they're unwilling to share it. And, so we got Age of Disclosure, really moved the ball. Great film. Congratulations to Dan. But it was, basically a bunch of people telling us that they could tell us, but they'd have to kill us. And so, at the end of the day, it sheds a lot of light on the topic and all ships will rise. But now we have the Steven Spielberg movie coming out, Disclosure Day. And I'm really looking forward to this film. I think it's going to be incredible, but it's a movie. And
Right.
there seems to be this kind of expectation that some sort of earth-shattering revelation is going to be made to humanity through a Steven Spielberg movie. And if we look at the history of his films, which are all fantastic, but you know, I've been working with MUFON for a long time, and I can tell you that we have no reports of a man being bothered by ET and building a sandcastle in the middle of his house. We have no reports of deer breaking into the bedroom of an experiencer with a cardinal on its antlers, and we have no reports of a alien riding a bicycle. So at the end of the day,
yeah,
we're gonna get you know, grains of truth embedded in great storytelling, but you know, if we're in a situation where we need Steven Spielberg to be the person who comes out to humanity with the truth of our existence, we're in pretty bad shape. So expect a great movie. Age of Disclosure did its job. It brought forth people with a lot of credibility, adding credibility to the topic. I'm not as big a filmmaker as any of these guys, and I'm perfectly okay with that. But my voice and my films move the ball, and this film just couldn't, the divine timing couldn't have been better. It's coming out 10 days before Disclosure Day. And hopefully people are going to be wanting to learn more after these other movies, and they find Accidental Truth next. And it really gives them a new perspective in how to look at this stuff and their own existence at the same time. This is a very progressive movie, and it takes the discussion in directions that have never been put together for the public to consume. And it's profound, and it's thought-provoking, and it's fun to watch. So I just have to count on the powers that be in the universe to have placed this movie where it needs to be and when it needs to be there.
everything happens for a reason and perfect timing. You know, Age of Disclosure, when that came out, thought, oh, this is huge, this was huge. But then it kind of fizzled and nothing great really happened. And then the files are just declassified 2 weeks ago. Oh, what's going to happen with that? Now it's like, you know. And now the movie with Steven Spielberg, and of course that's fiction. And so sometimes people confuse what's based on reality, what is fiction, what is a story. Your documentary, this new one now, this is based on your research, correct? It's not a story.
Yeah, this is I mean, it's not only based on my journey and my research, but you know, it's not all just another talking head documentary. You actually get to come with me behind closed doors in Washington, D.C., and you're privy to discussions that are not public. You get to see things happen like inside the hearings that defy explanation. We were actually texting questions to ask the panel live during the congressional hearing, and we're responsible for Lou Elizondo kind of spilling the beans about a Lockheed Martin relationship to some materials. We actually did that from the back of the room. And if we told that story, you'd never believe it because it sounds so preposterous. But we were bringing the receipts and showing you how it happened. It's really fun. And when we finish in Washington, D.C., we go into some materials cases that to this day defy explanation. And so we have a very old UFO material case that has been studied by numerous labs, been featured on numerous TV shows. Tom DeLonge and Lou Elizondo got their hands on this stuff. There it is on the screen right now. And the poor guy that has the material still can't get a straight answer about what it is. So we take this material and we hand it over to Senator Kirsten Gillibrand and ask her to have Arrow analyze it, and they do. And so that's pretty cool. And then you get to come with me as I meander down the path of, you know, what's the nature of reality? How does this play into our spiritual teachings? And what is the ET thing really all about in the bigger picture? And what about AI? And the film ends on a note that people that have watched it, they tell me, I was still thinking about your film 3 days after I watched it. And if that's true, that's a huge compliment.
Absolutely. This is a very personal question because I know we're still trying to figure out what are UFOs? Are they ETs? Are they from the Middle Earth? Are they from another galaxy? Are they angels? Are they interdimensional? Are they our deceased loved ones? I hope this isn't too personal to ask because I know you've lost your mom. And I'm so sorry. And I've lost my parents as well. And you've lost
So
us.
it was a long time coming. She was
get
dead
it.
for a while.
You still miss them, though. I know you still miss them, though. Do you think there is a connection?
Oh, today's her birthday, actually. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, what is your mom's name?
Dorothy. She would have been 98 today.
Dorothy. God bless you, Dorothy. Oh, I have goosebumps. How wonderful. Do you think there's a connection between our lost loved ones and life after death and spirituality and UFOs and ETs and non-human intelligence?
Absolutely. You know, you rattled off a lot of different possibilities for non-human intelligence engaging us, and my answer to that has been for a long time before it became fashionable to say so. It's all of the above and many more aspects that we can't really define. There's mechanisms within our physical reality that make certain things possible. In other words, there's mechanisms within physics and the simulation, as I call it, the matrix, that make it possible for a non-embodied being to appear and interact with the human who's in flesh and blood form inside of this reality. Now, that mechanism works the same way, rather this form is appearing as an angel, a demon, a ghost, or an interdimensional being, or any other mysterious form that we're encountering. It's the same mechanism that makes it possible. And as we start to explore the mechanisms of how does reality actually work, it fuses in with the most ancient of spiritual teachings that we live in an illusion, that we have the Maya, we have the grand illusion. All of our teachings tell us that this world is not real. And then we have modern simulation theory that's telling us the same thing. And so we really need to start looking at the teachings that tell us about the illusionary nature of reality and the science that is beginning to support that, because the fact that consciousness is fundamental and that we are spiritual beings having a human experience is going to need to become the underlying fabric for us to expand new understandings on. And right now it's still controversial, but I'm absolutely convinced that it's true.
So this is heavy stuff.
Yeah, it's very heavy
I
stuff.
love it, though. It's heavy. So the other day, Christina Cook, our Artemis II beautiful female astronaut, was describing what it was like when she was in space. I don't know if you heard this soundbite or not, or heard this interview. And she said, I guess when they were coming home, and she said this and she just stopped. She said, to see Earth, it was just hanging there. And then she stopped and she rethought, what am I going to say? And to me, and I know I'm interpreting this through my own filter, it was like, it's not even real. It's just hanging. It's an illusion. And then you think, are we like in the Truman Show? Is it
To some extent.
an illusion that we manifest? What do you think?
Well, I think that the simulated nature of reality is coming forth hard and fast, and we're going to have to get to the point where we can understand it. And in the film, I try to unpack simulation theory to a point where people can kind of wrap their heads around it. You know, because when people hear this, they're like, "Oh, I'm not some little blob in a computer in a big thing with things plugged into my head." It's not exactly like that.
Right.
But the fact of the matter is, this universe that we're living in is a illusion of solid matter. Physics already agrees on this and has for decades, and that it is governed by mathematical algorithms that make it all work. By its very existence, it is by definition a simulation. And however you want to interpret that and make it work for you, I hope you spend the time doing it. You know, that same thing that happened to her coming back from the moon happened to Dr. Edgar Mitchell. He had a profound spiritual experience coming back from the moon where he realized the interconnectivity of all things. And he was moved to the point where he returned and founded the Institute of Noetic Sciences and spent the rest of his life working toward understanding our role in the universe and our connection with non-human intelligence. So you know, for astronauts to have that happen when they encounter the Earth from space, it's happened before, and it's profound and life-changing for them.
I'll say this, and we have to take a break because this is really heavy. It's like when William Shatner, Captain Kirk, went up on Blue Origin, and you know they just go up to the Kármán line, hang, and then whoop, come back down. And he said when, he was in 0G looking out the window, they have like 3 minutes to do that. He said he couldn't believe how black and empty the universe looked to him. He said it was black. It's like no feeling, it was just empty. And I thought it's fascinating he felt that way, but maybe that's part of the illusion. We're going to take a break and we'll be back with Ron James on We Are Not Alone right after this. Welcome back. Everyone to this special edition of We Are Not Alone. Ron James, the acclaimed filmmaker, joins us. His new documentary, a sequel, is coming out on June 2nd. Ron, you have a lot of voices in this documentary, and Nick Pope is one of those cherished voices. He is no longer with us. Was his interview with you one of the last interviews he did? Can you tell us a little bit about Nick's role in the documentary?
Yeah, Nick has been a friend of mine since I first got into the field, and I knew who he was even before then. I've interviewed him over the years 6 or 7 times, and he's always been good to me. And I interviewed him for Accidental Truth Next. It was, not too long before he got his diagnosis. I have heard that he did some interviews with a European production company in his last months, but as of now, this is the last big movie that he's appearing in. And what Nick Pope has to say in this film are things you've never heard from him before, which is very, very interesting, especially his take on this idea that there's a dark side to disclosure.
So what is the dark side to disclosure?
Well, Mackay, it probably dovetails in to our understanding of the nature of our reality, and that we're not, as Lou Elizondo frequently says, we're not at the top of the food chain. There's also elements of artificial intelligence that are coming in and creating all new questions. And I think that right now, human civilization is pretty easy to control through the power structure of money and religion. And what happens if all of a sudden those bridles are thrown off and none of that stuff actually works to contain us anymore, and everybody embarks on a personal journey to understand the true nature of their own existence? We're dealing with a whole evolution in humanity that will upset the current apple cart, so to speak. And some of these realizations might be hard to stomach. So, at the end of the day, I think that the dark side to disclosure is that once we really understand the truth in a broader way, nothing will ever be the same.
Okay, so as I said before, this feels heavy. I feel like I have to go to therapy to understand this.
It's heavy, and all I can say is don't shoot the messenger. I tried to make a fun film that I hope people are going to enjoy watching, but if you're not ready to be challenged mentally and be pondering things that mean a lot to your own existence, then maybe skip this one. But yeah, we're going for it. We're digging in and asking some really important questions that anybody who is a seeker in this life is going to want to participate in.
Okay, so we are out of time. So we're all along for this ride. Do we need to be nervous? Or
No,
is there anxiety associated with this? We don't know what's going to happen or how we're going to grow and evolve. And are there going to be reptoid people? And are we going to find out that we've been lied to all these years? And are our lives going to change? Do we need to be anxious about this?
I don't think we need to be anxious about it. A human lifetime happens in the blink of an eye. the evolution of a civilization happens over generations and centuries. So we're a small part in a big show. You're certainly not going to watch my movie and all of a sudden your life is completely different. But yeah, we've been being lied to since the ability to lie to the general public and use those lies to control society has been a thing that somebody thought up. So yeah, don't be surprised by that one. But look, we're all here for whatever reason on an individual basis, living in a subjective reality that is all ours. And people need to understand that your world is your world. You're living in one that is completely unique to you. So how you choose to do that is a big part of finding the truth.
Okay, Accidental Truth next, coming out June 2nd. Where can folks watch it?
It's coming out on Amazon, YouTube Movies and TV, and Apple TV. The original Accidental Truth, you can watch it for free on YouTube right now. I encourage people to go check it out. And the website is Accidental Truth Next. It'll have links to where you can get the film.
We can't wait to see it. And we thank you so much for joining us. And we're on this ride together. And thank you for sharing your insight with us, Ron James. Best of continued success to you. And thank you for all you do.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. And thank you all for joining us for this edition of We're Not Alone. I am May K. Bueller with Queen City News Plus. We'll see you next time.
Now on Queen City News, a shocking theft that charges against 2 former utilities workers accused of redirecting power. And an overtime thriller in the Stanley Cup final, how the Carolina Hurricanes pulled off the comeback last night as the series now heads west.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane, live here in Uptown, where the Taste of Charlotte is officially underway. The annual festival goes on all the way through the end of the day on Sunday. I'll have more, a little sample of what you can taste out here, and of course, all the details on this hot weekend weather forecast coming up.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff to sample out there for sure. Good Friday afternoon to you. I'm Brian Blakely. Queen City News at 4 starts right now with breaking news out of West Charlotte. A crash is tying up traffic on Tuckasegee Road between I-85 and Todd Road, just north of Wilkinson Boulevard. Well, this is a pretty bad one. Medic personnel tells us 5 people were hurt in this crash. 1 with serious injuries. The others were non-life-threatening. We are working to find out how this accident happened, and we'll bring that to you later throughout the newscast today. 2 Cabarrus County men are facing allegations that they stole thousands of dollars worth of power from Duke Energy before being arrested this week. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell digs into the allegations and has what Duke Energy officials are saying about the crime.
This is video of Duke Energy crews at work Friday morning in the Ver-El RV Park. It sits just yards away from the Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord. Cabarrus County deputies arrested and charged these 2 men, 61-year-old Edward Little and 55-year-old Michael Klutz, for allegedly stealing nearly $600,000 worth of power from Duke Energy and diverting it to the RV park and this home on the property belonging to Klutz. Authorities say the 2 men are former Duke Energy employees. They're also charged with damaging this Duke Energy substation on Moorhead Street near the Speedway to get that power. Investigators say Duke Energy told them last week that there was evidence of, quote, unmetered consumption and utilities being tampered with at the address of the RV park. That set off a criminal investigation. 2 men we spoke to asked not to be interviewed on camera, but tell us that they are truly shocked by these allegations. One of them says he's lived at this RV park for more than 22 years and that he never witnessed any sort of criminal activity. Both men are also charged with money laundering. Little is accused of possessing a weapon of mass destruction. In a statement sent to Queen City News, Duke Energy representatives say they are working with authorities and tell us in part, quote, tampering with utility equipment has the potential to create serious public safety risk. Duke Energy is committed to maintaining the safety of the communities and its residents that it serves. Both men are out of jail on bond as of Friday afternoon. In Concord, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
To the weather now, as you're looking live at Uptown Charlotte skyline from our Arlington camera. We are heating up across the Queen City area as we wrap up the work week. And from the skyline of Uptown, now on to the ground where Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is live at the Taste of Charlotte happening this weekend in Uptown. Tara, it certainly looks like we have some great weather for the festival.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's beautiful out here. The humidity is staying low today. It's a little hot, of course, but we've only got 86 degrees in the Queen City. Some other areas are up around that 90-degree mark. But yes, here at Taste of Charlotte just kicked off at 11 o'clock earlier today. They're all going to be out here. You can see all the tents and everything. We've got lots of food trucks just lining the street here, South Tryon Street, and all the way up through Uptown till 11 o'clock tonight, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. tomorrow if you want to try coming out tomorrow, and 11 a.m. to about 6 p.m. on Sunday. Again, the weather is just great out here. We've got lots of sunshine overhead, nice little breeze, of course, as we're standing here in between all the buildings here uptown, and 86 degrees. So south-southwest wind about 5 to 10 miles per hour today. Again, the humidity is still not too bad, but like I said, we have some temperatures that are up around 90 degrees, like Statesville, Concord, Albemarle, a little hotter, close to 90 in Morganton. We've got those upper 70s up in the mountains and around 90 up into Chesterfield County. And that hot, stagnant air mass here and outside of the buildings here in Uptown, we just have very little wind for the most part, so that's led to that buildup of ground level ozone and making for not so great air quality today. We've had that air quality code orange action day in effect. Mecklenburg County headed up 85 through Cabarrus and Rowan County, but dry as we look all around on radar. I mean, not a drop of rain in sight, just a few scattered clouds working into the mountains, high pressure and main control. So this evening, if you're coming out here, going out anywhere, no weather issues. It's going to be nice and warm outside, temperatures back in the mid-70s by 9 p.m. Now, Brian, you can't see it here on camera, but I've got a little chicken and waffle sampler, some crispy Brussels sprouts with a little drizzle on it. I'm going to talk about where you can find that, where people can find that coming out here this weekend. Coming up here in just a little bit.
Taste of Charlotte always got some great stuff out there, and I know we were always used to be the judges, and that part of being a judge was we get to taste all the good food like you're going to be doing today.
Oh,
right?
yes.
All right, Tara, thanks. American Airlines is suspending 2 routes at Charlotte Douglas International Airport due to the U.S. war with Iran hiking jet fuel prices. 2 trips are from Charlotte to Sacramento, California, and to Ontario, California. They're among the 6 total routes that will pause starting August 5th. The trips are expected to begin back up again in October. Travelers on those impacted flights will be offered different arrangements for a refund. We are working to learn more information after one person was hospitalized ahead of a hazmat crews responding to the Dye-Star Carolina chemical on Wilkinson Boulevard. Charlotte Medic confirms one person was seriously injured in the incident, but we still don't know exactly what happened. We'll update you as soon as we learn some more info. Primary day, 4 days away now for South Carolina voters, with the race for governor at the top of the ticket, and all eyes are on the GOP primary. As chief political correspondent Andy Weber tells us, the race remains incredibly tight, despite one candidate already dropping out.
The latest polling out from the Citadel this week shows the race for the South Carolina governor Republican nomination is a close one.
He admired the loyalty that I've had and thought I would be a great governor.
Trump-backed Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette narrowly leads Attorney General Alan Wilson and Congresswoman Nancy Mace by a single percentage point.
A lot of the voters are taking a fresh look at new candidates.
Among 600 Republican voters surveyed, Evette had the support of 17%, while Wilson and Mace both came in at 16%. York County Congressman Ralph Norman and businessman Ron Reddy came in at 13% and 14% respectively.
South Carolina needs to be fixed. You need a fixer. You don't need a politician.
State Senator Josh Kimbrell, who suspended his campaign this week, just got 1%. The big takeaway, many voters are still undecided, with 23% of respondents saying they hadn't landed on who they'll vote for just yet.
I mean, what we asked in this case, even if someone said don't know, we asked them one more time, like, who might you be leaning towards? And those folks still said, we truly are undecided. And I think that's because there's so many choices to make at this time.
Polls open on primary day at 7 a.m. and close at 7 p.m. If no candidate gets more than 50% of the vote, the top 2 will head to a runoff on June 23rd. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Early voting for the South Carolina primary election wraps up in less than an hour. Polling sites close at 5 p.m. and people still in line when the polls close will be allowed to place their votes. A valid photo ID is required to cast a ballot. Primary election day is next Tuesday. North Carolina Attorney General Jeff Jackson is pressing Ticketmaster after the Carolina Hurricanes season ticket holders faced issues while trying to get to Stanley Cup final tickets. Some fans say they were not able to get seats because of it. According to the AG's office, those fans say they were put at the bottom of the queue despite having access codes that were supposed to give them priority access. Jackson wants to know of how many reports of technical issues were made and what was done to prevent bots and scalpers from buying seats. Company leaders were given a week to respond. Speaking of those Hurricanes, boy, what a great game that was last night in the Stanley Cup final. They now had West. Casey Funderburk just telling me that her father and her sister was at the game. It was very excited to be there for sure.
Oh, yeah. They made sure to rub it into me, too, that they were at the game and that I was in Charlotte, not able to be there with them. But there's just something about those overtime games that the Hurricanes just love. The Canes are undefeated in overtime games in the playoffs, and they kept that rolling last night in what looked like to be another Las Vegas win until the end. Everything was tied up at 3 apiece after Mark Stone with the Golden Knights silenced the entire crowd with the equalizer with about a minute and a half left that sent things to overtime. In overtime, this is where it got loud. This is one of the loudest arenas in the NHL. It was Seth Jarvis who came up big in the overtime with the shot from the left circle that hit off the back of the net and sealed the win for Carolina in Game 2. So not only did they win in overtime, but they came back from a 2-0 third period deficit. So now that the series is tied at 1 apiece, it makes this matchup a different series now, and the players know how important it is to stay calm moving forward.
It's a new series, 5-game series now. You know, like obviously a lot of emotions throughout the games too. You know, obviously for almost 50 minutes there, it's kind of low and then kind of even, then really high, then low again, then high. It's just it's a roller coaster for sure, but it's just managing them. You know, we're still human beings. You know, we're gonna be nervous out there and have emotions, but you know, the more you do it, the more you do anything, you get used to it. So it's just trying to holster that and bring it all in and you know, focus on the task at hand.
Now we've seen late game goals and now an overtime win to open the Stanley Cup playoffs. The best of 7 series is tied at 1 apiece entering Game 3, which will now move the series to Las Vegas this Saturday evening at the T-Mobile Arena.
And is your father and sister going to go out to Vegas now too?
They're not going to that one, but if it does hopefully come back this way, maybe I can snag a ticket to that game.
All right, good. That would be a great report. What a great thing to go to. I mean, to see that, such that energy at Lenovo Center. All right, Case, thanks. Yeah, it was great stuff last night. Right now, I want to take a live look at Bank of America Stadium in Uptown from our Arlington camera. We are a little less than 2 months away from the MLS All-Star Game happening in the Queen City on July 29th. Some familiar faces are going to be on the pitch for that match. Charlotte FC defender and captain for the U.S. men's national team, Tim Ream, has been named a starter for the MLS All-Stars. He is just the second Charlotte player ever to be picked for the All-Star Game. Starting alongside Ream is former UNC Chapel Hill player Sebastian Berhalter. He was a Tar Heel for a year. Berhalter now plays midfield for Vancouver FC and has been called up to Team USA. Samantha Bush, the widow of NASCAR driver Kyle Busch, is thanking everyone who has offered her family support in the wake of his death. Kyle died back on May 21st, which doctors blamed on pneumonia that had progressed into sepsis. In a post to social media, Samantha says the love that surrounded her family during the tragedy has brought comfort and that she is deeply grateful for the support. Local law enforcement officials and community leaders recognize National Gun Violence Awareness Day, how they're honoring lives lost and what's being done to cut down on the problem. And in the next half hour, Senate Republicans in Congress pass a plan for immigration enforcement funding, how the battle played out overnight with several attempts to make a change to the deal. Tara.
You hear that? That's the sound of the coins that you are going to use. You can buy them when you come down here if you're headed out to the Taste of Charlotte this weekend. And that's how you pay for the many food and drink samples you can get throughout the festival here in Uptown this weekend. I'll talk more about that. And yeah, that hot weather forecast too, if we have any storms that we're going to be watching out for. That's next.
I think I still have a lot of coins sitting in my drawer at home too. I'll have to pull those out for this weekend. All right, thanks, Terry. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Local leaders are recognizing National Gun Violence Awareness Day today. In Fort Mill, one church is commemorating it with a powerful display representing hundreds of people affected in South Carolina last year. Queen City News reporter Jen Cardone spoke with the mother of a gun violence victim who says keeping the issue in the spotlight is personal.
This is a very horrible thing to deal with. I dealt with depression for 4 years.
Stephanie Harrison was Marquise Harrison's mom. He died in 2015 when he was shot and killed, and to this day, it still hurts.
I see so much stuff that's going on today, and it's just like 10 years ago, we wasn't seeing outlet, and it's getting worse.
She started a support group to help other families navigate a pain no one should ever have to face.
There was not a lot of help that I received when I lost my son.
For the first time this weekend, Grace Presbyterian in Fort Mill will fill this entire yard with shirts to mark every person that was impacted by gun violence in 2025. Any shirt with a black X indicates that that person passed away.
Thoughts and prayers also need to be paired with meaningful action.
Katie Rutland is an event organizer. She says each orange shirt represents 10 of the 1,177 people hurt or killed by guns in South Carolina last year.
It's our job as a community to support each other and love each other.
She says change can happen if you're willing to take a bold step.
I'm hoping that it will give them reason to pause and think about how we can all work together to help end gun violence.
The display will stay up all weekend. Jen Cardone, Queen City News.
Leaders from several law enforcement agencies in Charlotte are also taking the time today to talk about decreasing gun violence. They gave family members of people killed in shootings the opportunity to share the tragedy that they experienced.
Are we saying take away gun rights? No, absolutely not. What we are saying are take away the rights and freedoms of those who steal guns and those who take away innocent lives. We've got to make a change.
CMPD shared some of the efforts they are making in reducing gun violence, like seizing nearly 2,000 illegal firearms at the end of last month. North Carolina's state health plan is moving closer to a major overhaul that would create different costs depending on which providers members use. More than 750,000 teachers, state employees, and retirees are part of the plan. State leaders are proposing a 3-tiered provider system: preferred access and non-preferred. Providers can earn preferred status by agreeing to lower prices for members who would save up to 1/3 in out-of-pocket costs. Members who use access tier providers would see costs similar to what they pay today. But members who choose the non-preferred providers would pay a lot more.
You will be able to cut your out-of-pocket cost by 1/3 or more if your current provider is ultimately not in the preferred tier It will be because your provider does not sufficiently value your business.
Trustees approved a strategic plan and Medicare Advantage, the benefits for 2027 today, but the panel's biggest decisions are still ahead. Final vote on the new system and benefit changes is set for next month. Charlotte area transit system officials will hold an overnight emergency training exercise in Uptown this weekend. They warn it will include explosions and gunfire. Local, state, and federal first responders are taking part in the drill Sunday morning at the Charlotte Transportation Center on East Trade Street. It'll begin around 1:30 a.m. There will be a street closures starting about Saturday night around the Transportation Center. Back to the weather now, looking live over Charlotte's South Park neighborhood from our Hyatt camera. We are seeing lots of sunshine heading into the weekend and some very warm temperatures to go along with that. Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane joins us now live from the Taste of Charlotte in Uptown. And Tara, we always know that if you got some great food out there, you had the coins earlier. What do you got now for us?
All right, so you take some of those coins, which you can get once you get here. So the festival's free to get in. You don't have to pay to actually attend the festival, but you need to stop by one of the coin booths and buy the coins, and that's how you pay for the samples. Or, and they've had this for a couple years now, you can go on tasteofcharlotte.com and you can download the app and load the money onto there and just pay through virtual coins through the app. So, okay, what I have here is from Tiny Biscuit. So you can find this at the food truck down the row here down South Tryon Street. I've got a little chicken and waffle action here, drizzled with kind of a spicy honey, I guess, a spicy syrupy honey, and sprinkled with some powdered sugar. And of course, you can still get your veggies in too. I love Brussels sprouts. A lot of people loving the Brussels sprouts, and these are crispy Brussels sprouts drizzled with kind of a spicy buffalo drizzle as well. So I'm about to dig into this shortly, but I mean, it's just great weather here today. A little hot, and they have plenty of refreshments here for everybody. I mean, from water to cocktails, non-alcoholic beverages, sweet tea, whatever you want. But yeah, those temperatures getting a little steamy here all throughout the rest of the weekend. As we look at current conditions right now, we've got about 86 degrees in the Queen City. Just a fairly light south-southwest wind, about 5 to 10 miles per hour. A little more breezy, of course, in between the buildings here in Uptown. So that is nice to help cool things off. But the humidity isn't so bad when you see those dew points in the low 50s. So that's going to be changing a little bit by the end of the weekend. Lots of 90s though showing up. Places like Concord, Albemarle, Sherrod, close to 90 up in the foothills around Morganton. Some of those 80s up into the mountains or close to that. Air quality has been a little bit of a concern today. We see the orange from Mecklenburg County up through Cabarrus and Rowan County. Code orange alert for the rest of today into through about 8 p.m. this evening. And that means it's slightly unhealthy if you have respiratory issues like asthma, emphysema, younger kids, older active adults, to maybe spend a long period of time outside. May start to feel that if you're sensitive to just kind of that not so great air quality, that buildup of ground level ozone. All right, so we've got high pressure keeping things dry for yet another day. We've been saying this for a couple days now. Mostly clear, no weather issues out there tonight. And if you're coming out here, Uptown, Taste of Charlotte, there's the hours, the times there at the top of the banner, at the top of the screen. Well, I mean, it's great weather. Great weather continues. Close to 90 again tomorrow, staying dry. I have that 20% chance by 6 p.m. on Sunday of maybe an isolated shower. Best chance will really be up in the mountains, and you'll see that when I advance Futurecast here. So nothing going on through tomorrow weather-wise in terms of any active weather, just a little bit of an increase in some of that cloud cover. Sunday, definitely a little more of a cloudy day by the end of the day, but notice how most of the showers and storms stay up to the north. So much better rain chances coming in for early next week. As a front moves in, it may try and stall and keep the rain chances going even through the middle and even latter part of the week. Quick check the tropics. Things are still looking quiet out here, so that is good news, at least across the Atlantic Ocean basin. Not expecting any sort of tropical activity to start to develop over at least the next week. All right, so here tonight we are cooling back down into the low and mid 60s. Another lovely morning out there tomorrow. Upper 50s up in the mountains tomorrow afternoon, even a little bit hotter. So I showed you that 86 earlier, and right now in the Queen City, how about 90 for tomorrow? 93 in Monroe and Albemarle. Rockingham's up to 94, upper 80s up in the foothills, and it's going to be a warm one up in the mountains too. Avery County up through Boone and Jefferson, right around 80 degrees. And we'll keep it pretty hot and eventually more humid by early next week as the moisture increases ahead of that next front, of course, with some showers and storms and some needed rain coming back into the picture as well. And still staying a little bit unsettled even through the latter part of next week as temperatures remain on the hot side. Average high these days only about 84, 85 degrees, so we'll be generally above that later on in the week. So excuse me now while I enjoy some of my dinner, and I'll be back here toward the bottom of the hour with another update in the forecast, Brian.
Oh, I know, and probably another dish for us to check out. I remember last year we had that sweet heat chicken and beignets from Ruby Sunshine. That was some good stuff. That would go a long way.
Yes.
Very nicely timed.
Delish.
Yep. All right. Thanks, Tara. Keep eating for us. It is a busy weekend in Charlotte, including a spectacle on the ball field. How the banana ball players are in awe of the Queen City and its crowds. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. The so-called greatest show in sports is in Uptown through the weekend. The Texas Tailgaters and the Firefighters are part of the Savannah Bananas Banana Ball League, and they are taking over Truist Field this weekend. Two teams put on quite a performance for the first time last night, and they have games tonight and tomorrow night in the Queen City. Players tell us they love the Uptown atmosphere.
If you look at the landscape outside the stadium, we haven't seen that since like Pittsburgh of last year. Like to have buildings and skyscrapers behind, it looks really cool.
Yeah, the Tailgaters won game one last night. First pitch for tonight's game is sold out at 7 o'clock. A lot happening around the Charlotte area this weekend. Some of the first events for Pride Month start. Scan this QR code with your phone. It'll take you to a story on our website, qcnews.com, that has much more information. A shakeup in the race for South Carolina governor days before the primary election. How tight GOP the race for that office right now after one candidate left the race. And the questions the North Carolina Attorney General is asking as the Canes season ticket holders are reporting issues getting seats for the Stanley Cup final. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. A shakeup in the race for South Carolina governor. All right, we continue to follow that breaking news out of West Charlotte. A crash tying up traffic on Tuckasegee Road between I-85 and Todd Road. This is just north of Wilkinson Boulevard. Medic personnel tells us 5 people were hurt in this crash. 1 with serious injuries, the others with non-life-threatening conditions. We are working to find out just how this accident happened and stay on top of it for you here at Queen City News. 2 Cabarrus County men are facing allegations that they stole hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of power from Duke Energy before being arrested this week. Queen City News reporter Matt Stell digs into the allegations and has what Duke Energy officials are saying about the crime.
This is video of Duke Energy crews at work Friday morning in the Ver-El RV Park. It sits just yards away from the Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord. Cabarrus County deputies arrested and charged these 2 men, 61-year-old Edward Little and 55-year-old Michael Klutz, for allegedly stealing nearly $600,000 worth of power from Duke Energy and diverting it to the RV park and this home on the property belonging to Klutz. Authorities say the 2 men are former Duke Energy employees. They're also charged with damaging this Duke Energy substation on Moorhead Street near the Speedway to get that power. Investigators say Duke Energy told them last week that there was evidence of, quote, unmetered consumption and utilities being tampered with at the address of the RV park. That set off a criminal investigation. 2 men we spoke to asked not to be interviewed on camera, but tell us that they are truly shocked by these allegations. One of them says he's lived at this RV park for more than 22 years and that he never witnessed any sort of criminal activity. Both men are also charged with money laundering. Little is accused of possessing a weapon of mass destruction. In a statement sent to Queen City News, Duke Energy representatives say they are working with authorities and tell us in part, quote, tampering with utility equipment has the potential to create serious public safety risk. Duke Energy is committed to maintaining the safety of the communities and its residents that it serves. Both men are out of jail on bond as of Friday afternoon. In Concord, Matt Stell, Queen City News.
To the weather now as we look live at Uptown Charlotte, the skyline from our Arlington camera. We are heating up across the Queen City as we wrap up the work week. Can't see too many clouds in the sky right now. Let's go down to the ground where Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane is live at the Taste of Charlotte. And Tara, we have some great weather for the festival this weekend. That's always a plus.
We do. Yes, Brian, I am boots on the ground for this difficult assignment today that is tasting all of these and sampling all these wonderful eats and some of the drinks that you can get here all the way up and down Tryon Street. I'm standing here right now at the corner of Brooklyn Village Avenue and South Tryon, and this is just kind of the beginning of just the whole row that goes down blocks and blocks of tents of different vendors set up and all the food trucks and things like that. And it's not just food. I mean, you bring the kids down here. There's lots of activities, all the bouncy houses and inflatables for the kids, and you can do a little shopping at the same time. So all kinds of stuff here at this festival that goes on all throughout the weekend. Tomorrow, 11 a.m., 11 p.m., Sunday, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. And I mean, like you said, great weather here. It's a little hot, yes, but we'll take it with the low humidity. We are rain and storm free. We've got that temperature right now sitting only at 86 degrees in the Queen City. South-southwest wind about 6 miles per hour. Those dew points are sitting in the low and mid 50s. So, I mean, not too bad at all. We'll take it for this time of the year. And again, no rain in sight. High pressure is in control. We have had a little bit of an air quality concern for today across Mecklenburg and up through Cabarrus and Rowan counties with that code orange alert. And with that buildup of ground level ozone, it's kind of hot and stagnant air mass. It's led to maybe some difficult breathing conditions to those who are sensitive to that. So we're looking good if you're headed out here the rest of this evening. Temperatures only slowly cooling back down into the lower 80s. Eventually upper to mid 70s a little bit later on in the evening. So Brian, I'm going to have much more here from Taste of Charlotte coming up in just about 10-15 minutes or so, and another little sampling from one of the past Best of the Taste winners here. We have awards that we announce at the end of the evening here today, or actually right around 7:30 or so. And so I'm going to show you just a little bit of something that you can try out here at Taste of Charlotte this weekend.
I love it, especially when there's so many things to taste. There's over hundreds and hundreds of just vendors that are out there where you can just really enjoy. Crowd's good out there right now?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a great crowd. I know it's Friday and people getting off work and walking around, but I know, I mean, we've been here on Saturday and Sunday in past years, and it gets pretty packed. But still, I mean, not the type of crowd where you just can't get around where you're shoulder to shoulder. There's still plenty of room, obviously, all the way up and down the streets of Uptown.
And plenty to enjoy. All right. Thanks, Tara, as you are
Yes.
yourself. Well, primary day is 4 days away for South Carolina voters with the race for governor at the top of the ticket. All eyes are on the GOP primary, as chief political correspondent Andy Weber tells us. The race remains incredibly tight despite one candidate already dropping out.
The latest polling out from the Citadel this week shows the race for the South Carolina governor Republican nomination is a close one.
He admired the loyalty that I've had and thought I would be a great governor.
Trump-backed Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette narrowly leads Attorney General Alan Wilson and Congresswoman Nancy Mace by a single percentage point.
A lot of the voters are taking a fresh look at new candidates.
Among 600 Republican voters surveyed, Evette had the support of 17%, while Wilson and Mace both came in at 16%. York County Congressman Ralph Norman and businessman Ron Reddy came in at 13% and 14% respectively.
South Carolina needs to be fixed. You need a fixer. You don't need a politician.
State Senator Josh Kimbrell, who suspended his campaign this week, just got 1%. The big takeaway, many voters are still undecided, with 23% of respondents saying they hadn't landed on who they'll vote for just yet.
I mean, what we asked in this case, if someone said don't know, we asked them one more time, like, who might you be leaning towards? And those folks still said, we truly are undecided. And I think that's because there's so many choices to make at this time.
Polls open on primary day at 7 a.m. and close at 7 p.m. If no candidate gets more than 50% of the vote, the top two will head to a runoff on June 23rd. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
Early voting for South Carolina, the primary election wraps up in a little less than an hour from now, just about 23 minutes or so. Polling sites close at 5. And if you're still in line when the polls close, you will be allowed to place your vote. A valid photo ID is required to cast your ballot. Primary election day is next Tuesday. New video shows the moments a truck driving preacher helped stop an alleged kidnapping attempt in South Carolina. This happened in Aiken County, about 20 miles north of the Georgia state line. You can see a woman run directly into the path of Anthony Moore's truck with her hands cuffed behind her back. As she runs to the truck, a man in a Cadillac that had been on the side of the road swerves in front of the truck before taking off. According to deputies, the woman said that she was on a walk when the driver of that car approached from behind, saying he was police. She said he took her phone and social security card, but put her in handcuffs and then placed her in the back seat of the car.
Noticed it was a young lady doing the running, and she came up to my truck. She came in front of the truck. Then it was like the guy was trying to run up, sandwich her between my truck and his car. So she came up to my truck and said, "Please help me. He's trying to kidnap me."
Authorities arrested 39-year-old Jonathan Willardon and charged him with kidnapping and impersonation of a law enforcement officer. North Carolina Attorney General Jeff Jackson is pressing Ticketmaster after the Carolina Hurricane season ticket holders faced issues while trying to get some Stanley Cup final tickets. Some fans say they were not able to get seats because of it. According to the AG's office, those fans say they were put at the bottom of the queue despite having access codes that were supposed to give them priority access. Jackson wants to know how many reports of technical issues were made and what was done to prevent bots and scalpers from buying seats. Company leaders were given a week to respond. Speaking of that game last night, boy, it was critical for the Hurricanes, and boy, it was a very, very exciting one, especially the third period going into overtime, Casey. That was a lot of fun, and also a controversial goal, too.
Oh, absolutely. But there's something about those overtime games that the Hurricanes just seem to love, right? They are undefeated in overtime games in the playoffs, which is pretty impressive if you kind of look at what they had to do to get to that point. And they kept it rolling last night in what looked like to be another Las Vegas win until the very end. Everything was tied up at 3 apiece after Mark Stone with the Golden Knights silenced the crowd with the equalizer with about a minute and a half left that sent things to overtime. But it was Seth Jarvis who came up big in overtime with a shot from the left circle that hit the back of the net and sealed the win for Carolina in Game 2. So not only did they win in overtime, but they actually came back from a 2-0 deficit in the third period. So now that series is tied at 1 apiece. It makes this matchup a different kind of series now, and the players know how important it is to stay calm moving forward.
Obviously a new series, 5-game series now. You know, like obviously a lot of emotions throughout the games too. You know, obviously for almost 50 minutes there, it's kind of low, and then kind of even, then really high, then low again, then high. It's just it's a roller coaster for sure. But it's just managing them. You know, we're still human beings. You know, we're gonna be nervous out there and have emotions, but you know, the more you do it, the more you do anything, you get used to it. So it's just trying to holster that and bring it all in, and you know, focus on the task at hand.
So now we've seen late game goals and an overtime win to open the Stanley Cup playoffs. The best of 7 series is tied at 1 apiece entering Game 3, which will now move the series to Las Vegas this Saturday evening at T-Mobile Arena.
And we will be watching for sure, and I'm pulling for the Canes as well. All right, Casey, thanks. Looking live at Bank of America Stadium in Uptown from our Arlington camera right now, as we are a little less than 2 months away from the MLS All-Star Game happening in the Queen City on July 29th. Some familiar faces will be on the pitch for the match. Charlotte FC defender and captain for the U.S. men's national team, Tim Ream, has been named a starter for the MLS All-Stars. He is just the second Charlotte player ever to be picked for the All-Star Game. Starting alongside Ream is former UNC Chapel Hill player Sebastian Berhalter. He was a Tar Heel for a year, but Berhalter now plays midfield for Vancouver FC and has also been called up to Team USA. Samantha Bush, the widow of NASCAR driver Kyle Busch, is thanking everyone who has offered her family support in the wake of his death. Kyle died back on May 21st, which doctors blamed on pneumonia that had progressed into sepsis. In a post to social media, Samantha says the love that surrounded her family during the tragedy has brought comfort and that she is deeply grateful for the support. Senate Republicans pass a plan for immigration enforcement funding. How the battle played out overnight with several attempts to change the deal. Tara.
In the mood to try something a little different here, maybe to eat this weekend? Come on down to Taste of Charlotte here in Uptown. If you can't make it out this evening, come out tomorrow and again on Sunday. What is this, you might be asking? A little lobster mac and cheese. I'll show you where you can get this. Talk all about it. And the weather, of course, this hot weekend, kicking it off today on a Friday. That's next.
Can't go wrong with lobster mac and cheese. All right. Love it, Tara. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. After an all-night session, senators passed a massive immigration enforcement bill that moves President Trump a step closer to a legislative victory. As Rashad Hudson reports, the measure sidesteps two of the most controversial fights that threatened to derail it.
The vote didn't come until after sunrise Friday morning, and after months of infighting, it funds immigration efforts for the next 3 years. That's through the rest of President Trump's term, and they were able to do so by removing some of the biggest political landmines along the way. After a 20-hour voting marathon,
this bill, as amended, is passed.
Senate Republicans finally muscled through a $70 billion immigration enforcement package.
Almost 19 hours later, we're actually going to talk about the bill and what's in it.
The bill provides funding for ICE, Border Patrol, detention operations, and other immigration priorities.
Do you think it's a good idea to fund federal law enforcement? Let's do it.
The final vote followed days of Republican infighting over a controversial Justice Department compensation fund. The DOJ says it'll no longer pay people who claim the government wrongfully targeted them.
We've discussed this ad nauseum for hours.
Democrats and some Republicans each tried different ways to block the idea permanently.
That is not accountability. That is a permission slip.
This is an opportunity for us to put it to bed.
Lawmakers also removed another flashpoint before the bill reached the floor: federal funding related to President Trump's proposed White House ballroom.
We think it's a terrible idea to overshadow the White House with a monument appropriate to Louis XIV.
The bill now heads to the House, where Republican leaders say they will move quickly on it to get it to the president's desk. Rashad Hudson, News Nation, Washington.
There was a protest in Uptown today against ICE and Border Patrol operations in the U.S. In the wake of the overnight Senate vote, the ICE Out demonstration was on West Trade Street. Organizers say ICE operations are causing lasting harm on immigrant families and communities. They're asking lawmakers to put an end to any plans to expand ICE detention centers in North Carolina.
When mothers are separated from their children, when families live in fear, and when detention centers become substitutes for compassion, we are called to ask ourselves, what kind of community are we creating?
The ACLU of North Carolina says there's a list of locations that would be considered by the federal government for an expansion of detention, though there are no plans for that right now. Jobs report for May is showing stronger than expected growth despite concerns over inflation. According to the U.S. Labor Department, a surprising 172,000 jobs were added last month. That is down slightly from a revised 179,000 in April. The unemployment rate continues to remain historically low at 4.3%. Back to the weather as we're looking live over Charlotte's South Park neighborhood from our Hyatt camera. We're seeing lots of sunshine heading into the weekend. And we're going to be seeing some very, very warm temperatures along with that humidity. Let's get right back out to Chief Meteorologist Tara Lane, live from the Taste of Charlotte. And Tara, lobster mac and cheese, that looks pretty good.
It is good. I had one little bite. I wanted to save some, so of course I could show you guys on TV here, but I mean, take a look at this. And by the way, you can find this at Cuzzo's Cuisine, which they won one of the Best of the Taste Awards in past years. I think maybe a couple or a few years in a row they've been out here. And I mean, you can see the penne pasta, a little bit of a spicy sauce. It really doesn't have too much heat though or anything to it. Sprinkled with parsley, it looks like, and just big, nice and plump chunks of lobster meat. So, I mean, delicious. You got some good protein in there and just a savory and filling little meal right here just for the cost of about 4 coins. And so, and if you're wondering just, okay, how much does all of this cost? If you haven't been to Taste of Charlotte before, it's free to attend the festival. So you could walk through and not sample anything and just check out the sights and smell the smells. But if you want to get the coins, they have various coin booths scattered all throughout, and you can purchase little ramekin of coins, or you can do it online too. If you go to tasteofcharlotte.com, you can download the app and then load the money on the app, and you can just pay that way virtually with the virtual coins. But yes, I mean, we've got some great weather here today. Couldn't ask for better early June weather, I would say, especially considering the humidity is low. It is a little hot, obviously. I mean, it is June after all. We've got 87 degrees coming in for that official high today. So a couple degrees above the average. Still far and away, though, from any sort of record. Record, it's 102 on this day. But we have had some 90s out there, still at 90 in Chirraut, saw 90 earlier, around Albemarle, Wadesboro, still at 90 in Concord, and around Kannapolis too. And we've got those warm upper 70s up in the mountains. Now with this hot, stagnant air mass today, it's been a little bit of a concern with air quality. We still have that code orange alert in effect until about 8 o'clock this evening for Mecklenburg, Cabarrus, and up through Rowan County. So if you're sensitive to the not so great air quality and that ground level ozone, may still want to try and limit that time outside. Younger kids, older active adults, and if you have respiratory issues, of course, like asthma and emphysema. But besides that, I'll tell you what, I mean, great weather. Yes, I know we still do need the rain. It's a dry scan on radar right now, but high pressure is keeping any sort of decent rain or storm chance away from us for now. But toward the end of the weekend, that'll start to change a little bit. So this evening, no weather issues. There's a look at the Taste of Charlotte forecast for the rest of this weekend. Up around 90 degrees again tomorrow, similar to today. And then Sunday is when we start to feel a little more humid again. Low 90s for the afternoon, even in the Queen City, with just a minor isolated shower chance toward the end of the day. But I believe the best chance is going to stay more north and west of uptown and up toward the mountains. But the muggy meter still generally in the comfy zone, but right there on the borderline, especially by Sunday, of feeling a little more muggy again as that moisture increases ahead of the front. So we check out Futurecast, and again, not too much going on at all, keeping it clear and comfortably cool tonight. We'll start in the 60s tomorrow morning. By 7 p.m., we'll start to see more clouds around tomorrow, Sunday afternoon and evening. Again, you can see not much green here. Most of the scattered showers and storms staying to our north, so tiny chance of a shower, but not too worried about that at all. But headed back to work on Monday and heading into Tuesday, you want to just have the umbrella handy just in case, because we will be seeing likely some scattered showers and storms around with that next front moving in. Mountain forecast, we are looking good if you want to do any hiking this weekend. Again, not really worried about showers or lightning thunderstorms there until Monday, Tuesday, next Wednesday. High temperatures approaching 80 this weekend, and then cooling down just a bit with the addition of more clouds and some showers around going into next week, but still on the warm side. Quick check of the tropics, not too much happening here, thankfully, over the Atlantic Ocean basin. Not expecting any sort of tropical development over at least the next 7 days. All right, so low temperatures tonight. We're going to start eventually in the upper 50s in the mountains early in the morning, low and mid 60s everywhere else, and noticing more 90s, low and even mid 90s on the board for tomorrow afternoon. How about that 94 in Richmond County and around 80 up in the mountains. So weekend looking pretty good for anything outside. I know just down the road from here, we've got more banana ball happening this weekend too at Truist Field, back in the mid and upper 80s, heading into early next week with it turning more rainy and stormy at times, Brian.
Yeah, you know, Tara, I remember when we were taste testing and being the judges, you would sit there and taste test a little bit, but then we would eat all of them. And then we would realize we still got like 75 more entries to go at entrees and stuff, but we were so full because we ate so many of it.
I know, you got to pace yourself, I guess, and take a break. And yeah, do that too. People coming out here this weekend.
I love it. Thanks, Tara. Yeah, we got a busy weekend here in Charlotte, including the spectacle on the ball field. Banana ball players, they are just in awe of the Queen City and its crowds. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. The so-called greatest show in sports is in Uptown through the weekend. The Texas Tailgaters and the Firefighters are part of the Savannah Bananas Banana Ball League, and they're taking over Truist Field. The two teams put on quite a performance for the first time last night. They have games tonight and tomorrow night in the Queen City and Uptown. And the players tell us they just love the atmosphere.
If you look at the landscape outside the stadium, we haven't seen that since like Pittsburgh of last year. Like to have buildings and skyscrapers behind, it looks really cool.
Tailgaters won game one last night. First pitch for tonight sold out is at 7 o'clock. It is race weekend at the Irish Hills as we take a live look at the Michigan International Speedway. NASCAR drivers are hitting the fastest racetrack in the sport through the weekend. Our Round the Track team is getting you ready for Sunday's main event, and catch the newest episode first on the Queen City News Plus app at 7 o'clock and then at noon on Sunday. That is all right here on Queen City News. And that's going to do it for us here at 4 o'clock. Thanks for watching. Right now, coming up next, we're going to have the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Queen City News at 6 will return.